Chapter 165. The expert who injured young Master Luo's subordinate, please come out. Liu Chong glanced at Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguards and frowned slightly. He didn't feel the aura of an expert from these bodyguards, which meant that the person who injured Luo Hitu's subordinate was not among these bodyguards. As soon as Liu Chong's voice fell, everyone's eyes began to search. Although Tai Tan, the number one expert of the Luo family, was not as strong as Nangong Wu of the Nangong family, he was still a famous figure in the northern Wulin. However, he was injured by Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguard, and Master Liu, who made Nangong Wu vomit blood with one palm, actually wanted to challenge him. Everyone was curious as to what kind of person he was. However, after witnessing Liu Chong's magical power, everyone didn't think that Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguard could really do anything. He's just a second Nangong Wu. I'm afraid that bodyguard won't dare to come out after witnessing Master Liu's magical power. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Time ticked by, but no one stepped forward. My bodyguard is not my real bodyguard. He's only here to protect me temporarily. He has already left. Nangong Jingmeng said. She naturally noticed Li Changsheng sitting at the edge, but she didn't greet Li Changsheng since she appeared. She was afraid that she would implicate Li Changsheng. She believed that Li Changsheng was not so stupid. After witnessing Master Liu's strength, he would definitely hide there obediently. As long as he didn't come out, he would be able to escape this disaster. After a full 10 minutes, still no one came out. Nangong Wu struggled to get up from the ground and stood behind Nangong Jingmeng. He lowered his head and was very depressed and frustrated. Nangong Jingmeng's other bodyguards were all ashamed. When they fought Tai Tan, they didn't play any role. Li Changsheng defeated them. Now, they still couldn't do anything. It seems that the young man doesn't dare to come out. He's really going to die here today. The bodyguards thought silently in their hearts. Where is the person who injured young Master Luo? Liu Chong snorted and waved his hand. A bodyguard beside Nangong Jingmeng was sent flying by an invisible force, smashing into a table in the distance. At the same time, he was twitching on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguards trembled in fear, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Nangong Jingmeng was unable to remain calm. Who was it that injured young Master Luo's subordinate? If you don't let him step forward, then I will take care of your people one by one, including Miss Nangong. Liu Chong had come out this time because he had been entrusted with a large sum of money by the Divine Medicine Corporation. Naturally, he had to do his best for Luo Hitu. No one has said anything yet. Liu Chong waved his hand again. Another bodyguard was sent flying. In the end, he had completely lost his patience. With a wave of his palm, Nangong Jingmeng's first group of guards, more than 30 of them, were all lying on the ground. Nangong Jingmeng fell into despair. The Nangong family's guards were unhindered in the northwest region, but in the hands of Master Liu, they were like broken clay dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Nangong Wu smiled bitterly. Was the Nangong family really going to fall here today? Just as Liu Chong sent all the guards of the Nangong family flying and was about to attack Nangong Jingmeng, a figure suddenly stood up. Master Liu, I know who the person who injured Titan is. A middle-aged man in a suit was playing with a pair of jade walnuts in his hands. It was Guo Yu, the big boss of the medicinal herbs industry. Oh, who are you? Liu Chong's eyes were filled with doubt. So it's Boss Guo. He is very powerful in the medicinal herbs industry in the north. He can be considered my senior. Luo Hitu said. I see. Liu Chong retracted his gaze from Nangong Jingmeng and said, Boss Guo, I don't know who injured young Master Luo's subordinate. Please point him out. Liu Chong naturally didn't like the boss of the medicinal herbs industry, but for Luo Hitu's sake, his voice was a little gentler. Guo Yu, you can't do this. Nangong Jingmeng said angrily. However, Guo Yu ignored him and said with a smile, that person is in the banquet. He didn't leave. He's sitting at the edge. As he said that, he pointed at the seats where Li Changsheng and Wen Le were sitting. Wen Le, who was enjoying the show, was shocked when he saw Guo Yu's finger suddenly pointing at him. He hurriedly stood up and waved his hand, saying, it's not me, it's not me. A middle-aged man next to him also hurriedly stood up and said to Luo Hitu, "Young Master Luo, this is my son. He's definitely not Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguard." Luo Hitu also frowned slightly. He had met Wenla once. Although they didn't say anything, he still had some impression of him at this moment. "Of course I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the person sitting next to him." In an instant, all eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. At this moment, Li Changsheng also stood up slowly. "Brother, are you really the one who injured Luo Hitu's subordinate?" Wenla swallowed his saliva and stammered. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. He just smiled and nodded. In an instant, Wenla quickly hid to the side as if he was avoiding the plague and said loudly, "I have nothing to do with him. We just happened to be sitting together." Indeed, although he was also a rich second generation, his family's influence was too small. He couldn't be compared with people like Luo Hitu. If he was misunderstood by Luo Hitu because he was sitting with Li Changsheng, then he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Wenla's performance disappointed Li Changsheng a little, but he didn't say anything. After all, it was human nature. He shook his head and then walked to the center of the field unhurriedly. At this moment, everyone's eyes followed his figure. As he walked, the crowd automatically made a path for him. When Guo Yu pointed at Li Changsheng's seat, Nangong Jingmeng muttered to himself, "Oh no." At this moment, when he saw Li Changsheng walking over, his heart fell to the bottom. Li Changsheng originally had nothing to do with this matter, but because of her, he was involved. This Master Liu was even more mysterious. Even Nangong Wu couldn't take a hit from him. If Li Changsheng came out, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? "He's just my bodyguard. It has nothing to do with him. Young Master Luo, please show mercy and let him go. I'm willing to pay 10 billion. When Nangong Jingmeng said this, Nangong Wu's expression changed drastically. 10 billion was definitely not a small sum to the current Nangong family. It could affect the fate of the Nangong family. However, Luo Hitu shook his head. "I didn't expect this kid to be so important to Miss Nangong. Although 10 billion is tempting, that's because I didn't know that your bodyguard was this kid. 10 billion isn't enough for this guy. Unless you take out 20 billion, he can forget about leaving here unharmed." This, Nangong Jingmeng was so angry that her delicate body trembled. 20 billion was almost impossible for the current Nangong family to bear. "Li Changsheng, don't go over. Run. If you run away, they won't dare to hurt me," Nangong Jingmeng shouted anxiously. However, Li Changsheng only smiled. "Don't worry. I said that I'll help you beat Luo Hitu until he's looking for his teeth on the ground." As he said that, he didn't stop walking. He looked at Liu Chong, who was standing there in a daze, and said, "Master Liu, I heard that you want to experience my skills." Chapter 166. As Li Changsheng walked over, he attracted everyone's attention. His Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguard? He's so young. He looks so thin and weak. It's incredible that he could defeat Tai Tan, the #1 expert of the Luo family. Are you kidding me? Why do I feel that this young man is not even as powerful as me? Everyone was discussing. Luo Hitu, the eldest young master of the Luo family, looked gloomy. "You've fallen into my hands. Today, I'll let you know that I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Li Changsheng snatched his seed and beat him at the auction, causing him to lose face. Later, Luo Hitu's subordinates invited Li Changsheng over but were rejected by Li Changsheng, which made him even more resentful. Originally, he had already thought of a plan to deal with Li Changsheng. If Li Changsheng obediently cooperated, then it would be fine. If he didn't cooperate, then he would send people to ruthlessly teach Li Changsheng a lesson. Not only would he steal his seed, but he would also break his legs and let Li Changsheng know the consequences of offending the young master of the Luo family. Now that he knew that Li Changsheng was the one who injured his subordinates, new and old hatred surged in his heart. He instantly thought of 100 ways to torture Li Changsheng. However, he did not notice that Master Liu Chong next to him was completely stunned on the spot. "It's Mr. Li." Who knew better than Liu Chong how terrifying Li Changsheng was? He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. How dare he challenge Li Changsheng? He really had the urge to strangle Luo Hitu on the spot. Li Changsheng, run quickly. Why are you walking over? Do you want to die? Nangong Jingmeng was so anxious that he was about to cry. At this moment, Li Changsheng looked at Liu Chong with a faint smile. Master Liu, I heard that you were looking for me. I'll teach you a lesson for offending Master Liu. Luo Hitu was smug. However, at the next moment, Liu Chong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and stammered, "Greetings, Mr. Li." At this moment, everyone present was baffled. Luo Hitu's eyes widened. Master Liu, what are you doing? Luo Hitu was dumbfounded when he saw Liu Chong bowing to Li Changsheng. His face was filled with astonishment. One had to know that this Grandmaster Liu was extraordinary. His father had spent a lot of money to invite him, and he had the power of ghosts and gods. Especially in the nearby provinces, they had a very high status and were treated as distinguished guests by many big shots. But at this moment, such a godlike character was actually bowing to a young man. Moreover, he was so respectful, like a servant meeting his master. This was too inconceivable. Master Liu, you know him? Luo Hitu asked cautiously as a bad feeling arose in his heart. Although he was a rich second generation, he was not a playboy. On the contrary, he was currently managing the affairs of the Divine Medicine Corporation on behalf of his father, and could be considered half a sect leader. He knew that the young man must have an extraordinary background to make Master Liu behave like that. Nangong Jingmeng, who was next to him, was also completely dumbfounded. She had many guesses about Li Changsheng's identity, but she thought that Li Changsheng was at most a rich second generation with some background. She never expected that even the mysterious Master Liu would be so respectful to him. Well, the ignorant are not guilty. I won't blame you. Liu Chong heaved a sigh of relief when Li Changsheng spoke. Young Master Luo, you said you wanted to teach me a lesson, didn't you? Li Changsheng looked at Luo Hitu. Luo Hitu wanted to say something, but Liu Chong directly stretched out his hand and slapped him to the ground. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear like a whip. Luo Hitu's left cheek was already swollen. How dare you offend Mr. Li? You're simply courting death. Liu Chong said coldly. Luo Hitu never expected that Master Liu, whom his family had spent a lot of money to invite, would turn hostile just like that. Just as he was about to say something, Nangong Jingmeng suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she said loudly, "You're the Mr. Li who made Yang Liuji chop off one of his fingers in Qingju?" Everyone present was shocked when they heard that. Luo Hitu, who was originally full of dissatisfaction, suddenly had a look of horror in his eyes. Mr. Li? Some time ago, the incident at the Qingju boxing competition where the Qin family's father and son fell and Yang Liuji admitted defeat was witnessed by all the big shots in Qingju. The name of Mr. Li Changsheng also spread quickly. Everyone in the upper-class circle knew that there was a mysterious young man in Qingju who was terrifyingly powerful. It was said that even Heavenly King Shu from the north was respectful when he saw him. Everyone who had heard of Mr. Li's reputation was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The young man in front of us is actually Mr. Li? Yes, rumor has it that Mr. Li is very young and very low-key. He does have something in common with this young man. The number one expert of the Nangong family, Nangong Wu, had a look of respect in his eyes. He had always helped the Nangong family deal with the matters of the underworld. Naturally, he knew what kind of existence could make Xu Xiaolin bow his head. Guo Yu was so scared that his body trembled. He remembered that although he was very polite to Li Changsheng in the private room, he was very disdainful in his heart. In addition, he had taken the initiative to point out Li Changsheng's identity. At this moment, his legs and stomach were trembling. Aren't you courting death by offending such a person? Plop. Luo Hitu collapsed to the ground. He wanted to slap himself in the face. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss and was filled with despair. The Luo family's Divine Medicine Group occupied the leading position in the medicinal herbs industry. However, compared to Xu Xiaolin who dominated the north, it was just an ant. Even Wen Le, who had originally regarded Li Changsheng as the god of plague, had his mouth wide open in disbelief. Only Nangong Jingmeng's heart was filled with joy. He never thought that his nephew's tutor would be the famous Mr. Li. She remembered that she had heard about Li Changsheng from her brother-in-law. Li Changsheng was recommended to Liu Xiong by Chen Ligua, who was a student of Chu Yarotian. It was said that Mr. Li Changsheng had stood up for Chu Yarotian in the boxing match in Qingju. They both have the surname Li, but I didn't think of it. No wonder he said from the beginning that he didn't put Luo Hitu in his eyes. That's right. No matter how powerful the painting of the river Luo is, how can it be compared to the number one person in the north, Xu Xiaolin? Even Xu Xiaolin has to be respectful to Li Changsheng. What is the painting of the river Luo? Mr. Li, the great Mr. Li. Nangong Jingmeng's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't calm down as he stared blankly at the ordinary-looking young man standing there. Even his clothes were chosen by him. However, at that time, she would never have thought that he would be a divine dragon of the 9 heavens. She knew that the difficulties of the Nangong family had been solved. Even if Li Changsheng didn't deliberately help her, no one would dare to make things difficult for the Nangong family after everyone knew about her relationship with Li Changsheng. Chapter 167. Luo Hitu, you just said that I injured your men and you want me to pay 20 billion, right? Li Changsheng looked at the young master of the Luo family who was paralyzed on the ground with a cold expression. No, Mr. Li, I was wrong. Luo Hitu only begged Li Changsheng to spare his life. He did not dare to ask for medical fees. I know you don't dare to, but you can refuse to pay for the medical fees. You have offended me, but you have to apologize to me. Didn't you ask Miss Nangong for 100 billion just now? Then I'll ask you to pay 100 billion to apologize to me now. Luo Hitu looked troubled. Why? You don't want to? Li Changsheng said with a trace of coldness in his eyes. No. Luo Hitu hurriedly waved his hand. I'm willing. But 100 billion, even with the wealth of the Luo family, we can't take out so much money at once. Indeed, the Luo family's assets were as high as 100 billion on the surface, but those were fixed assets. Among the shares, the real money they could take out was only a few 100 million. Okay, I'll give you a month to gather 100 billion and send it to me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes, Luo Hitu wiped the cold sweat on his head and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He was really frightened. Li Changsheng did not bother to pay attention to this young master and looked at Guo Yu next to him. You're so old and you dare to have ideas about Nangong Jingmeng. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? I heard that your influence in the pharmaceutical industry is second only to the Luo family. 50 billion isn't a lot, right? The fat on Guo Yu's face trembled, but he immediately lowered his head when he thought of Li Changsheng's background. It's not a lot. His voice was bitter. If he had known this, he would not have stood up and pointed out Li Changsheng's identity. Very well. Li Changsheng nodded and took out the bank card that Nangong Jingmeng had given him. He pulled Nangong Jingmeng's hand and placed it in her palm. Look, I earned 150 billion from being your bodyguard. I'll return the money in this card to you. After saying that, he withdrew his hand and walked out of the banquet hall. Nangong Jingmeng, on the other hand, stood there in a daze. His face was slightly red. This was the first time a man had ever touched her hand. Most importantly, Li Changsheng's back was so handsome and charming at this moment. A long time after Li Changsheng left the banquet hall, the hall gradually became noisy. Nangong Jingmeng also left under the escort of his subordinates. Master Liu had already rushed in the direction of Li Changsheng's departure. When he returned to the hotel, he found that Wu Xiaowan, Xing Jiao, and Xing Rong had already returned. After seeing Li Changsheng, their expressions were obviously a little strange. Li Changsheng, you actually dare to return to the hotel. Aren't you afraid that the young master of the Luo family will find trouble with you? You're really magnanimous. Wu Xiaowan said as soon as Li Changsheng entered the door. After saying that, she realized that something was wrong, but there was still a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Originally, they thought that Li Changsheng had offended Luo Hitu and would quickly escape from the Medicine King Valley after parting with them. This way, he could protect himself and not implicate them. They never thought that Li Changsheng would actually return. This guy probably doesn't know what kind of existence he has offended. When Luo Hitu sends someone to take revenge, it will be too late to cry. Xing Rong originally did not have a good impression of Li Changsheng. At this moment, the way she looked at Li Changsheng was no different from looking at a god of plague. Now we can only hope that Luo Hitu is not so narrow-minded. Otherwise, even if we escape now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Xing Jiao said with some worry. What do you mean? Wu Xiaowan and Xing Rong's eyes were filled with doubt. When I entered the hotel just now, the front desk gave me an invitation, saying that Luo Hitu's butler sent it over. There will be an auction tomorrow and he wants us to attend. Moreover, the invitation specifically said that Li Changsheng is going and wants Li Changsheng to put his seed up for auction. I originally thought that Li Changsheng had already escaped, so I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you would be worried. Now it seems that Luo Hitu has already sent someone to monitor us. What? Wu Xiaowan and Xing Rong's faces were a little pale. Li Changsheng took the invitation from Xing Jiao's hand, glanced at it a few times, and then asked, when was this invitation placed at the front desk? It should be in the afternoon, Xing Jiao said. I was wondering. Li Changsheng nodded. Now that everyone knew his identity, if Luo Hitu still dared to send him such an invitation, then he was really courting death. It should be sent before knowing his identity. Why would Luo Hitu send such an invitation? Wu Xiaowan asked. It's very simple. Luo Hitu wants Li Changsheng to put the seed up for auction, then he will buy it back at a low price. It's to give Li Changsheng a chance to atone for his mistake. As he spoke, he looked at Li Changsheng. You spent 10 million to get this seed. When the time comes to auction, you can price it at 10 or 20,000. Master Luo will understand your intentions. Hearing this, Li Changsheng chuckled. First of all, I won't put the seed up for auction. Second, I bought it for 10 million and you want me to sell it for 10,000. Either there's a hole in my brain or there's a hole in your brain. After speaking, he shook his head directly, turned around, and walked back to his room. After Li Changsheng left, Xing Jiao snorted coldly, You're courting death. Brother, Li Changsheng refused to auction the seed according to Master Luo's request. Will it implicate us? Why don't we run away now? I'll go pack my luggage right away. Xing Rong looked anxious. Wu Xiaowan, who was beside her, did not look too good either. It's useless to run away. I've already said that Luo Hitu has definitely sent people to keep an eye on us. We must attend the auction tomorrow. But if Li Changsheng doesn't want to do as Master Luo asked, won't we be in trouble then? Xing Rong hated Li Changsheng to death in her heart. It's okay. When we attend the auction, we'll explain the situation to Master Luo in advance and cut ties with Li Changsheng. I believe Luo Hitu won't make things difficult for us. Hearing Xing Jiao's words, Wu Xiaowan's face showed some hesitation. But if we do that, it'll be too immoral. It'll be too heartless to let Li Changsheng face Luo Hitu alone. It's better to die than to die. Sister Xiaowan, even if we don't push Li Changsheng out, will Luo Hitu let him go? Instead of letting all of us be unlucky, why don't we let him take on everything alone? Being kind at this time will only harm you. This, Wu Xiaowan thought about it and fell silent in the end. She tacitly agreed to Xing Jiao's plan. Chapter 168. The next morning, Li Changsheng opened the door and saw 3 figures standing in front of his door. They were Wu Xiaowan, Xing Jiao, and Xing Rong. What are you guys doing? Li Changsheng was puzzled. Are you going to attend the auction organized by young Master Luo today? Wu Xiaowan asked directly. Li Changsheng shook his head. No, I'm planning to return to Qingju today. No. Wu Xiaowan rejected immediately. You have to attend the auction. Otherwise, we'll be implicated if young Master Luo blames us. Yes, Sister Xiaowan is right. If you're a man, don't hide. Attend the auction and don't let others look down on you. Xing Rong chimed in. Li Changsheng understood what they meant. The 3 of them were afraid that Luo Hitu would take revenge on them and insisted that Li Changsheng sell the seeds he bought for 10 million yuan to Luo Hitu for 10,000 yuan. Don't worry, Luo Hitu won't dare to take revenge, Li Changsheng said. However, when he saw the three of them standing at the door, he sighed. All right, I'll go take a look and see what's going on at the auction. An hour later, Li Changsheng and the other three entered the auction in a building in Medicine King Valley. There were many people at the scene. There were many good things at the auction organized by young Master Luo. Because Li Changsheng and the others had arrived early, the auction had not yet begun, and they had already taken their seats. During this time, Xing Zhao made a phone call. Soon, a young man walked over and Xing Zhao stood up to welcome him. He introduced him to them. This is my good friend, Song Ziyi. He's a rich second-generation heir. After that, he introduced Wu Xiaowan and Li Changsheng to Song Ziyi. When Li Changsheng was introduced, Song Ziyi laughed out loud. You're Li Changsheng who spent 10 million yuan on the seeds yesterday? How dare you embarrass young Master Luo in Medicine King Valley? You're really something. It looked like he was praising Li Changsheng, but his tone was clearly mocking. Bro, do you have insurance? What kind of insurance? Li Changsheng asked. Of course it's an accident insurance. Otherwise, if young Master Luo breaks your leg, someone will have to take care of you for the rest of your life. Song Ziyi laughed. It was obvious that he was making fun of Li Changsheng. Xing Zhao couldn't help but glare at Song Ziyi, but he had no intention of stopping him. The corners of Li Changsheng's mouth curled up. He thought to himself, the young master of the Luo family you speak of has to kneel down and kowtow to me when he sees me. How dare a little rich second generation jump around in front of me? By the way, did you hear about what happened yesterday? Luo Hitu actually kicked an iron plate. Originally, he wanted to deal with the eldest daughter of the Nangong clan. In the end, a backer appeared behind Nangong Jingmeng, called Mr. Li or something. Luo Hitu was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. After making fun of Li Changsheng and seeing that Li Changsheng didn't react, Song Ziyi began to talk loudly. As a rich second generation near Medicine King Valley, he knew a lot of information that Xing Zhao didn't know. What? Even the young master of the Luo family fell? Sure enough, when they heard his words, the Xing Zhao siblings were surprised. Even Wu Xiaowan widened her eyes with a look of curiosity. Through the Xing siblings' explanation, Wu Xiaowan also knew the power of Luo Hitu. When Song Ziyi came over, he was attracted by Wu Xiaowan's temperament. At this moment, when he saw Wu Xiaowan's gaze, he couldn't help but feel proud and continued to talk. Yes, Luo Hitu's strength is indeed great, but you have to know that there is always someone better than you. As the daughter of the Nangong clan, Nangong Jingmeng's connections are naturally not ordinary. People say that Mr. Li is very likely to be from the main branch of the Nangong clan. After all, Nangong Jingmeng is only from a side branch. It's just strange that his surname is Li and not Nangong. As he said that, he looked at Li Changsheng. Friend, your surname is also Li, but compared to Mr. Li, it's like comparing dung to a cloud. Moreover, the young master of the Luo family was asked for 100 billion by Mr. Li, so he's furious. You've already offended him, and your surname is Li. I think you'll suffer today. At this point, there was a hint of schadenfreude. On the other hand, Xing Zhao and Wu Xiaowan looked worried. Originally, when they came to the auction and waited for Luo Hitu to appear, they wanted to explain the situation to Luo Hitu and draw a clear line between them and Li Changsheng. Under normal circumstances, Luo Hitu wouldn't implicate them. However, now that Luo Hitu was being dealt with and was upset, they might be implicated. All right, I still have a few rich friends who are coming to the auction. I'll go entertain them. You guys take your time. Song Ziyi walked directly to the other side of the auction hall. What should we do? Wu Xiaowan was a little flustered and looked at Xing Zhao. She saw that Xing Zhao was also frowning. He was also anxious and didn't know what to do. Xing Zhao, isn't your friend quite powerful? Should we beg him? Hearing Wu Xiaowan's words, Xing Zhao sighed. Although my friend is a rich second-generation heir, he's still not on the same level as Luo Hitu. I only hope that Li Changsheng can give the seed to appease young Master Luo's anger. Hearing their words, Li Changsheng didn't say anything. These people were dreaming. How could he give away the seed that he had bought at a high price? Moreover, even if he was willing to give it away, Luo Hitu wouldn't dare to accept it. Just as Wu Xiaowan and the others were frowning, a fragrant wind blew in their faces. A white-clothed figure stood in front of Li Changsheng. Her voice carried a hint of pleasant surprise. "Changsheng, you're here too?" Li Changsheng looked up and smiled when he saw Nangong Jingmeng's joyful face. "I came with a friend. Have a seat." Saying that, he moved his body and made space. Then, Nangong Jingmeng sat down next to Li Changsheng with a smile. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but after Nangong Jingmeng sat down, her body was close to Li Changsheng. Her scent drifted into Li Changsheng's nose, making him a little dazed. "Hello, I'm Changsheng's friend." Nangong Jingmeng took the initiative to greet Wu Xiaowan and the others. As if she didn't expect Li Changsheng to know such a beautiful woman here, Wu Xiaowan's face was filled with surprise. However, the three of them were filled with worry at this moment. They didn't have time to think about the relationship between Li Changsheng and Nangong Jingmeng. They just smiled perfunctorily and fell into deep thought. Nangong Jingmeng was a very smart woman. Naturally, she could tell that the atmosphere wasn't right. However, she didn't know what happened between Li Changsheng and the others. Nangong Jingmeng took the initiative to invite Li Changsheng inside. She said that many people wanted to see Li Changsheng through her connections. Li Changsheng nodded. Yesterday's matter, Luo Hitu admitted defeat. His name had spread throughout the Medicine King Valley. Naturally, there were many rich merchants who wanted to curry favor with him. If they were ordinary people, Li Changsheng would naturally be too lazy to bother with them. However, these were all medicinal herb merchants. Li Changsheng had recovered his strength and needed many medicinal herbs to refine pills. These merchants had many resources that Li Changsheng could use. Chapter 169. Nangong Jingmeng was naturally in the most honorable VIP room at the auction. When she and Li Changsheng pushed the door open and walked into the room, more than a dozen big bosses of the pharmaceutical industry in the private room stood up to welcome them. After the banquet last night, Li Changsheng's name had spread. Regardless of whether they had attended the banquet or not, they had all heard of Li Changsheng's arrogance and despotism. As the boss of the northern pharmaceutical industry, the Divine Medicine Corporation had to obediently agree to give Li Changsheng 20 billion yuan. This was something that no one had dared to think about in the past. "Hello, Mr. Li." Nangong Wu, who was dressed in a tight suit, walked up and greeted Li Changsheng. He was a martial artist who worshipped the strong. He knew that Li Changsheng had a powerful subordinate who had sent Tai Tan, the #1 expert of the Luo family, flying with one move. He wanted to ask for advice. Just as he was about to speak, Li Changsheng nodded and said, "You have already cultivated the hidden strength in your body. If you polish it, you can step into the master realm in 10 years. Nangong Wu was shocked when he heard this. He only knew that Li Changsheng had a very powerful bodyguard, but he didn't expect that Li Changsheng himself could see his martial arts realm at a glance. The evaluation he gave was exactly the same as the evaluation of a martial arts master he had visited in his early years. Could it be that this Mr. Li is also a hidden martial arts master at such a young age? While Nangong Wu was feeling bewildered, Li Changsheng had already walked in. He began to talk to the bosses present. These people were all here to curry favor with Li Changsheng. They each had a large number of medicinal materials in their hands. Li Changsheng needed many medicinal materials to refine pills to improve his strength. It could be said that they were taking what they needed. "I need a few medicinal materials. If you can find them, I can buy them at a high price. As long as you help me find the medicinal materials, I can guarantee that I can protect you in the entire north and even Huaxia." Yesterday, Luo Hitu promised to pay 20 billion as an apology. Naturally, they were not worried about Li Changsheng's financial resources. Coupled with the relationship between Li Changsheng and Xu Xiaolin, he was indeed capable of providing them with great help and protection. "Mr. Li, your business is our business. As long as you ask, we will not hesitate to do it." These people originally wanted to curry favor with Li Changsheng. Moreover, everyone present was a businessman. Naturally, they knew that there was no such thing as eternal friendship, only eternal benefits. Once they reached a conflict of interest with Li Changsheng, they would be tightly tied to Li Changsheng's ship. Li Changsheng was very satisfied with the performance of these people. He asked Nangong Jingmeng to find a few pieces of paper and then made a list of the herbs he needed. Although Nangong Jingmeng didn't know why Li Changsheng needed so many herbs, he didn't ask. He only felt that Li Changsheng's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. Outside, after Li Changsheng left, Xing Jiao and the other two still sat there in a daze. At this moment, Song Ziyi walked over. Xing Jiao, let me tell you a piece of good news. Luo Hitu probably won't be coming to the auction today. You don't have to worry about his revenge. Hearing Song Ziyi's words, the three of them were puzzled. It's like this. Luo Hitu was supposed to come to the auction today, but I didn't expect Nangong Jingmeng to come as well. Last night, Luo Hitu was defeated by Nangong Jingmeng. When he heard that Nangong Jingmeng was coming to the auction, he naturally wouldn't come to humiliate himself. Moreover, I heard that Luo Hitu is now worrying about how to get 20 billion for that mysterious Mr. Li. He's not in the mood to trouble you guys. Really? The fog that shrouded Xing Jiao and the other two's hearts was blown away. That Li Changsheng got lucky. Xing Rong muttered. Only then did Song Ziyi notice that Li Changsheng wasn't there. He wondered, that kid couldn't have been scared and sneaked away, right? But he's lucky enough. Otherwise, if he offended young Master Luo, he would be thrown into the sea to feed the turtles. He didn't sneak away. Just now, a woman took him away. It seems like they went inside to discuss something. Xing Jiao said. I see. Song Ziyi nodded, then sat down at Li Changsheng's seat. The auction is about to start. I have a list of the items to be auctioned today. Do you guys want to take a look at it in advance? As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Wu Xiaoan just remembered that she came to Medicine King Valley this time to buy the resurrection grass. Now that the crisis from Luo Hitu was barely over, she naturally remembered her business. Sure. Wu Xiaoan took the list and glanced at it. After reading the list, she was disappointed. The resurrection grass was a relatively rare medicinal herb. Even at the Medicine King Valley's auction, it was difficult to find it. At this time, in the box, Nangong Jingmeng took a wooden box from his subordinate and handed it to Li Changsheng. Changsheng, you told me that you came to Medicine King Valley to buy the resurrection grass. It just so happens that my family's medicine storehouse has one. I had someone send it to me overnight. Since you don't want the bank card I gave you, take this resurrection grass as my thanks to you. Hearing Nangong Jingmeng's words, Li Changsheng was stunned. When Nangong Jingmeng asked him why he came to Medicine King Valley, he casually said that he was looking for the resurrection grass. He didn't say that he wasn't looking for the resurrection grass. Thinking of Wu Xiaoan's performance, he was a little disappointed. However, this resurrection grass was used to save people. After thinking about it, he finally nodded and accepted it. The auction had already begun. Because there was no resurrection grass, Wu Xiaoan had no expectations for the auction. Xing Jiao, on the other hand, raised his hand to bid for a few medicinal herbs. They were all tonics like ginseng and Chinese knotweed. In order to show off in front of Wu Xiaoan, Song Ziyi raised his paddle several times. He even spent 300,000 to bid for a medicinal herb called the soul-absorbing grass. He also knew that Wu Xiaoan was looking for the resurrection grass. He thought that the soul-absorbing grass and the resurrection grass had similar names and effects. When he handed it to Wu Xiaoan directly shook her head and refused. Because of her family's illness, Wu Xiaoan also did some research on medicinal herbs. She knew that the soul-absorbing grass and the resurrection grass were relatively common medicinal herbs. Although the soul-absorbing grass was expensive, its effects had nothing to do with the resurrection grass. After knowing that he made a mistake, Song Ziyi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He spent 300,000 to please Wu Xiaoan. In the end, it turned out to be a useless medicinal herb. It was really embarrassing. On the side, Xing Jiao couldn't help but gloat. Although he and Song Ziyi were good friends, he also liked Wu Xiaoan. Naturally, he didn't want Song Ziyi and Wu Xiaoan to get too close. Just when Song Zeddy's heart was bleeding because he didn't manage to please his goddess after spending 300,000, he looked up and saw Li Changsheng coming out with a wooden box. "Yo, friend, you came out. What are you holding in your hand? Don't tell me you spent another 10 million to bid for something useless." Song Ziyi naturally knew that Li Changsheng spent 10 million to bid for a seed. He remembered that at least he knew what the soul-catching grass was used for. Li Changsheng's bid for the seeds was a complete waste of money, so he wanted to find some balance from Li Changsheng. Hearing Song Zeddy's words, Wu Xiaowan and the other two also looked at Li Changsheng. Thinking of Li Changsheng spending 10 million a day to bid for seeds, although it was a little wasteful, it also showed that Li Changsheng wasn't an ordinary student. At the very least, he was a rich second generation. Previously, Wu Xiaowan, Xing Zhao, and the rest deliberately distanced themselves from Li Changsheng because he had offended Luo Hitu. Now that Luo Hitu's crisis had been resolved, they looked at Li Changsheng with a different attitude. "Changsheng, come and sit." Wu Xiaowan smiled and pointed to the seat next to her. Li Changsheng nodded. Since Song Ziyi had taken up some of his original seat, he had to sit next to Wu Xiaowan. The four of them sat on a sofa with 3 sides around a coffee table. Xing Zhao and Xing Rong sat on the longest sofa, which could seat 3 to 4 people. The remaining 2 sofas were shorter and could only seat 1 person. It was a little crowded when 2 people sat on them. Xing Zhao and Song Zeddy's expressions changed when Li Changsheng sat next to Wu Xiaowan. When Song Ziyi came over, although he wanted to sit next to Wu Xiaowan, her sofa was too small and he didn't have the nerve to squeeze with Wu Xiaowan. Instead, he sat next to Xing Zhao. Now, Li Changsheng did what he wanted to do but didn't dare to do. As for Xing Zhao, he felt even more uncomfortable. Li Changsheng was richer than him, and he knew Wu Xiaowan first. Originally, because of Luo Hitu's matter, he fanned the flames in the middle, causing their relationship to gradually break down. But now, this scene gave him a great sense of crisis. Chapter 170. This is for you. Li Changsheng handed the wooden box to Wu Xiaowan. Wu Xiaowan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Beside her, Song Ziyi sneered. "Don't tell me it's another unknown item. Li Changsheng, I'm curious. You spent so much money on some random items. Do you think you have too much money to spend? If you squander like this, even if your family is rich, I'm afraid you'll run out of money one day. Are you trying to say that I'm a prodigal?" Li Changsheng smiled. "I'm happy. Why do you care?" Song Ziyi was speechless by Li Changsheng's words. Wu Xiaowan took the wooden box and opened it curiously. When she saw that it was a herb, she was puzzled. "This is the resurrection grass. The item you wanted," Li Changsheng said plainly. "Really?" Wu Xiaowan was stunned. Then, her eyes lit up with surprise. "Changsheng, how did you get it?" "My friend gave it to me," Li Changsheng said casually. "Can it be fake?" "I've asked around. The resurrection grass didn't appear in several Medicine King Valley gatherings. You can't buy it even if you have money. Who's your friend? How did he get the resurrection grass?" Song Ziyi questioned. Beside him, Wu Xiaowan was also puzzled. Indeed, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? She was looking for the resurrection grass, and Li Changsheng happened to have a friend who had the resurrection grass she was looking for. "Changsheng, is it really a gift from your friend? You couldn't have been cheated, right?" Wu Xiaowan looked at Li Changsheng. She felt that since Li Changsheng was willing to spend so much money to buy a seed of unknown use, it was very likely that this kind of spendthrift would be cheated. "It's real. It's definitely not fake." Li Changsheng couldn't be bothered to say more. He stood up and walked out. "I still have classes tomorrow, so I'll take the bus back to Qingju today. You guys take your time shopping." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Wu Xiaowan was just about to say something when she saw that Li Changsheng had already reached the door. In the end, she shook her head and looked at the wooden box in her hand with complicated thoughts. "I think this resurrection grass is definitely fake. Xiao Wan, you can't just give it to your family. I think you should just throw it away," Song Ziyi said after Li Changsheng's figure had completely disappeared from sight. There are still a few days before the Medicine King Valley's gathering ends. Maybe we can find a real resurrection grass. Hearing Song Zeddy's words, Wu Xiaowan was a little hesitant. The joy of obtaining the resurrection grass was washed away by a lot, and she began to have doubts in her heart. At this moment, a woman walked out surrounded by a group of people. Her aura was powerful and attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Song Ziyi was stunned. The eldest daughter of the Nangong family is indeed elegant. Hearing Song Zeddy's muttering, Xing Zhao and his sister, including Wu Xiaowan, were completely stunned. They only reacted after Nangong Jingmeng left under the crowd's escort. You're saying that the woman in white just now is the Nangong Jingmeng that Luo Hitu didn't dare to come to the auction? Xing Zhao stared at Song Ziyi and asked. Even his voice was a little stuttering. Yeah, she's Nangong Jingmeng. What's wrong? Why do you all have such expressions? Song Ziyi was confused and didn't know what had happened. She's Li Changsheng's friend. Xing Zhao said bitterly. What? Song Ziyi's hand trembled and he almost knocked over the cup on the coffee table. Beside him, Wu Xiaowan subconsciously hugged the wooden box in her hands. At the same time, there was anger in her eyes as she looked at Song Ziyi. Just now, she almost believed Song Ziyi's words and threw away the resurrection grass. After leaving the banquet, Li Changsheng took the car back to school alone. This trip wasn't a happy one, but it didn't affect him in any way. After living for so long, even if he didn't cultivate to be as calm as an ancient well, there were many things that could be ignored. The three people in the dormitory were still living their unrestrained youth as usual. On the grass field, couples were lovey-dovey. Li Changsheng often went to Greenvine High School to look for Yu Wei, so many people in the school knew that the school bell, this fresh cabbage, had been taken by a pig. Life was calm and uneventful. Li Changsheng had completely become a part of it. On this day, Liu Xiong called and said that he wanted to invite Li Changsheng out for a meal. Li Changsheng had already resigned from his position as a tutor. Recently, Liu Juojuo had called many times to invite Li Changsheng out to play. Li Changsheng had used various excuses to decline. Liu Juojuo wanted to be in the limelight in front of his friends, but Li Changsheng felt that it was purely to pass the time with a group of immature children. However, Liu Duoduo's nature wasn't bad, and his temper was quite to Li Changsheng's liking. This time, he took advantage of Liu Xiong's invitation to go, so that the other party wouldn't continue to be disappointed. It was still at Haoxiang Hotel. Liu Xiong had already booked a table in advance. When Li Changsheng arrived, a beautiful figure was waiting at the door. After seeing Li Changsheng, she immediately smiled sweetly and greeted him. Hello. Nangong Jingmeng greeted Li Changsheng. Today, she was wearing jeans and a white half-sleeved shirt. It was a very simple outfit, but it made people's hearts tremble. It was simple and unadorned, like an orchid in an empty valley. You're here too? Why didn't Boss Liu tell me? Li Changsheng smiled. Why, you don't want to eat with me? Nangong Jingmeng pretended to be angry. No, of course not. You're such a big beauty, I can't ask for anything more. Li Changsheng hurriedly waved his hand. How big a beauty? Nangong Jingmeng had just spoken when he suddenly realized something, and his face turned red. Li Changsheng's gaze subconsciously drifted towards her. What are you looking at? Nangong Jingmeng fiercely pinched Li Changsheng's waist. Hiss, Li Changsheng sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter how strong his body was, it was useless under the slender hands of a woman. Because Li Changsheng's body was too strong, he was afraid of hurting Nangong Jingmeng, so he had to remove his body's defense in advance. You reap what you sow. Li Changsheng sighed inwardly. As the continuation of the human race, Li Changsheng's gaze lingered on Nangong Jingmeng's chest for a few more seconds before reluctantly moving away. I didn't expect a little kid like you to be so bold. Next time, if you don't behave, I'll sew your eyes. After all, Nangong Jingmeng was a strong woman who had seen the world. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and her face returned to normal. I'm not a little kid. Li Changsheng had lived for countless years, and his age added up to tens of thousands of years. He found it funny that Nangong Jingmeng called him a little kid. But as soon as he spoke, he felt the pain on his waist again. He turned around and saw Nangong Jingmeng's angry eyes. Li Changsheng was confused. Women were indeed fickle. Chapter 171. Haoxiong Hotel was located next to the largest lake in Qingju. Liu Xiong's choice of seat was a unique one. It was by the window, and one could see the scenery outside. Haoxiong Hotel was expensive. Those who could come here were the elites of the upper class. An ordinary person's savings for a year might not even be enough for a meal here. I heard that Haoxiong Hotel is the property of the Chu family. The Chu family is now the #1 family in Qingju. Li Changsheng was led by Nangong Jingmeng. Along the way, he heard the people at the table beside him discussing the power of the Chu family. It was inevitable that they would talk about the competition and the mysterious Mr. Li. I heard that Mr. Li is in his 40s and was born in a super family. The Chu family is a family in Qingju in name, but in reality, they have already submitted to Mr. Li. The person behind the scenes of the entire Qingju is Mr. Li. It was unknown where the news came from, but it was very vivid. Nangong Jingmeng couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng with a faint smile. She didn't know much about Li Changsheng, so she was very curious about Li Changsheng's identity. They actually said that I'm an old man. That's too much. Li Changsheng touched his chin and said. He quickly walked to the table by the window. Liu Xiong and his son, Liu Juojuo, stood up to welcome him. There was also a middle-aged man at the table, looking down at his phone. Even when Liu Xiong stood up to welcome Li Changsheng, he didn't have any intention of standing up. Changsheng, you're here. Liu Xiong took the initiative to shake Li Changsheng's hand. Hello, brother Li, Liu Juojuo said with a smile. His face was filled with friendliness. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked up. He seemed to be older than Liu Xiong. He should be someone who had been in a high position for a long time. This is my elder brother, Liu Yong. Liu Xiong took the initiative to introduce to Li Changsheng. The other party just looked at Li Changsheng indifferently and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Nangong Jingmeng. Miss Nangong, it's my honor to be able to eat at the same table as you. Miss Nangong is so young, but you're already in charge of more than half of the Nangong family's affairs. I really admire you. The other party's attitude towards Nangong Jingmeng and Li Changsheng was completely different. Clearly, he didn't know Li Changsheng's true identity. Miss Nangong, I heard that you suppressed the people of the Divine Medicine Corporation in the Medicine King Valley. When I heard this news, I felt even more admiration for you. Liu Yong flattered Nangong Jingmeng. Beside him, Liu Xiong also nodded. Yes, on this trip to the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was originally very worried about Jingmeng's safety, but Jingmeng's performance made me see him in a new light. That's all because of a friend of mine. It's not really my ability. Nangong Jingmeng smiled awkwardly and glanced at Li Changsheng. From the beginning to the end, Liu Yong didn't even look at Li Changsheng. It seems that Nangong Jingmeng didn't reveal his identity, and even Liu Xiong doesn't seem to know. Li Changsheng thought. Originally, he was afraid that they would feel uncomfortable when eating if they knew his identity. But now, this worry was completely dispelled. Everyone, please take a seat. Nangong Jingmeng smiled and pulled out a chair for Li Changsheng. Her thoughtful action made Liu Yong's eyes reveal some doubts. Even Liu Xiong was deep in thought. As the person in charge of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingmeng still had his own attitude even in front of those big families. It was the first time he saw such a thoughtful action. Miss Nangong, did you come with this student Li Changsheng? Liu Yong probed. He was an old fox and could tell that the relationship between Nangong Jingmeng and Li Changsheng was not ordinary. We just happened to meet at the door. Nangong Jingmeng smiled. She had actually arrived long ago, but had been waiting at the door to welcome Li Changsheng. So that's how it is. Liu Yong let out a long sigh of relief. If Li Changsheng and Nangong Jingmeng had come together, then there would be a lot of information. He would have to reassess Li Changsheng's identity, but since they had coincidentally bumped into each other at the door, then it was nothing. It seems that I was overthinking things. How could the young miss of the Nangong family take a fancy to such an ordinary young man? As Liu Yong thought this, the way he looked at Li Changsheng returned to its previous calm and collected manner. Miss Nangong, can you tell me what happened in the Medicine King Valley? Why did the Divine Medicine Corporation suddenly admit defeat? Because of his younger brother Liu Xiong, Liu Yong had a lot of business dealings with the Nangong family. Naturally, he knew about the predicament the Nangong family was in and also understood the strength of the Luo family. Originally, he thought that even if the Nangong family was not destroyed by the Luo family, they would still suffer a great loss. However, he did not expect that Nangong Jingmeng's trip to the Medicine King Valley would solve all the problems. He had vaguely heard some news, but it was not detailed, so he wanted to hear it from Nangong Jingmeng himself. The Divine Medicine Corporation has always been an overlord in the medical world. Did they really admit defeat? It can't be a trick, right? Liu Yong said worriedly. That's right. I also feel that it's not an easy task to make the Divine Medicine Corporation lower their head. Jingmeng, who exactly is the friend behind you? Could this be a trap set up by the Divine Medicine Corporation? Liu Xiong was also somewhat worried. Nangong Jingmeng laughed. Don't worry, brother-in-law, it definitely isn't. Actually, all of you know my friend, but you definitely can't imagine his power. Nangong Jingmeng looked at Li Changsheng inquisitively. Seeing Li Changsheng shake his head slightly, he did not continue. Just what kind of identity does he have to have such power? Liu Xiong and his brother, including Liu Duoduo, were all intrigued. That person's reputation has only risen recently. He's very famous in the Qing province. Nangong Jingmeng said. He only became famous recently. Could it be that Mr. Li? Liu Xiong blurted out. It's said that a few days ago, the Chu family invited a big shot, causing the father and son of the Qin family, who were originally the most powerful forces in the Qing province, to completely fall. The big shot of Chuju City, Yang Liuji, also admitted defeat, which established the Chu family's supreme position in the Qing province. I really want to meet this Mr. Li at this point. Liu Xiong shook his head, lamenting that his status was a bit low, and he still couldn't come into contact with those truly top-notch figures. Brother Li, that Mr. Li's surname is Li, and your surname is also Li. Moreover, I feel that you are very mysterious. Could it be that you are that Mr. Li? Liu Duoduo said jokingly. He knew that Li Changsheng had offended Yang Xiaowei. Originally, Yang Xiaowei's father had said that he wanted to cripple Li Changsheng, but in the end, nothing happened. Yang Xiaowei's father was working for Qin Hao. Qin Hao had fallen because of that Mr. Li, so Liu Duoduo had this guess. Duoduo, don't talk nonsense. What kind of identity does that Mr. Li have? Don't joke about it, lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Liu Yong reprimanded. At the same time, he looked at Li Changsheng with disdain in his eyes. Li Changsheng was too young and looked too ordinary. With his many years of experience, he couldn't see anything special about Li Changsheng. He would never believe that Li Changsheng was that Mr. Li Changsheng. Chapter 172. Nangong Jingmeng smiled and didn't say anything. If it wasn't for Li Changsheng shaking his head to signal her not to reveal his identity, she really wanted to reveal Li Changsheng's identity. This Liu Yong was Liu Xiong's cousin. He had made use of his relationship with Liu Xiong to do business with the Nangong clan and earned quite a bit of money. However, Nangong Jingmeng despised this person's character. With Nangong Jingmeng's intelligence, how could she not see Liu Yong's contempt for Li Changsheng? So she really wanted to see his expression when he found out about Li Changsheng's true identity. Seems like it's not that Mr. Li. Liu Yong was a little disappointed. If Nangong Jingmeng's backing was really that Mr. Li, then the Nangong family's position in the northwest would immediately rise. And with his relationship with Liu Xiong, his position in the industry would also rise. Just as they were talking, the waiter had already started to serve the dishes. This hotel was not only attractive because of its reputation and the luxurious decorations, but most importantly, their chefs were all 5-star. The dishes they made were all delicious. When the dishes were served, everyone started to move their chopsticks. During this time, Nangong Jingmeng whispered to Li Changsheng, "Why don't you let me reveal your identity? Look at Liu Yong's attitude, even I can't stand it. I just want to live the life of an ordinary student." Li Changsheng smiled. Why would he care about someone like Liu Yong? I think I saw the Chu family's second master, Chu Xing, enter. Liu Yong, who was eating, suddenly spoke. Everyone turned their heads, only to see a figure flash past. This Haoxiong Hotel is the property of the Chu family. Chu Xing is now the person in charge of the Chu family, so it's not strange for him to appear here. Liu Xiong said. The Chu family is now like the sun in the sky in Qingju. Why don't we go over and get to know him? It will be very beneficial for our development in Qingju. Liu Yong suggested. But it was rejected by Liu Xiong. The Chu family's position is so high. How can we get to know them? Our identities are not equal. If we go over rashly, we will just be asking for our own humiliation. Liu Xiong was a person who could see things clearly. Because of Chu Xing's appearance, when the topic of discussion shifted to the Chu family, it caused a commotion in the distance. A middle-aged man appeared, surrounded by a group of people. Then, he walked directly to the table where Li Changxing and the others were sitting. After seeing the middle-aged man, Liu Xiong and his brother's expressions instantly became unnatural. Nangong Jingmeng frowned slightly. Why is he here? Nangong Jingmeng mumbled to himself. Who? Li Changxing stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth and asked vaguely. The chairman of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hitu's father, Luo Wenjie. So it's him. Li Changxing smiled. The Luo family still owed him money, and the money had not arrived yet. Now that the other party had appeared, Li Changxing wanted to collect the debt. However, with Liu Xiong and his brother around, it was inevitable that his identity would be exposed. Could it be that he knows that Li Changxing is here and is here to apologize to him? Nangong Jingmeng thought to himself. Luo Wenjie walked to a place not far from the table and stopped. The few brawny men in black behind him surrounded Li Changxing's table with killing intent. All the surrounding guests were alarmed and looked over with puzzled gazes. What's going on? Li Changxing also frowned slightly. This didn't seem like an apology at all. Director Luo, what do you mean by this? Liu Xiong was also a person who had seen great storms. His face immediately darkened as he asked in a deep voice. What else could it mean? A few days ago, I went to the depths of the mountains with a few friends to explore. There was no signal on my phone and I couldn't contact the outside world. I just came back today and heard that Miss Nangong invited an expert and even extorted 100 billion from my Divine Medicine Corporation. Just now, I heard from my subordinate that I saw Miss Nangong eating here. I specially came to tell you that the Mr. Li you are looking for has a closer relationship with the Chu family. Second Master Chu Xing said that as long as he says a word, that Mr. Li will immediately stand by and no longer interfere in the grudge between our two families. So, your Nangong family can either take out 100 billion to make up for my losses, or wait to suffer my wrath. Hearing Luo Wenjie's words, the faces of Liu Xiong and his brother turned ugly. On the other hand, Nangong Jingmeng looked at Li Changxing with a puzzled expression. Seeing Li Changxing shake his head slightly, he immediately calmed down. At this time, Luo Wenjie walked to the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. He took out a cigar and a bodyguard beside him hurriedly lit it for him. He took a deep breath, then looked at Liu Xiong and said with a smile, Boss Liu, right? I heard that you are a loyal lackey of the Nangong family. You have contributed a lot to the struggle between the Nangong family and my Divine Medicine Corporation. Today, we met here. If I don't teach you a lesson, people will think that my Divine Medicine Corporation is easy to bully. As he spoke, he opened a bottle of wine and placed it in front of Liu Xiong. Blow this bottle of wine for me, and I won't make things difficult for you today. Otherwise, I'll make you go bankrupt within 3 months. You, Liu Xiong clenched his fists. You still want to fight? Don't forget that this is the Chu family's territory. I am very good brothers with the Chu family's second master, Chu Xing. The Divine Medicine Corporation had a very powerful force in the north, and with the addition of the Chu family, Liu Xiong felt powerless. As long as I drink this bottle of wine, you'll let me go? Liu Xiong raised his head and asked. That's right. Luo Wenjie nodded. Then if I drink 2 bottles, can you be magnanimous and not make things difficult for the Nangong family? Hearing Liu Xiong's words, Luo Wenjie was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. The Nangong family is such a big piece of fat meat, and you want to exchange it for a bottle of wine? How about this? If you drink 10 bottles in a row, I'll agree. 10 bottles? Liu Xiong thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, it's a deal. As he spoke, he grabbed a bottle of wine and was about to pour it into his mouth. Brother-in-law, you don't have to be afraid of him. Nangong Jingmeng snatched the wine from Liu Xiong's hands and stared coldly at Luo Wenjie, saying, surnamed Luo, I'm afraid you haven't found out the ins and outs of the matter. The Chu family's second master, Chu Xing, promised to help you plead with Mr. Li, but have you ever asked Mr. Li for his true intentions? Don't use Mr. Li to suppress me. Chu Xing already told me that although Mr. Li is strong, I still have to be respectful when I see him. The reason why Mr. Li helped the Chu family in the conflict with the Qin family a few days ago was because the Chu family had once done him a favor. When Luo Wenjie spoke, even Nangong Jingmeng's face was filled with doubt. As for Li Changsheng himself, he was a little dumbfounded. Chu has done him a favor. Where did this guy hear this news from? However, he didn't know that these words were completely Chu Xing's bragging after drinking too much at the table. In order to raise his status, he spoke nonsense, but Luo Wenjie took it seriously. Chapter 173. Miss Nangong, you don't want Boss Liu to drink this wine. Could it be that you want to drink it for him? Actually, I've already booked a room at the hotel. As long as Miss Nangong nods her head, the grudge between my Divine Medicine Corporation and the Nangong family can be written off. Luo Wenjie's gaze swept over Nangong Jingmeng's body, his eyes filled with greed. He reached out his hand to caress Nangong Jingmeng's cheek, but was suddenly slapped by Nangong Jingmeng. Pa. The sound was crisp and clear, causing the surrounding voices to fall into silence. You dare hit me. Luo Wenjie's eyes turned cold. Behind him, his bodyguards took a step forward at the same time, causing the air to turn cold. Seeing the fierce gazes of these people, Nangong Jingmeng was not moved at all. He only turned around and suddenly hugged Li Changsheng's arm, leaning most of his body on it. Immediately, Li Changsheng felt his arm go soft, and his face revealed a stunned expression. If you want me to accompany you, have you asked my boyfriend? Nangong Jingmeng said coldly. Then, he blinked his eyes at Li Changsheng, clearly imploring and slyly begging. Li Changsheng knew that Nangong Jingmeng wanted to use him as a shield, but such a delicate beauty with such a pitiful and pleading gaze made him unable to harden his heart. Especially now that he could clearly feel the warmth on his elbow, Nangong Jingmeng did not even realize that her current posture was pressing down on Li Changsheng's arm, causing Li Changsheng to feel a sense of guilt. Nangong Jingmeng's actions not only caused Luo Wenjie to be stunned, even Liu Xiong and Liu Yong were taken aback. Liu Duoduo, who had always been more afraid than respectful of his aunt, looked at Li Changsheng with a face full of admiration. This brother Li of mine is truly remarkable. Even a noble woman like my aunt was subdued by him. Although Li Changsheng was suspected of being used as a tool by Nangong Jingmeng, he really couldn't bring himself to hate this woman. Thus, he straightened his chest and nodded. Luo Wenjie, take your subordinates and disappear from my sight within 3 seconds, and I can forgive your offense towards Jingmeng. After he finished speaking, Li Changsheng looked at Nangong Jingmeng, who was leaning on him, and revealed an evil smile. He lowered his head, and his greasy mouth suddenly kissed Nangong Jingmeng's delicate cheek. Immediately, Nangong Jingmeng's delicate body trembled, and her entire body stiffened. At this time, Li Changsheng wiped the oil stains on his mouth as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Nangong Jingmeng and said, Wife, the star of Jinjiang Hotel still has a discount coupon. How about we use it together tonight? Looking at Li Changsheng's smile that was not a smile, Nangong Jingmeng immediately knew that Li Changsheng was taking revenge on her for using him as a tool. On the side, Liu Xiong and his brother widened their eyes. They thought to themselves, could it be that the relationship between the two of them had really progressed to this stage? Only now did Luo Wenjie react. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Brat, what big words. As he spoke, he looked at Nangong Jingmeng viciously. You dare to hit me? Do you think this guy who can't even grow hair can protect you? As he spoke, he instructed the 2 bodyguards beside him, take this woman down first. As for this brat, Master Luo will personally take care of him. As he spoke, he clenched his fists. Although Luo Wenjie had never practiced any martial arts, he often worked out. At this moment, he took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong muscles. The two bodyguards listened to Luo Wenjie's instructions and stepped forward to grab Nangong Jingmeng. However, before their hands could touch Nangong Jingmeng's body, Li Changsheng grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it on one of their heads. The man's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. At the same time, Li Changsheng pulled his arm out of Nangong Jingmeng's arms. He stood up and reached out to grab the other person's fist. He twisted it down, and at the same time, he held the other person's armpit with his other hand. With a strong force, the bodyguard, who was hired by Luo Wenjie at a high price, was thrown onto the table by Li Changsheng. The glass turntable on the table was directly smashed into pieces. Li Changsheng was less than 1.7 meters tall, while Luo Wenjie's bodyguard was 1.9 meters tall. It seemed that there was still a considerable gap between the two of them. However, the bodyguard was directly thrown into the air by Li Changsheng's hands, which was too visually shocking. Boss Luo, who had wanted to do it himself, was so scared that the flesh on his cheeks trembled, and he quickly retracted his steps. However, he chose to retreat, but Li Changsheng did not intend to let him go. He didn't even see Li Changsheng's figure clearly. He felt that the tie on his neck was pulled, and then he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Then he was slapped on the artery in his neck by the other party. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a plop. His whole head was in a daze. After killing the two bodyguards in an instant and Luo Wenjie, Li Changsheng turned his head with a smile and looked at Nangong Jingmeng, who had already predicted Li Changsheng's fighting strength but was still in a daze. He said, "How is it? Handsome?" He stretched out his hand and pinched Nangong Jingmeng's chin with 2 fingers, teasing him. Perhaps because he was shocked by Li Changsheng's actions just now, Nangong Jingmeng did not react for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Li Changsheng had already retracted his hand. Nangong Jingmeng didn't feel any anger when he thought of being molested by the man in front of him again. There was only a strange feeling flowing in his body. When the other bodyguards saw that their boss was injured, they all rushed up to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng picked up a chair from the table and faced the group of fierce-looking bodyguards. Although these bodyguards were shocked by Li Changsheng's strength, they were all professionally trained after all, and they wanted to take back their dignity by relying on their numbers. They were all hired at a high price. If they backed down, their reputation in the circle would be ruined. And they thought that no matter how good Li Changsheng was at fighting, he could not fight 7 or 8 of them alone. However, in fact, Li Changsheng was so good at fighting. The chair felt as if it was a peerless godly weapon, and he displayed the essence of the word smash to its fullest. Every time the chair fell, one person would lie on the ground. There were still 8 bodyguards left, but they were all beaten to the ground in less than 3 seconds. At this time, Luo Wenjie, who had already reacted, was trembling. Even a fool could tell that Li Changsheng's strength wasn't just any ordinary strength. He was fierce enough, ruthless enough, and vicious enough. He thought to himself, where did Nangong Jingmeng find such a fiend as a boyfriend? He looked extremely thin and weak, but he had the feeling of an ancient general sweeping away thousands of troops. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have pretended to be cool here. The enemy was beaten to the ground. Li Changsheng threw the chair made of solid wood on the ground and looked at Luo Wenjie with a smile. "Are you still going to deal with me now?" Luo Wenjie was so scared that his legs went soft. He stammered, "This is Second Master Chu Xing's territory. Second Master and I are good brothers." Before he could finish speaking, Li Changsheng reached out and slapped him across the face. "Pa, I don't care whose territory it is. If you provoke me, even the Heavenly King can't do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a gloomy voice. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my territory?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man leading a group of arrogant subordinates quickly walking over. Luo Wenjie, who was already trembling in fear, instantly revealed joy in his eyes. The person who came was none other than his good brother, Second Master Chu Xing of the Chu family. Chapter 174. It's over. Seeing Chu Xing walk over, Liu Xiong sighed. "What's wrong?" his brother Liu Yong asked. He's the second master of the Chu family. Chu Xing. Liu Yong's face stiffened. Although he had never seen Chu Xing, he had heard so much about the Chu family that he knew what it meant to offend the Chu family in Qingju. This time, Li Changsheng was in trouble. Liu Xiong's face was full of worry. Brother Li is so good at fighting, he won't be afraid of them. Liu Duoduo interrupted. What do you know? Liu Xiong glared at his son. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. What's the use of being good at fighting? No matter how strong you are, can you beat 3, 5, 10, 8, or even 100, or 200 people? The strongest power in the world is power. With the Chu family's power in Qingju, it's not something that can be shaken by a person's strength. Dad, you can't do it. Liu Duoduo looked at Liu Xiong expectantly. In his heart, his father Liu Xiong was not an ordinary person. There was almost nothing that he couldn't handle. If it was the Chu family in the past, your dad might be able to deal with them. But with the Chu family's power now, unless your dad's power is 10 times stronger, he can't go against them. Liu Xiong sighed. Since the Chu family took down Qin Hao and his son, that Mr. Li created a storm in Qingju. Now, the Chu family was like the sun in the sky. Their influence was not limited to Qingju. He couldn't do anything. It's over, it's over. Then won't Brother Li be in trouble this time? Liu Yong's hands started to tremble. He said loudly, Second Master, today has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to drink with my brother. I don't know this young man at all. Liu Yong quickly drew the line. Liu Xiong didn't say anything. He already knew his cousin's nature, so he wasn't surprised. He just couldn't help but feel disappointed. On the other hand, Nangong Jingmeng's face was full of disdain. If Liu Xiong wasn't her brother-in-law and this guy was Liu Xiong's cousin, she would have cut off all business with him. Now, seeing his performance made her even more determined. Chu Xing, my good brother, you've finally come. This guy actually dared to cause trouble in your family's hotel and even injured my subordinates. After seeing Chu Xing, Luo Wenjie seemed to have seen his savior and started complaining to Chu Xing. His gaze towards Li Changsheng was filled with pride. What was out of Luo Wenjie's expectations was that Chu Xing was not in a hurry to stand up for him. Instead, he stared fixedly at Li Changsheng, and his eyes actually revealed some fear. Second Master, what's wrong? Hurry up and avenge your brother, Luo Wenjie urged. However, Chu Xing didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he pointed at Luo Wenjie's bodyguards who were beaten to the ground and asked Li Changsheng, did you injure them? Yes, why? Are you going to stand up for your good brother? Li Changsheng's lips curled into a playful smile. No. Chu Xing hurriedly waved his hand. Well done, well done. To tell you the truth, I also want to beat him up. After saying that, he ignored everyone's shocked gazes and directly raised his foot and kicked Luo Wenjie's lower abdomen. Luo Wenjie fell to the ground again. Then, Chu Xing revealed a flattering smile and very affectionately held Li Changsheng's hand. Sir, why didn't you inform me that you were coming to my hotel to eat? I could have prepared the food in advance and had a drink with you. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Luo Wenjie was kicked for no reason. He originally wanted to ask the reason, but seeing Chu Xing's performance, his mind was filled with questions. Liu Xiong was also puzzled. Originally, he wanted to stand up and plead for Li Changsheng. He heard that the Chu family's second master was greedy and lustful. Perhaps he could settle today's matter by spending some money. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. He suddenly remembered his son's guess at the beginning. Could Li Changsheng be that Mr. Li? Coupled with Chu Xing's performance, he suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that he really is that Mr. Li? My son guessed correctly. Li Changsheng, who exactly are you? Liu Yong, who had always looked down on Li Changsheng, blurted out. But he was looked over by Chu Xing's murderous gaze. He said fiercely, is Mr. Li's name something you can call directly? Mr. Li? Liu Yong suddenly opened his eyes wide. His actually Mr. Li Luo Wenjie also seemed to have been struck by lightning. This news was no different from a bolt from the blue. The surrounding people who were waiting to watch the show were also dumbfounded at this moment. They were guessing the identity of the young man in their hearts. Why did Chu Xing's words make Liu Xiong and the others look like they had seen a ghost? Li Changsheng only glanced at Chu Xing indifferently and said, "The Chu family's business is getting bigger and bigger now, so you must open your eyes wide when making friends in the future. Don't treat any scoundrel friends as brothers. In the end, it will hurt you." Li Changsheng patted Chu Xing's shoulder, then stood up and turned to walk out of the hotel. "I understand." Chu Xing bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng. With his current status, if others dared to speak to him in such a tone, he would definitely smash their mouths. But from Li Changsheng's mouth, he felt that it was a kind of honor. "Changsheng, wait for me." Nangong Jingmeng saw Li Changsheng leave and hurriedly chased after him. Only the Liu brothers and Luo Wenjie, who had been kicked to the ground and forgot to stand up, were left. "Second Master, didn't you say that you have a good relationship with Mr. Li and that Mr. Li owes the Chu family a favor? Tell Mr. Li not to interfere in the Nangong family's matters." Luo Wenjie said to Chu Xing, "Speak your mother." Chu Xing almost offended Li Changsheng because of Luo Wenjie. Now that he saw Luo Wenjie, he was furious. Without waiting for Luo Wenjie to finish speaking, he kicked Luo Wenjie's face and then stomped on it like a storm. Seeing that the surrounding people were shocked, he thought that the Chu family's second master had such a bad temper. Liu Xiong muttered to himself, "He is Mr. Li," thinking that Li Changsheng was introduced to him by Chen Ligua, and Chen Ligua was Chu Yaoqian's student. He couldn't help but slap his head. "Why didn't I think of it before?" Thinking about it, he looked at his son as if he had found a peerless treasure. "Dad, don't look at me like that. It's scary." Liu Duoduo shrunk his neck. He felt that his father was different from usual today. "Duoduo, I heard that you and your brother Li went out to play a few times. In the past, I was afraid that you would delay your studies, so I forbade you to go out and play. Now, I suddenly thought it through. If you have nothing to do, you can ask your brother Li out to play a few more times. It's best if you introduce your beautiful female classmates to him." Liu Xiong's words made Liu Duoduo confused. He stuttered, "Dad, are you sure you're not joking?" In the past, when he went out to play, he was always on tenterhooks, afraid that Liu Xiong would be unhappy and teach him a lesson. Now that Liu Xiong said that he supported him going out to play, he felt that happiness came too suddenly, and he couldn't believe it. "Of course I'm not joking." Liu Xiong's face became serious, and he reminded, "Remember, building a good relationship with your brother Li is more useful than getting into 10 famous universities." Liu Duoduo nodded as if he understood. Liu Yong waited for the father and son to finish talking before he interrupted. "I say, Brother Xiong, since you have such a good relationship with Mr. Li, can you ask him out again someday? I'll treat you." Turning his head and seeing his cousin's smiling face like a chrysanthemum, Liu Xiong suddenly felt disgusted. He said coldly, "Didn't you look down on him at that time? Now that you know his identity, it's too late to ask him out to build a good relationship." Chapter 175. Nangong Jingmeng chased after him and walked side by side with Li Changsheng. She looked at Li Changsheng curiously. It was said that curiosity killed the cat. Women were especially curious. "Don't try to find out my identity. I won't tell you," Li Changsheng said lightly. Nangong Jingmeng smiled. She had always been confident in her appearance. There were very few men who could remain calm in front of her, especially students of Li Changsheng's age. They had just experienced their first awakening of love and would blush if they got close to her. However, Li Changsheng was different. He was impenetrable and unbreakable. The more she knew about him, the more she felt that he was invulnerable. He was simply a monster. "This Luo Wenjie is as stupid as his son. Remember to urge 100 billion for me. I need it urgently," Li Changsheng said to Nangong Jingmeng. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take your money and run away?" Nangong Jingmeng looked at Li Changsheng with a faint smile. The more Li Changsheng acted calmly, the more she wanted to know about Li Changsheng's true identity. Humans were strange creatures, and women were especially strange. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. The Nangong family should be easy to find. Nangong Jingmeng rolled her eyes at this unromantic guy and looked at him seriously. "I apologize for using you as a shield at that time. You also know that my current identity as the young miss of the Nangong family is like a phoenix that has fallen off the plane. Everyone wants to bully me. I can understand your resentment. Li Changsheng smiled and said, "It's okay. Didn't I also enjoy the benefits you gave me?" Then he waved to Nangong Jingmeng. "I'll go back to the villa first. I'll treat you to a meal another day." With that, he stopped a taxi by the roadside and disappeared at the end of the street. Nangong Jingmeng was still suspicious. What benefits? When she thought about the whole situation, she remembered the scene of her arms hugging Li Changsheng's arm. Her face couldn't help but redden, and she said, "Men really aren't good." After she finished speaking, she walked towards her carriage. However, she seemed to be glowing with radiance. After returning to the Yuanyi villa, Li Changsheng took out the medicine furnace that Xu Xiaolin had sent him, as well as the herbs he had obtained from the siblings of the 100 Herb Hall, and put them into the furnace. He decided to try to refine a furnace of pills. Since he woke up, after a period of cultivation, he had recovered to the 9th level of qi refining. He was only one step away from the 10th level and reaching the realm by side, the spiritual qi. With the help of pills, he could shorten the process. Bye. With the help of pills, by side. Placing the ingredients into the cauldron, Li Changsheng began to circulate the incantation. A small, light blue flame rose from his finger. Under his control, the flame grew bigger and bigger, until it was the size of a palm. He led it into the furnace. Suddenly, the 4 small holes in the furnace emitted a blue light. Li Changsheng's head was covered with dense beads of sweat. An hour later, Li Changsheng was constantly pouring his true essence into the furnace to maintain the flame. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Finally, at the last moment, with a peng sound, the cauldron shook, and then the flame was extinguished. Li Changsheng also sat on the ground, paralyzed. After resting for a long time, he opened the lid of the cauldron. A sweet fragrance floated out, and with just a whiff, he felt comfortable all over. In the furnace, a milky white pill emitted a tempting glow. Next to it was a pile of medicinal dregs. After so much effort, I only managed to refine a low-grade spirit-gathering pill. Li Changsheng smiled bitterly. My current cultivation is still too weak. If it was in the past, the worst he could refine was the highest grade. He could even refine king-grade and even divine-grade pills. He didn't expect that after spending so much effort, he only managed to refine a low-grade pill. Moreover, he only succeeded in refining one pill. Whether it was the quantity or the quality, he was very dissatisfied. However, it was better than nothing. Li Changsheng was not so picky. He picked up the spirit-gathering pill and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a cool feeling spread throughout his body. He hurriedly circulated his vital energy. After a long time, he felt his dantian was warm. When he opened his eyes, there was a flash of light. Qi refining 10th layer, Great Circle. Li Changsheng let out a long breath. The current world's Ling Qi was too thin. Cultivating was too strenuous. After stepping into the Great Circle of Qi refining, Li Changsheng felt that his whole body had undergone a great change. Especially when it came to the Great Circle of Qi refining. It's a pity that this cauldron of pills has been used up. If I want to refine more pills next time, I'll have to gather new ingredients. I don't know how the rich merchants in Medicine King's Valley are doing. There's no news from them. If it's really not good, I'll have to go to 100 Herb Hall. Just as Li Changsheng was thinking about this, his phone suddenly rang. When he picked it up, he found that it was the shopkeeper of 100 Herb Hall, Ding Qingyang. "Mr. Li, do you have time now? Can you come to 100 Herb Hall tomorrow? I have something to ask of you." Ding Qingyang's tone was somewhat anxious. "Okay." Li Changsheng nodded in agreement. Speaking of the devil, the Ding siblings must have something to ask of him. It just so happened that he could get the ingredients from them. Early the next morning, Li Changsheng took a taxi to 100 Herb Hall on Xinglong Street. When he arrived at the door, he found that the shutters were pulled to the ground. The words "temporarily closed" were stuck on it. Just as he was about to call to ask why there was no one in the shop, he saw the shutters open. Ding Qingyang and his sister walked out, followed by his disciple Juxing. She had been injured by Li Changsheng. Although she had recovered now, when she saw Li Changsheng again, her eyes were still full of hostility. Ding Qingyang saw this scene and his face turned cold. He reprimanded, "You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. You offended Mr. Li before, and now you dare to treat him with such an attitude. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Li, otherwise, I won't have you as my disciple." "Yes." Juxing lowered her head and was about to speak when Li Changsheng waved his hand. "Forget it. The past is the past." As he spoke, he looked at Ding Qingyang. "Shopkeeper Ding called me and said he needed my help." "What's the matter?" "Given shopkeeper Ding's character, I'm afraid it's not a trivial matter. To be honest, Mr. Li, I've indeed encountered a big problem. I want to ask the person behind you to help me. As long as Mr. Li agrees, I'm willing to pay any price." "The person behind me?" Li Changsheng shook his head. "There's no one behind me. I think you've misunderstood. But you can tell me what you've encountered. I'll help you deal with it." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Ding Qingyang's face suddenly froze. Behind him, Ding Qingxue said coldly, "You? How can you help us deal with it? You don't even know what's going on. Do you think you can stop him with your little martial arts? He's the leader of Mount Shu." Chapter 176. Ding Qingxue had experienced Li Changsheng's strength last time, but the enemy they were facing this time was too powerful. Ding Qingyang had no choice but to ask Li Changsheng for help because he really couldn't find any other helpers. He had to make a last resort. "Since you don't believe me, why did you ask me for help?" "I'm leaving." Li Changsheng shrugged and turned to leave. Ding Qingyang suddenly became anxious and hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, please wait. My sister is not sensible. I apologize to you on her behalf." Although he did not have much confidence in Li Changsheng was stronger than them and was their only helper. If Li Changsheng left, they would lose their only hope. "Brother." Ding Qingxue still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Ding Qingyang coldly. "Sister, don't mess around anymore." Seeing her brother's eyes, Ding Qingxue instantly understood something. Li Changsheng refused to tell them the person behind him. They could not count on Li Changsheng to help them resist the master of the Mount Shu sect. However, if Li Changsheng was in danger, the person behind him should show up. After Li Changsheng sent Ding Qingxue flying with one palm last time, the brother and sister had related speculations. They thought that the person behind Li Changsheng should be an elder of his sect. If that was the case, there was no reason for the person behind Li Changsheng not to take action when he was threatened. As long as the person behind Li Changsheng took action, he could help them deal with the enemy. After figuring out the key point, Ding Qingxue immediately stopped talking. Li Changsheng did not bother to pay attention to their thoughts. The reason why he agreed to help this time was that the brother and sister could find the herbs he needed. "Since you asked for my help, I can't do it for free. Just give me the herbs on the list I gave you last time." "Okay." Ding Qingyang was the first to nod. Although he would have to pay a hefty price for these herbs, he was now in a life and death crisis. Nothing was more important than his life. "Mr. Li, to be able to receive your help is the blessing of us siblings. Why don't you come in and have some tea first? Our shop still has a few spirit medicines that we would like you to appraise. If they are absolutely useful to you, you can take them." Li Changsheng suddenly understood. He knew that their enemy Kong would come today. Rather than inviting Li Changsheng for tea, it was more likely that he was afraid that Li Changsheng would leave, leaving Li Changsheng here so that they could face that great enemy together. Sect leader of Shushan. Li Changsheng thought of the words that Ding Qingxue had blurted out. Shushan was a sword cultivation sect, which had been very famous since ancient times. Although Shushan had declined in modern times, it was still not comparable to ordinary small sects. These people could make the sect leader of Shushan come out to hunt them down in person. It seemed that their identities were not simple. "Li Changsheng, you know who our enemy is, but your legs are not trembling in fear. I admire your courage very much. It shows that the sect behind you is very powerful. But listen to my advice, you'd better inform the people of your sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is a real fight later, It is very likely that the people of your sect will not be able to arrive in time. Ding Qingxue always disliked Li Changsheng because she was sent flying by Li Changsheng with one move last time. She still held a grudge against him. Women were indeed the most vengeful. Li Changsheng did not bother to pay attention to this beautiful but cold-faced woman. At this moment, there was a sudden sound outside. Ding Qingyang, who had been sitting opposite Li Changsheng, suddenly stood up and clenched the sword in his hand. Ding Qingxue, who was coldly looking at Li Changsheng, also showed a look of vigilance. "Are they here?" Ding Qingxue said with a serious look. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's go out and have a look." Ding Qingyang strode out. On the street in front of the shop, two figures were standing quietly. They were wearing suits and had slicked-back hair. However, they were holding quaint long swords in their hands, which looked a little strange. "Brother and sister of the Ding family, quickly come out and surrender. For the sake of the fact that we used to be brothers of the same sect, we can spare you from physical pain." One of the young men shouted loudly. Li Changsheng followed the brother and sister out. Ding Qingyang took a step forward and said loudly, "Sima, the old man, took my master's position as the sect leader. Everyone has the right to kill him. You too help the Evil Door. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Haha." The older man on the left sneered. Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, after the old sect leader died, he passed the position to sect leader Sima. "You too coveted the position and wanted to do something evil. Sect leader Sima saw through you and fled the mountain. Now, you are accusing sect leader Sima of slandering. You really deserve to die. Now, obediently surrender and follow us back to the sect to be judged by sect leader Sima. Then, you can save your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for not caring about our old friendship. Bah! You are the guilty ones who complain first." Ding Qingxue could not help but shout. The older man snorted and chanted an incantation. The flying sword in his hand flew out of the sheath and shot towards Ding Qingxue. 100 steps flying sword. Ding Qingxue's face was full of shock. This was a secret skill of Shu Mountain, which could only be used by cultivators above the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Ding Qingxue was only at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. She could not block this move at all. The man sneered. Sect leader Sima regarded us as his personal disciples. In the past year, he used all kinds of pills to improve our cultivation. Ding Qingxue, you didn't expect that my strength would far surpass yours in just a year, did you? This is why you helped the Evil Door. Ding Qingyang snorted. When the flying sword was about to fall on Ding Qingxue, he suddenly took a step forward. A cold light flashed in his hand and directly blocked the flying sword. At the same time, the sword light turned into a silver light and fought with the man's flying sword. A few seconds later, with a clang, the older man's flying sword fell to the ground and made a trembling sound. It turned out that his flying sword technique had been broken by Ding Qingyang. Seeing this scene, the two people from the Shu Mountain sect were shocked. They did not expect that Ding Qingyang's strength would increase so quickly after leaving the blessed land of Shu Mountain. Just by blocking the flying sword just now, the two of them knew that they were no match for Ding Qingyang. At this moment, Ding Qingyang was holding a long sword in his hand and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of a great sword immortal. He looked at the two of them and said coldly, "The old sect leader treated you too well, but you took the Evil Door as your father for the sake of benefits. Today, I will clean up the sect on behalf of the old sect leader." As he spoke, Ding Qingyang slowly raised his hand and locked the long sword in his hand on the two of them. Ding Qingxue also came to her senses from the surprise just now and said, "Brother, why bother talking nonsense with them? Just kill them." The two men looked at each other and thought of retreating. Just as they were about to turn around and escape, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky. Before the figure fell, a powerful momentum overpowered the scene, making everyone present feel suffocated. Chapter 177. The smugness on Ding Qingxue's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by fear and hatred. Not only her, but her brother Ding Qingyang also clenched the long sword in his hand. Ju Xing, who was behind him, was trembling in fear. It was a middle-aged man with a square face and sharp edges, giving people a feeling of toughness. When he appeared, the surrounding wind seemed to have stopped. The two disciples hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Sect Master Sima. So he is the Sect Master of Shu Mountain." Li Changsheng thought silently in his heart. From the other party's aura, he could tell that he was an innate realm expert. Now that the spirit chi on earth was thin, even the strength of the sect master of a super sect like Shu Mountain was greatly reduced. Li Changsheng remembered that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the sect master of Shu Mountain was still a mysterious finger realm expert, and the innate realm expert was at most an inner sect disciple. "Qingyang, Qingxue, why aren't you greeting your martial uncle?" Sima Changkong said with a smile. "Bah! Sima Changkong, you're not worthy. Our master saw you as his blood brother and even passed down the sect master's cultivation method to you to cultivate. However, the moment you came out of seclusion, you challenged him and snatched his position as sect master, causing him to die from extreme anger. As for the few elders who supported my master, they were all killed by you because they opposed you becoming the sect master. If it weren't for the two of us escaping quickly, I'm afraid that we would have become ghosts under your sword." Ding Qingshue's eyes were red as she gritted her teeth and said. Hearing Ding Qingshue's words, Sima Changkong's expression did not change. "Your master treated me well, but he was too weak and couldn't revitalize Shu Mountain. Shu Mountain was originally a super sect, but now there are only a few big cats left, and it has fallen to a third-rate sect. This is your master's fault. When I came out of the mountain to defeat your master and take the sect master position, those old fogies had to come out to stop me. If I didn't kill them, how could I establish my power? Moreover, my actions were supported by a few grand elders. Otherwise, do you think they would watch me take the sect master position even if they were in seclusion?" Ding Qingyang and his sister were unable to refute Sima Changkong's words. That's right. No matter how strong Sima Changkong was, how could he possibly be stronger than those few grand elders? However, from the beginning to the end, those few grand elders had never shown themselves. Seeing that Ding Qingxue seemed to be moved by his words, Sima Changkong continued, "Regarding your honored master's death, I also did not expect it. You too are his disciples, so I will compensate the two of you for what I have done to your honored master. As long as you two follow me back to Shushan, I am willing to make you two my true disciples and inherit my mantle. Don't even think about it." Afraid that his sister would be persuaded, Ding Qingyang stepped forward and said loudly, "Sima Changkong, your mouth is full of crooked logic, but no matter how glib your tongue is, you cannot cover up your crimes. Today, I will take revenge for my master." As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Qingyang swung his sword. The sword light was like a silver dragon as it sped towards Sima Changkong. "Qingyang, your uncle master is trying to persuade you. You are being a little stubborn." Sima Changkong did not seem to make any movements. He only took a step forward lightly. In the next moment, a light wave appeared between the two of them. Ding Qingyang's sword light pierced the light wave, but it could not advance any further. Release of inner qi. Full cycle of the innate realm. Li Changsheng judged silently in his heart. His strength and Sima Changkong's were just one realm apart. However, Li Changsheng used to do things like fighting across realms, so he did not feel any pressure now. "Qingyang, you were disrespectful to your uncle master. I can understand your resentment, but I am now the sect leader of Shushan. Naturally, I have to show the dignity of a sect leader. Therefore, I have to teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Sima Changkong lifted his finger gently and placed it below Ding Qingyang's flying sword. The sword that was made of precious materials instantly cracked and shattered into pieces. At this moment, whether it was Ding Qingyang, or Zhu Xing, everyone was in despair. Sima Changkong was too powerful. He was so powerful that they could not even think of resisting. Ding Qingxue subconsciously looked at Li Changsheng, who was standing beside her. Seeing Li Changsheng's expressionless face, she thought that he was scared out of his wits and could not help but shake her head. Ding Qingyang smiled bitterly. Sima Changkong's strength was beyond his expectations. Even if the person behind Li Changsheng appeared now, he might not be able to stop him. Moreover, in his opinion, Even if Li Changsheng called for reinforcements now, it would be too late. When Ding Qingyang's eyes were filled with determination, the aura on his body surged crazily. His momentum continued to grow. When it reached a peak, he used his finger as a sword and suddenly pierced forward. At this moment, the aura on his body was not inferior to the innate realm. Burning your own qi and blood to forcefully raise your realm. Qingyang, you are indeed worthy of being your master's disciple. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Sima Changkong sneered and pointed a finger forward. The sword light that Ding Qingyang had unleashed was instantly shattered, and Ding Qingyang was sent flying. When he landed, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. "Don't hurt my brother," Ding Qingxue shouted. The sword light in her hand slashed toward Sima Changkong. However, before she could get close, Sima Changkong gently flicked his sleeve. A yellow light flew out and knocked the sword out of her hand. Then, it tied her up. It was a yellow rope. Is this a Dharma treasure, the immortal binding rope? Ding Qingxue was tied up by the rope and could not move. Her face was filled with horror. "It's just a replica." Sima Changkong smiled slightly. "But it should be enough to deal with you." He instructed the two disciples beside him, "Take them down and bring them back to Mount Shu." As for this disciple they took in the secular world, his aptitude is too poor. He's not worthy of using our secret technique. Just kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Xing was so scared that her legs went soft. Ding Qingxue's eyes were red, but no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the immortal binding rope. On the other side, Ding Qingyang wanted to stand up and stop them. However, because he was injured just now, he was directly restrained by a disciple. As for the other Mount Shu disciple, he had already drawn his sword and walked to Zhu Xing. Just as Zhu Xing was about to lose her life, a voice rang out. "Wait a minute. Li Changsheng?" When Ding Qingxue saw that Li Changsheng actually stood up, she was shocked. Why did he stand up? Isn't he courting death? Although Ding Qingxue didn't like Li Changsheng in any way, at this moment, she sincerely hoped that Li Changsheng could escape this calamity. "Mr. Li, you have nothing to do with today's matter. It's better that you don't get involved in this mess," Ding Qingyang said loudly. Although he asked Li Changsheng for help, his real purpose was to lure out the elders of the sect behind Li Changsheng. However, it was obviously impossible now. Sima Changkong had such powerful strength. Ding Qingyang did not think that Li Changsheng would be of any use if he stood up at this time. At most, he would just lose another life. However, Li Changsheng didn't pay any attention to the siblings. He calmly looked at Sima Changkong and said with a slight smile, "Can you let them go for my sake?" As soon as he said that, the two disciples of Mount Shu sect, including Sima Changkong, were stunned. Ding Qingyang and his sister were even more speechless. "You want Sima Changkong to give you face? Who do you think you are?" Chapter 178. Ha ha ha. Sima Changkong could not help but laugh out loud after being stunned for a short while. Was there something wrong with this young man's head? How could he say something like that? It was simply too funny. The two disciples from Shushan's sect also laughed out loud. This was simply the funniest joke they had heard this year. "Can you give me some face and let them go?" Li Changsheng spoke again with a straight face. "Give you face? Is your face worth a lot?" Sima Changkong's smile disappeared as a playful look appeared in his eyes. Those who were familiar with him would know that he had the intention to kill. In fact, he did not intend to let Li Changsheng go from the moment he appeared. However, in his eyes, Li Changsheng was not even as important as Zhu Xing. Whether he killed him or not was just a casual decision. However, this person who was like an ant in his eyes actually said something like that in front of him. "So, you don't intend to give me any face?" Li Changsheng still had a serious look on his face. This time, Sima Changkong's face showed some doubt because he could see calmness in Li Changsheng's eyes. This calmness was definitely not the kind of calmness that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. It was a manifestation of confidence. "I've misjudged you. You're not an ordinary person, but a cultivator." Sima Changkong shook his head. "No matter what kind of background you have, no matter who your elders are, you must die today. Hearing Sima Changkong's words, Ding Qingyang and his sister's eyes dimmed at the same time. They knew this martial uncle's character and knew that he was not lying. No matter how much they hated this martial uncle, they had to admit that Sima Changkong was definitely a decisive person. He would not regret his decision once he made it. I asked you to give me some face. As long as you do, we'll definitely have a happy ending. However, you won't give it to me, so I can only take it myself. Li Changsheng shook his head and sighed. He walked towards Sima Changkong step by step. With every step, the aura on his body rose a little. When he was less than 5 steps away from Sima Changkong, his blood and qi formed a resplendent brilliance behind his back, making him look like a god. At this time, Ding Qingxue, who was being controlled, Ding Qingyang, who was lying on the ground, the 2 disciples of Mount Shu, and Sima Changkong were all dumbfounded. Light swirled above Li Changsheng's head, gradually forming the shape of a divine sword. Since Mount Shu is famous for its swordsmanship, I will defeat you with my swordsmanship today. Li Changsheng slowly raised his arm and put his 2 fingers together. He lightly pointed towards Sima Changfeng's direction. Crack! The light sword above his head let out a roar as the air was sliced in half. With the sound of wind and thunder, it slashed towards Sima Changkong. Only then did Sima Changkong react. His face turned serious. He felt a great threat from Li Changsheng's sword. Kid, you're indeed strong. However, you're still too inexperienced to compete with me in swordsmanship. Sima Changkong shouted loudly. A flying sword flew out from his back, and in an instant, it turned into thousands of swords, densely packed as they rushed towards Li Changsheng. Be careful. Ding Qingxue and her sister couldn't help but exclaim. They were from Mount Shu. Naturally, they knew how terrifying Sima Changkong's move was. However, Li Changsheng only smiled faintly and spat out a word, break. In an instant, the light sword rushed into the sea of swords. Like a fast boat splitting the waves, it directly penetrated Sima Changkong's seal and landed on his body. Sima Changkong didn't even have time to react. Under the light of the sword, his right arm that was holding the sword was directly cut off. His arm was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Ah! Sima Changkong let out a scream. Blood gushed out from the cut on his arm. The dignified Mount Shu sect leader, who had just displayed a powerful strength, couldn't even withstand one move from Li Changsheng. His arm was cut off. What was even more terrifying was that Li Changsheng actually defeated a sect leader of a swordsman sect in swordsmanship. At this moment, everyone looked at Li Changsheng differently. So what he said was true. There's no one behind him. He's a super expert himself. Ding Qingyang muttered to himself as though he was in a dream. Even the legs of the 2 Mount Shu disciples were trembling. No one would have thought that Li Changsheng, who was ignored by everyone at the beginning, was actually the most terrifying person. Ding Qingshue's face was filled with disbelief. Thinking of her ridicule and disbelief towards Li Changsheng, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. All kinds of emotions filled her heart, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Sima Changkong, who had one of his arms cut off by Li Changsheng, was already scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to find trouble with Li Changsheng anymore. He couldn't care less about the safety of his 2 disciples. He turned around and turned into an afterimage, flying into the distance. Li Changsheng didn't give chase. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but because his current realm was too low. At most, he could only use that one move. He had no true essence left in his body. It wasn't enough to support him to continue chasing after Sima Changkong. Why aren't the 2 of you scram? Don't tell me you want to take revenge for Sima Changkong. Li Changsheng's sharp gaze swept across the 2 Mount Shu disciples. The 2 of them immediately felt as though they had been pardoned. They rolled and crawled as they fled into the distance. After they were completely gone, Li Changsheng walked to Ding Qingshue's side and reached out to untie the rope on Ding Qingshue's body. Ding Qingshue's eyes were filled with gratitude. Just as she was about to thank Li Changsheng for saving her life, she saw that Li Changsheng didn't even look at her. Instead, he looked at the rope in his hand and muttered, although it's an imitation, it can still be considered a magic tool. It seems like today's effort wasn't in vain. As he spoke, He directly tied the rope around his waist like a belt. When he looked up and saw Ding Qingxue staring at him, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What are you looking at? This rope is my spoils of war. Don't even think about snatching it from me. After the shock on Ding Qingxue's face, a wave of anger rushed to her heart. So this guy didn't come to untie the rope to save her, but to take a fancy to this rope. She was still filled with gratitude towards him. Ignoring Ding Qingxue's eyes that were about to spit fire, Li Changsheng looked at Ding Qingyang and said, I've helped you solve your problem. As a reward, give me another set of medicinal herbs according to the prescription I gave you last time. Also, I need some spirit stones. It's best if you can get them for me too. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked to the side of the street. After taking a few steps, it was as if something suddenly broke, and a sense of noise rushed to his face. He also broke the isolation formation that Sima Changkong had set up here. Although this street wasn't a bustling street, there were still many small shops. Sima Changkong had caused such a big commotion, but no one noticed it because he had set up the formation in advance. Now that it was broken by Li Changsheng, everything returned to normal. Looking at Li Changsheng, who disappeared at the end of the street, Ding Qingyang and the other two had complicated expressions. Sima Changkong had quietly set up the formation, which was already very powerful. Li Changsheng had broken the formation without any movement, which was even more terrifying. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Ding Qingyang and the other two had huge questions in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 179. Taking a taxi back to the villa, Li Changsheng sat on the sofa and began to meditate. The sword that cut off Sima Changkong's arm today had almost depleted the true essence in his body. Now that his body was empty, he had to recover as soon as possible. It seems that my martial arts realm is still too low. Although he could fight across realms with the help of powerful magical powers, there were still too many restrictions. If not for the fact that he wanted to get the herbs he needed from the Ding siblings, he would not have bothered to do such a thing. When I refine the essence gathering pill next time and step into the carnate stage, I won't have to be so careful when using such a move. Li Changsheng thought as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He set up a spirit gathering array around the villa. Although the effect was average, it was much denser than the barren spirit qi outside. 3 days after the incident, Ding Qingyang asked his disciple, Zhu Xing, to send Li Changsheng the herbs he wanted and a few low-grade spirit stones. Although Li Changsheng was not satisfied with the quality of the spirit stones, he knew that the spirit qi in this world was so barren that the Ding siblings would have to pay a hefty price for these spirit stones. After putting away the spirit stones and herbs, Li Changsheng was not in a hurry to start refining. He decided to wait a little longer. Those people who went to the Medicine King Valley last time had promised to help him find the herbs. So much time had passed, and there should be news soon. Last time, with the help of a low-grade essence gathering pill, he broke through to the 10th level of qi refining, but to step into the carnate stage, he needed dozens of times more energy than before. If he only refined a low-grade essence gathering pill, the effect would not be much. The next day, Li Changsheng was stopped as soon as he went to school. It was Wu Xiaowan, who had gone to the Medicine King Valley with Li Changsheng. What's the matter, Teacher Wu? Li Changsheng looked a little puzzled. Although Wu Xiaowan's behavior in the Valley of the Medicine Masters was very normal, it still left Li Changsheng a little disappointed. Wu Xiaowan didn't seem to notice the estrangement in Li Changsheng's tone. Instead, she smiled and said, Just call me Xiaowan. I'm actually about the same age as you. Last time in Medicine King Valley, you left in a hurry and I didn't have time to thank you. This time, you must give me a chance. How about I treat you to a meal this Sunday? For a beauty like Wu Xiaowan, it would be hard for an ordinary man to refuse her invitation. However, Li Changsheng shook his head and said, I'm afraid there won't be time. After saying that, he looked at his watch. There's a class meeting today, so I'll take my leave first. With that, he turned around and walked toward the teaching building. Looking at Li Changsheng's back, Wu Xiaowan could not help but stomp her feet in anger. This guy is still angry at me. He really holds a grudge. However, I don't believe that you can remain indifferent to this lady's charms. Wu Xiaowan bit her lips and said hatefully. Li Changsheng just said that he was going to attend the class meeting. In fact, it was not entirely to get rid of Wu Xiaoan. In the morning, he did receive a text message from the class leader. The class meeting was going to be held, so the members should try not to be absent. It was the first time he came to his class. At the door of the class, Li Changsheng noticed a fashionably dressed female classmate looking toward the corridor, as if waiting for someone. This female classmate attracted the attention of the boys not because of her coquettish appearance, but because of the blue butterfly tattoo on her exposed slender waist. As a college student, she had a tattoo on this part of her body. Moreover, she was unscrupulously wearing an exposed navel top. Not only Li Changsheng, but everyone who passed by her inevitably stared at her tattoo a few times. However, the girl didn't care at all. The girl's name was Wei Qingqing. She was an anchor on a live broadcast platform. It was said that she had created a record of earning hundreds of thousands of yuan in one night. She was also regarded as an influential figure in Qingju University. When Li Changsheng walked over, Wei Qingqing only stopped on him for less than a second before turning her gaze away. In fact, just a few days ago, when Liu Xiong invited Li Changsheng to eat, Li Changsheng and Nangong Jingmeng went in, Wei Qingqing just happened to come out from inside. However, at that time, all her eyes were attracted by Nangong Jingmeng, a girl who was more beautiful than her. As for Li Changsheng, who was like a green leaf next to her, he didn't leave any impression on her at all. Wei Qingqing wasn't the only one standing at the door. There was also a very handsome man wearing a shirt. Almost everyone who walked into the class would take the initiative to greet him. When Li Changsheng appeared, his signature charming smile appeared on his face. "You must be Li Changsheng, right? I'm Ma Yi, the class leader who sent you a text message. I heard that you transferred to our class later. This is the first time we've met." Ma Yi was very talkative. His tone was cordial and very infectious. As the class leader, he could remember the names of every classmate. He and Li Changsheng had never met before, but he recognized Li Changsheng at a glance just by looking at the photo. This kind of person seemed to be born to be a leader. After exchanging a few words with Li Changsheng, he continued to stand at the door and wait. Li Changsheng walked to the back of the classroom and sat down. Two boys were talking in a low voice. Li Changsheng, who had always been silent, decided to take the initiative to get to know a few classmates. So he took the initiative to greet the two and introduced himself. "My name is Li Changsheng. Nice to meet you." The tall guy with a watermelon haircut said that his name was Zhong Wenbin. He was the class's sports committee member. He was very handsome, a bit like Rukawa Kid in Slam Dunk. The other fat guy was called Zhao Chenggan. He was the class's publicity committee member. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and gave people a gentle feeling. The two of them just smiled at Li Changsheng and continued to talk about their topic. It was obviously somewhat perfunctory. Li Changsheng had long heard that the university was equivalent to a miniature version of society. And these people who held positions in the class were equivalent to small leaders in a company. Li Changsheng was no different from a small employee in their eyes. The two leaders were talking, so naturally they were unwilling to drag Li Changsheng into the conversation. Class and social circle had always been the most exclusive and the most difficult thing to break. Almost everyone in the class had arrived. The class leader, Ma Yi, walked to the podium and the class quieted down. Zhong Wenbin and Zhao Chenggan's conversation also came to an end. Only then did they notice Li Changsheng sitting next to them. They once again smiled at Li Changsheng. It was not far, not close, not salty, not light. However, Li Changsheng could see at a glance that the two of them were actually estranged from him in their hearts. It was probably because Li Changsheng was the first time they met, so they were repulsed. Or Li Changsheng's appearance and temperament were too ordinary and not outstanding, so he could not be regarded as the same kind of person as them. In short, Li Changsheng could be considered to have reluctantly recognized the two classmates in the class other than the class leader, Ma Yi. Although he felt that these two friends might not really remember his name. Chapter 180. As everyone knew, in the university, the friendship between classmates was far less real than the feelings brought by the upper and lower bunks in the dormitory. Even after 3 years in the university, many people couldn't even recognize their classmates clearly. The theme of this class meeting was that the class monitor, Ma Yi, wanted to change this situation slightly and recruit for the upcoming autumn sports meet. The class monitor, Ma Yi, was not only the monitor of Li Changsheng's class, but also an important position in the student council. At the class meeting, he vaguely revealed his duties in the student council, and if anyone in the class had any difficulties, they could go to him. There were some places where he could provide convenience for his classmates. His speech caused his popularity in the class to soar. Even a few young people who didn't care about the class meeting at first couldn't help but change their view of him and shouted, "The class monitor is mighty." Ma Yi was very satisfied with the effect of establishing prestige. When he finished speaking, he let several small leaders in the class go up to speak. Zhong Wenbin and Zhao Chenggan, who sat next to Li Changsheng, were naturally among them. When Zhong Wenbin went up to speak, Ma Yi sat in his seat. He first greeted Zhao Chenggan next to him, and then looked at Li Changsheng. He had some impression of Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng came to this class later and didn't seem to have come to a class. Last time when he helped the counselor take attendance, he saw that the counselor took the initiative to cross out Li Changsheng's name, so he paid attention to Li Changsheng. "Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. It's my treat." Ma Yi took the initiative to invite Li Changsheng. Zhao Chenggan next to him showed some doubts. Although Ma Yi was a person who knew how to deal with people and was smooth and slick in dealing with people and taking care of everyone's feelings, it was inevitable that Li Changsheng would overthink things when he insisted on having a meal with so many people in the class. After the class meeting, Ma Yi, Zhao Chenggan, Zhong Wenbin, and Li Changsheng went to the school's east cafeteria. The school was divided into 2 cafeterias, the east and the west. The food had its own specialties and was not expensive, suitable for the consumption of students. Because Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin were discussing the autumn sports meet on the way, their speed was slightly slower. By the time they arrived at the canteen, there was already a long line. Li Changsheng sat down by the window. Since Ma Yi said that he was treating, he was too lazy to queue up. At this time, the weather was a little stuffy. Because there were more people in the cafeteria, the effect of the fans was minimal. There was an air conditioner in the corner, but Li Changsheng was a little far from the air conditioner. Before the cold wind could reach him, it was dispersed by the hot air. Looking at the figures coming and going outside the window, the men and women were full of youthful vigor and vitality. Li Changsheng sat there, bored. He saw the screen of his phone light up. It was a message from Wu Xiaowan. "Where are you?" It was followed by a tearful emoji. Li Changsheng thought for a while and finally replied, "The cafeteria." "Yeah, I'm also in the cafeteria." The text message was replied almost instantly, followed by a grin. Li Changsheng looked up and saw a woman wearing a cap at 10 o'clock in his line of sight, waving at him. Wu Xiaowan was too popular in the school. She probably didn't want to attract too much attention. However, even though she was wearing a cap and sunglasses, there were still many eyes focused on her. Some people's appearance couldn't be bad just by looking at their backs, like Wu Xiaowan. Even if one couldn't see her face, the temperament was innate and couldn't be ignored. "Come and eat with me." Wu Xiaowan directly sent a voice message to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was about to reply with a text message to refuse, but he saw Wu Xiaowan had already walked over with a lunchbox. For a moment, countless eyes followed Wu Xiaowan's body and fell on Li Changsheng. Especially when Wu Xiaowan handed a glass of juice to Li Changsheng with a smile. A few men who had been paying attention to Wu Xiaowan for a long time wailed, thinking, when did the beauty's taste become so distorted? What virtue and ability does this man have to make the beauty fall in love with him? Li Changsheng smiled bitterly and took a sip of the juice in his hand, thinking, when Ma Yi and the others come and see Wu Xiaowan, the famous teacher in the school, sitting next to me, I wonder what kind of expression they will have. However, he soon knew that he worried too much. He had just taken a sip of the juice and didn't have time to take a second sip when he heard a lot of noise. He looked up and saw that the food window was in a mess. Ma Yi and the other 2 were arguing with a tall man. As the tall man's fist landed on Ma Yi's face, a conflict was inevitable. Zhong Wenbin and Zhao Chenggan also joined the fight, and several of the tall man's companions also rushed up. Zhong Wenbin, as the sports committee member, was on the school's basketball team. He had a strong physique and could fight 2 people by himself. As for Zhao Chenggan, he was fat and weak in fighting. As soon as he rushed up, he was kicked to the ground by the tall man. Ma Yi was not good at fighting. He waved his fists, but he could not grasp the key points. In the end, he had 2 more panda eyes. In the end, Zhong Wenbin was left alone and was soon at a disadvantage. "Isn't that Ma Yi?" Wu Xiaowan looked at the chaotic crowd and said. "You know him." Li Changsheng was a little surprised. "He is a famous person in the school, and my class is his major." As she said, she looked at Li Changsheng. "You know him too?" "He is my class monitor." Li Changsheng smiled. He saw Wu Xiaowan's face was a little complacent. "I heard that there is a guy who is not willing to come to my class. It turns out that it is you." "Ah." Li Changsheng was a little confused. "I am your finance teacher. Don't tell me that you don't know which major you are studying." Li Changsheng was a little dumbfounded. He thought, why did Chu Yaotian enroll me in the finance major? Does he want me to find a job outside after graduation? Looking at Wu Xiaowan's half-smile, he was a little confused. Although it didn't matter to Li Changsheng whether he went to class or not, he had skipped countless classes in a row. Now he happened to be caught red-handed. It was inevitable that he felt like he was caught having an affair in bed. While the two were talking, the battle over there was still going on, but it had become completely one-sided. As Zhong Wenbin, the sports committee member, fell to the ground, Ma Yi's side was completely defeated. Li Changsheng took a sip of juice and slowly stood up from the chair. "What, are you going to help?" Wu Xiaowan had a very clear understanding of Li Changsheng's fighting strength. Chapter 181. "Are you going to help him?" Wu Xiaowan asked Li Changsheng with a smile. "No." Li Changsheng shook his head. "I just want to go to the washroom." In a university campus full of youthful restlessness, fighting was a hot-blooded thing that could easily strengthen the friendship between men. However, Li Changsheng didn't have any intention to intervene. First of all, although the 2 sides seemed to be fighting fiercely, there was no ruthless stubble. At least until now, Li Changsheng hadn't seen anyone pick up a weapon. The table next to them, the chairs, the forks and chopsticks on the table, all of these things were very lethal. Secondly, the fight here had attracted the attention of the school's security. Li Changsheng saw several uniformed security guards rushing in and knew that things would soon calm down. Sure enough, when Li Changsheng came out of the washroom, the 2 sides had been separated. A teacher in charge of the school's security hurried over. Fighting was a very bad thing, especially when Ma Yi and the other 2 were leaders of the class. It was very easy for them to be punished severely. However, when the teacher came, he acted as if it was a small matter and dismissed the fight between the 2 sides as a game. Even Li Changsheng felt that this decision was inconceivable. Seemingly aware of Li Changsheng's doubts, Wu Xiaowan explained, "Ma Yi's father is the director of the academic affairs office, and the tall guy who fought with them is called Ji Lin. His father is a visiting professor of the school. They are all related to each other. The teacher in charge of security can't afford to offend either of them." Li Changsheng suddenly understood. Originally, he planned to treat Ma Yi to a meal, but now he couldn't freeload this meal. After such a disturbance, the cafeteria was in chaos. Li Changsheng went there and casually ordered a boxed lunch. After eating, he said goodbye to Wu Xiaowan and returned to the dormitory. Jiang Dao and the others weren't there, so Li Changsheng was lying on the bed alone in the dormitory, playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly, he heard a clamor coming from the corridor. It seemed that they were all walking towards the east. At this time, the dormitory door opened and Zhong Xiaofeng led a girl in. The girl looked quite delicate. Zhong Xiaofeng introduced her as Shang Shuqin, his girlfriend. The girl was a little shy. Li Changsheng sat up from the bed and took the initiative to take out the tea leaves that Xu Xiaolin had left for him. He used a disposable cup to make a cup of tea and placed it in front of the girl. Fortunately, the dormitory was clean and tidy, so Shang Shuqin had a place to stay. Li Changsheng looked at Zhong Xiaofeng's blissful face. Although he didn't know how far their relationship would go, Whether they would walk down the aisle after graduation or part ways, at least for now, Li Changsheng was still happy for him. Have you heard? There were two groups of people fighting in the cafeteria today. It was quite fierce. Shang Xuqin and Zhong Xiaofeng were also eating in the cafeteria at that time and happened to witness the scene. Since there was nothing to talk about, they took the initiative to bring it up. I was there too. I'm from the same class, Li Changsheng said. Ma Yi is in your class? This time, Zhong Xiaofeng was a little surprised. He is a popular figure in our grade. Although he is just a freshman, he holds an important position in the student union. I heard that his family background is not ordinary. By the way, we live on the same floor, not far from our dormitory. Are you sure you don't want to go and see him? After all, we are in the same class and on the same floor. It's fate. Zhong Xiaofeng said this without any intention to stop Li Changsheng, the third wheel, from continuing to shine here. Of course, Li Changsheng understood. He smiled, took out a box of tea leaves from the cabinet below, put it in a bag and walked outside. When Li Changsheng closed the door and heard the footsteps go away, Zhong Xiaofeng couldn't wait to pounce on Shang Xuqin like a hungry tiger. Shang Xuqin hurriedly pushed him away with a red face. What are you doing? This is your male dormitory. It will be embarrassing if we are caught. Only then did Zhong Xiaofeng smile. By the way, didn't you say that your dormitory is full of talents? Especially this Li Changsheng. You praised him like a flower in front of me, but I think he is very honest. There is nothing special about him. Shang Xuqin often heard Zhong Xiaofeng talk about Li Changsheng and had great expectations in her heart. This time, she was slightly disappointed when she saw him. He is low-key. A real man doesn't show his true colors. Let me tell you, this guy is very tough. I think his skills can be compared with professional fighters. You have been talking for a long time. Except for his skills, there is nothing special about him. What era is it now? Who cares whether his skills are good or not? Money and power are supreme. No matter how good he is at fighting, he can't make a living with it. Shang Xuqin curled her lips. Zhong Xiaofeng was speechless. According to Zhong Xiaofeng, Li Changsheng came to dormitory 313. The last group of people in the dormitory had just left. Many people in the school came to greet him because he was injured in a fight. When Li Changsheng went in, he saw Zhong Wenbin and Zhao Chenggan were also there. After seeing Li Changsheng, they were obviously surprised. I am in dormitory 305. I didn't expect that our relatives on the same floor would bring some tea leaves for you to try. Li Changsheng put the tea leaves on the table. He saw Ma Yi with 2 dark circles under her eyes and a bump on her forehead. She was using an ice pack and a towel to apply it. Zhong Wenbin and Zhao Chenggan were injured to different degrees, but they were not as serious as Ma Yi. Changsheng, take a seat. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but it turned out to be a mess. Ma Yi smiled and pointed to the stool next to her. Want one? Zhong Wenbin took out the cigarette on the table and handed it to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng took it and lit it up. If I wasn't careless and was hugged from behind by that guy, I definitely could have killed those two. Zhong Wenbin continued the topic that was interrupted by Li Changsheng. After this fight, although the three of them didn't gain any advantage, they seemed to have become famous. In particular, it made the relationship between the three of them even stronger. Zhao Chenggan beside also joined the discussion. By the way, Changsheng, you must have been scared at that time. I didn't see your shadow when I looked back. But Zhong Wenbin is really fierce today. He didn't fall into a disadvantage when fighting against 3 people alone. When Zhao Chenggan said this, he looked at Li Changsheng with a bit of disdain. Worthy of being the sports committee member. Li Changsheng gave Zhong Wenbin a thumbs up. Changsheng is a good kid at first sight. Ma Yi defended Li Changsheng. After smoking a cigarette, Li Changsheng saw that the 3 of them were discussing enthusiastically. It seemed unnecessary for him to sit there, so he said goodbye and was about to leave. Ma Yi nodded at Li Changsheng. When Li Changsheng was about to go out, she suddenly thought of something and said, Changsheng, you should attend the finance class tomorrow morning. Wu Xiaowan is the first goddess of our school. People from other departments are rushing to attend our class. You, on the other hand, haven't attended a single class. I feel embarrassed every time the roll is called. Okay, I got it. Li Changsheng nodded. Chapter 182. Wu Xiaowan was rated as the #1 goddess on the school forum. Her class was definitely very popular. The entire classroom was filled with students even before the official start of class. When Li Changsheng appeared, if it wasn't for Ma Yi waving at him, he really wouldn't have been able to find his seat. Zhong Xiaofeng and his girlfriend, Shang Shuqin, also came. They sat in a corner of the school and didn't notice Li Changsheng sitting in the center. There were too many people in the class, almost exceeding the capacity of the class. The seductively dressed girl from that day, Wei Qingqing, was sitting not far from Li Changsheng. Her gaze occasionally glanced at Li Changsheng, but she wasn't looking at Li Changsheng. Instead, she was looking at a handsome boy sitting in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng felt that the back of the other party was somewhat familiar. When he saw Ma Yi, Zhong Wenbin, and the other two's eyes that were about to spit fire, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the young man named Ji Lin who fought with Ma Yi and the others in the cafeteria yesterday? This really could be called enemies on a narrow road. In our class, a student from another class dares to sit in front of us. Should we teach him a lesson after class? After yesterday's battle, Zhong Wenbin had a lot of confidence in his combat strength and asked Ma Yi. Ma Yi was the class monitor and also the leader of the small circle of the three of them. Don't mess around. It wasn't easy to suppress yesterday's matter. If another one happens, I don't need to be the class monitor anymore. Ma Yi replied in a low voice. Zhong Wenbin didn't say much. The reason why he said so was to show his attitude. No one was willing to be given a big demerit because of this. Ji Lin seemed to know what Ma Yi and the others were talking about. He turned his head and gave Zhong Wenbin a provocative look, causing Zhong Wenbin to almost go berserk. However, he immediately saw 7 or 8 boys sitting in the same row as Ji Lin turn their heads at the same time with murderous looks. The other party obviously came prepared. Zhong Wenbin, who was about to get angry, felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Ma Yi and Zhao Chenggen also shrunk their necks. After all, they were only students. If they dared to fight in a situation where both sides were evenly matched, they naturally wouldn't be able to be unyielding if the other party had more people. Li Changsheng watched this scene with interest. At this time, Li Changsheng's phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a video sent by Wu Xiaowan. Because the classroom was too noisy, she quietly got up and went outside the classroom to answer the phone. On the other end of the video call, Wu Xiaowan was driving. She had on light makeup, which made her look very attractive. Li Changsheng, did you come to my class today? If you don't come, I'll report it to the school leaders. I'm here. Li Changsheng smiled bitterly. If other people were targeted by such a great beauty, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams, but Li Changsheng could only smile bitterly. Wu Xiaowan was not his type, and it would only be a waste of time if he continued to pester her. Really? You're actually willing to attend my class? Wu Xiaowan's face showed some surprise. She had said that on purpose yesterday, but she didn't expect Li Changsheng to actually come to class. I'm stuck in a traffic jam. I'll be in the classroom in 10 minutes. Li Changsheng, if you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely ask the school to give you a big punishment. As she said that, she even made threatening gestures. After hanging up the phone, Li Changsheng adjusted his white shirt. He was dressed more formally today, not because of Wu Xiaowan, but because the combat team had been training for so long. Today, the school leaders were going to conduct an inspection. As the coach, Li Changsheng felt that he should dress more formally. Almost 10 minutes had passed since the class started, and Wu Xiaowan still hadn't appeared. The classroom was already abuzz with discussion. Why isn't Ms. Wu here yet? Could it be that something happened? I specially came here to listen to the goddess's class. Could it be that she got another teacher to substitute for her? That would be terrible. Everyone was whispering to each other and discussing. At this moment, Li Changsheng, who had finished smoking a cigarette in the corridor, pushed open the door and walked in. The moment the door opened, the classroom fell into silence. Everyone looked at the door. When they saw that it was Li Changsheng who walked in, They were all puzzled. Hey! Why is it a young man who came in? Where's my goddess? Could it be that my jinx was right? The goddess can't come today because of something, so he's going to substitute for her? There was a buzz of discussion. This teacher looks quite young. Could it be that he's an intern? All kinds of discussions fell into Li Changsheng's ears, and he was stunned. Just as he was about to walk back to his seat, he saw a figure stand up. Where's Ms. Wu? Why isn't she here yet? What are you doing? Li Changsheng took a closer look. It was Ji Lin, who was sitting in front of him. He didn't seem to recognize him. But then again, Li Changsheng was too ordinary. So ordinary that people would completely ignore his existence. We're here to listen to Ms. Wu's lecture. Where's Ms. Wu? Ji Lin's companions who came with him jeered. Young teacher, we're here to look at beauties. Hurry up and call Ms. Wu and ask her to come to class. Li Changsheng, who was about to walk away, paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth revealed a somewhat evil smile. Then, he turned around and walked directly to the podium. In the corner of the classroom, Shang Shuqin looked at Zhong Xiaofeng with a puzzled expression. Hubby, what's your roommate going to do? I don't know either. Zhong Xiaofeng was also at a loss. At this moment, Li Changsheng, under everyone's gaze, stood on the podium and pretended to arrange the books on the podium. Then, he pointed at Ji Lin and his companions and said, "These students, the school opened this class for you to learn, not for you to look at beauties. If you find me an eyesore, please leave the classroom." Ma Yi, Zhong Wenbin, and the other two who knew Li Changsheng's identity were completely dumbfounded. The other students also held their breaths. Wei Qingqing, who frequently cast glances at Ji Lin and also knew Li Changsheng's identity, was just about to remind him when she saw Ji Lin sneer and directly pull the chair away. Then, he turned around and strode toward the door of the classroom. His companions also followed behind him. They held their heads high and swaggered away in an unusually confident manner. Before leaving, they not only challenged the teacher's dignity, but also showed their own maverick behavior. In their eyes, they were very showy, arrogant, and unscrupulous. The others looked at Li Changsheng, who was standing on the podium. They thought, being made such a scene in public by a few students is tantamount to being slapped in the face. Let's see how he can get out of this situation. However, unexpectedly, Li Changsheng just smiled and patted the chalk dust on his body. Then, he walked to the side of Ma Yi and the other two who had completely fallen into a daze and sat down. He picked up a book called Economic Planning and casually flipped through it. Half a minute later, the classroom door was opened again. Wu Xiaowan, who was wearing a uniform, felt the strange atmosphere in the class. She walked to the podium with a puzzled expression and said, "I'm really sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way and I'm late for more than 10 minutes. I apologize to everyone." The whole class suddenly fell into a strange silence. Chapter 183. Countless gazes were searching for Li Changsheng's figure. Shang Shuqin, who was sitting in the corner, even covered her mouth and blurted out, "Too awesome." Zhong Xiaofeng's face was also full of confusion. He thought to himself, this roommate of mine is really not ordinary valiant. Ma Yi, Zhong Wenbin, and the other two looked at Li Changsheng who was sitting next to them, not knowing what to say. This scene was destined to be an unforgettable scene in people's memory. After leaving the classroom, Ji Lin and the others sat under the basketball hoop in the school field, each of them holding a cigarette in their mouth. That counselor was so arrogant. When we walked out in front of him, I saw that his face was green. A male student said with a bit of pride. He felt that his posture when walking out of the classroom today was incomparably cool. Yeah, he even pulled a long face at us. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? The other guy had a 3mm haircut and an earring on his ear, which made him look rather unconventional. Ji Lin smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were clearly filled with pride. In the classroom, although Wu Xiaowan was puzzled by the strange atmosphere today, she still officially started the class. To be able to become a teacher in such a university at such a young age, Wu Xiaowan was not only because of her relationship with her father and Chen Ligua, but also because her own ability was very outstanding. As Wu Xiaowan started the class, everyone gradually shifted their attention away from Li Changsheng. A great beauty who could captivate birds and beasts was standing on the podium. For many people, it was a visual pleasure. Only then did Ma Yi and the others react and give Li Changsheng a thumbs up. Bro, you're awesome. If Ji Lin knew that you weren't a teacher, I'm afraid his lungs would explode. Thinking of his archenemy's furious appearance, Ma Yi felt a burst of joy in his heart. Yeah, today was really too satisfying. Zhong Wenbin also said excitedly. Only Zhao Cheng'an's face had some worry. Ji Lin is not a good person. Li Changsheng, you have to be careful when you go out in the future. Don't be alone and get caught by them. This was the first time someone whispered in her class. Wu Xiaowan was slightly dissatisfied in her heart. When she looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Changsheng sitting there, all her dissatisfaction suddenly disappeared. This guy really came to my class. For a moment, she was absent-minded. Pay attention in class. Don't talk too much. Teacher Wu will get angry, Zhao Cheng'an said. He felt sour in his heart. It seemed that Li Changsheng's addition had replaced his importance in the small group of 3. Teacher Wu is really beautiful. I heard that she's still young. I really want to have a passionate relationship with her. A man behind Li Changsheng said in a low voice. Stop dreaming. Ji Lin is a famous figure in the school. I heard that he's pursuing Wu Xiaowan, but Wu Xiaowan didn't agree even once. Do you think you have a chance? Someone said. Li Changsheng recalled that Wu Xiaowan had recognized Ma Yi and Ji Lin at a glance in the cafeteria. So they were Wu Xiaowan's pursuers. Taking advantage of the time when Wu Xiaowan turned her back and wrote a string of professional terms on the blackboard, Ma Yi poked Li Changsheng's arm. Is Wu Xiaowan beautiful? Are you a little moved? The topic between men could never be separated from women. Sure enough, when Ma Yi said that, Zhong Wenbin also became interested. Teacher Wu is the goddess in the hearts of every boy in our school. Who wouldn't be moved? Zhong Wenbin said. Li Changsheng smiled. I'm not moved. And I think that although she's beautiful, she's not my cup of tea. TSK. You're saying that grapes are sour because you can't eat them, right? Zhao Cheng'an curled his lips in disdain. Yeah, brother. Don't pretend. If Teacher Wu threw herself into your arms, I'm afraid you'll wake up laughing in your dreams. A boy next to him interrupted at the right time. Because Li Changsheng was in the limelight just now, many people were willing to take the initiative to talk to him. Teacher Wu, you're late today. Shouldn't you compensate us? Just as the class was coming to an end, a boy said loudly. Yeah, Teacher Wu. You have to give us some benefits. Otherwise, we won't do it. Why don't you sing a song? I think the most popular song this year, Itchy, is pretty good. Some people started to make a fuss. College students' fear of teachers had been infinitely reduced. Especially Wu Xiaowan was so young and beautiful. If she wasn't standing on the podium, no one would think of her as a teacher. What's so good about singing? Let's dance. Yes, dance. As soon as they heard someone's suggestion, a lot of voices echoed. After seeing Wu Xiaowan's elegant demeanor on the podium, they wanted to see the other side of Wu Xiaowan. Glancing at Li Changsheng, who was sitting there with his head lowered and playing with his mobile phone, Wu Xiaowan smiled and nodded. Okay, but it's a bit awkward for me to dance alone. Why don't I find a classmate to dance with me? As soon as her voice fell, cheers sounded in the classroom. Countless people raised their hands. To be able to dance with the goddess in their hearts, such an opportunity was enough to make many boys go crazy. Zhong Wenbin, Zhao Cheng'an, and the class monitor, Ma Yi, who had always been steady, also raised their hands. What a joke. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another one. Everyone, quiet down. Wu Xiaowan pressed her hands, and the voices gradually quieted down. I'm very happy that you are so enthusiastic. But I have to choose one. How about this? I'll close my eyes and point at random. Whoever I point at will come up and dance with me. How about it? When Wu Xiaowan said this, Li Changsheng secretly said not good in his heart. Sure enough, she closed her eyes and suddenly pointed in the direction of Li Changsheng. But because she closed her eyes first and then stretched out her finger, The direction was a bit off. She pointed at Zhao Chenggan, who was next to Li Changsheng. Zhao Chenggan suddenly received many people's attention. He had a kind of excitement from being hit by happiness. He stood up and said excitedly, I was actually chosen. I can dance with the goddess. Wu Xiaoan opened her eyes and was a bit dumbfounded. Seeing that Zhao Chenggan was about to walk out, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "This student, you misunderstood. The position I pointed at is obviously him." In a split second, the smile on Zhao Chenggan's face froze. Countless gazes focused on Li Changsheng. Damn! It's this guy again. Today's limelight has been stolen by this guy. I'm so envious and jealous. Why isn't the one she pointed at me? Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin's eyes revealed doubt. They clearly saw that Wu Xiaoan pointed at Zhao Chenggan. Why would Wu Xiaoan say that it was Li Changsheng's? Or was it that she didn't point at random but chose Li Changsheng in advance? The smile on Zhao Chenggan's face faded and was replaced by a flushed and embarrassed face. He was about to leave his seat in front of so many people, but in the end, this spot fell on Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng smiled helplessly and thought, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to this finance class. Chapter 184. Teacher, I don't know how to dance. Li Changsheng shakes his head and refuses. It's okay, teacher can teach you. Wu Xiaoan smiles like a fox who has succeeded in her plot. When these words come out, many people who are slow to react also see the abnormality. I'll perform a pole dance for everyone. Li Changsheng classmate, you only need to act as the pole. Wu Xiaoan winks at Li Changsheng. Suddenly there is a burst of noise in the classroom. The usually quiet and elegant Wu Xiaoan unexpectedly wants to perform such a bold and open dance. Although many people are somewhat envious and jealous of Li Changsheng who can be the pole, at this moment they are also full of expectation. Wu Xiaoan hooks her finger at Li Changsheng. Everyone in the classroom stares with their eyes wide open, not wanting to miss any details. Shang Shuqin behind also has a puzzled face. Why do I feel that teacher Wu Xiaoan and Li Changsheng seem to know each other in private? A woman's sixth sense has always been very accurate. Zhong Xiaofeng doesn't know the relationship between Li Changsheng and Wu Xiaoan. He just pats his chest and proudly says, "That's right, I told you that our dormitory people are all hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but you just don't believe me." At this moment, under the gaze of the whole class, Li Changsheng leaves his seat and walks to the podium. Wu Xiaoan's dancing skills are actually very clumsy, but she can't stand up to her beauty and good figure. She just symbolically does a few movements, which causes screams again and again. Okay, that's all I know. Wu Xiaoan tidies up the hair that covers her eyes, looking very charming. Li Changsheng is about to turn around and return to his seat, when suddenly Wu Xiaoan's high-heeled shoes twisted, and then the whole person throws herself into Li Changsheng's arms. That pair of red lips kissed Li Changsheng's cheek at just the right moment. In an instant, the noise in the classroom comes to an abrupt end, and everyone stares with their eyes wide open. This is destined to be the scene of envy and jealousy of every boy. Wu Xiaoan in uniform, Li Changsheng, such a scene is frozen for a few seconds, until Wu Xiaoan's cheeks crimson and leaves Li Changsheng's arms. As the bell rings and just walked out of the classroom, there is a burst of noise in the classroom. Zhao Chenggan, who originally had hopes of dancing with the beautiful goddess, looked at Li Changsheng, who had taken his place and enjoyed his luck with women. He didn't know what to think. Ma Yi, Zhong Wenbin gives a thumbs up again. Below the stage, one can unscrupulously construct a beautiful dream, but the probability of being able to have close contact with the goddess is only 1 in 1,000. Li Changsheng not only got this 1 in 1,000, but also coincidentally the goddess throws herself into his arms and gives him a kiss. This simply makes people go crazy with jealousy. And with this class, the story of an ordinary student who can't be any more ordinary also starts to spread in the campus of Qingju University. After class, everyone rushes out of the classroom. Ma Yi comes over and directly puts his arm around Li Changsheng's shoulder. "Brother, you did well today. I must treat you to a meal to make up for yesterday." Li Changsheng doesn't know if he is referring to Ji Lin and the others leaving the classroom, or the dance with Wu Xiaoan, or both, but he doesn't refuse. From Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin's eyes, he knows that he has probably reluctantly integrated into their circle. Zhao Chenggan is a bit unhappy. Compared to Li Changsheng, who is in the limelight, he is a typical example of being slapped in the face. I'm not feeling well, I'll go back to the dorm first. Zhao Chenggan said. Don't, let's go eat together. Zhong Wenbin forcibly pulls Zhao Chenggan to the cafeteria. Zhao Chenggan is obviously a bit unwilling, but he doesn't refuse. Fortunately, this lunch went smoothly, and Ma Yi and the others didn't meet any enemies. At the dining table, several people are still talking about what happened in the classroom. Zhong Xiaofeng and his girlfriend Shang Shuqin are sitting not far away. When they pass by this table, they say hello to Li Changsheng. When talking about Wu Xiaowan, they have to extend the topic to the other campus beauties on the school forum. Chu Meng and Zheng Chan just happened to appear in the cafeteria, causing a stir. Look, it's Chu Meng, she is the #1 campus beauty of our Qingju University. I heard that she also knows martial arts. Zhong Wenbin said excitedly. When I was in high school, I was in the same school as her. Her family's business is very big, and in Qingju, they can cover the sky with one hand. I heard that the young master of the Qin family, Qin Yi, was pursuing her, but these days, there is no trace of that Qin Yi. Ma Yi, Zhong Wenbin, and the others are also considered influential people in the school, but compared to Qin Yi, one of the 4 young masters of the school, they are somewhat dwarfed. The Qin family fell, Qin Yi should have dropped out of school. Ma Yi said. With his family background, he vaguely heard some news, but it is not true. He only knows that the Qin family's power in Chuzhou has all disappeared. Regarding the death of Qin Hao and his son, it is regarded as a taboo in the upper circle of Qingju. Most people don't know what happened. Look. Chu Meng is looking at us. Zhong Wenbin is a little excited. This Chu Meng is not only beautiful, but most importantly, her family background gives her a layer of mystery. Chu Meng naturally saw Li Changsheng sitting here. She originally wanted to come over and say hello, but when she saw Zheng Chan next to him, in the end, she just smiled at Li Changsheng. The relationship between Zheng Chan and Li Changsheng is not good. Li Changsheng returned the greeting with a smile. The two went to a remote corner with the food and sat down. Many students came in to eat, and soon blocked the sight of Ma Yi and the others. This made Zhong Wenbin, who has been watching Chu Meng, a little regretful. Why do I feel that Chu Meng just smiled at us? Ma Yi looked at Li Changsheng with some doubts. Li Changsheng didn't say anything, just bowed his head and finished the food on the plate. There is a social gathering in the afternoon, starting at 5 o'clock sharp. The standard is high enough. All the influential people of Qingju University, are you interested in seeing it? Ma Yi finished the food and asked with a smile. Okay, be sure to take me. Zhong Wenbin was the first to raise his hand and said. Zhao Chenggan's eyes also lit up. Ma Yi was able to enter the student union as a freshman. In addition, his father was the director of the academic affairs office. He had many connections that others didn't have. If he could make a few useful friends, it would be of great benefit to him after graduation. What about you? Ma Yi looked at Li Changsheng. I won't go, I have something to do in the afternoon. What can a college student do? Zhao Chenggan curled his lips. You can't be afraid that there are too many influential people at the social gathering and you feel inferior, right? Hearing Zhao Chenggan's words, Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin seemed to understand something. Indeed, although Li Changsheng's performance in class today was amazing, it can't change the fact that he is ordinary, and you can't find any famous brand clothes on him. No, I really have something to do. Li Changsheng smiled. Zhong Wenbin didn't say anything. He has always been good at grasping people's hearts, and he naturally knows that people with low self-esteem are more sensitive. Moreover, the people at today's banquet are not ordinary people. Zhong Wenbin and Zhao Chenggan used to have some reputation among the freshmen, but Li Changsheng is too ordinary. If the status of the friends he brings is too low, it will make him lose face. Chapter 185. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the school's leaders were going to inspect the combat team. Actually, it was called an inspection, but it was more like a performance of the combat team's recent training to the relevant leaders. As the coach, Li Changsheng had to attend. After lunch, he returned to the dormitory to rest for a while. Seeing that it was about time, he walked out. Every training team in the stadium was no stranger to Li Changsheng. Whether it was when he first took on the role of coach, carrying Wang Dongsheng and the others out on stretchers, or later when he fought with Vice Principal Shen Donghai's bodyguards, no one dared to look down on this seemingly ordinary coach. When Li Changsheng walked in, many people took the initiative to greet him. A few girls from the cheerleading team even came up to Li Changsheng to ask for an autograph, completely treating him as their idol. Perhaps in the entire Qingju University, Li Changsheng's name was not famous, but in the training team in this stadium, Li Changsheng was no different from a star. Until Li Changsheng walked into the combat room and closed the door, the people outside were still pointing and discussing. In the combat room, Wang Dongsheng, Wei Yihu, and Jin Wenwen were already prepared. These days of training made each of them seem like they had been reborn. Li Changsheng even found that Wang Dongsheng was almost at the level of internal force, and Wei Yihu and Jin Wenwen were not far behind. Su Jing was also there. She was originally the person in charge of logistics for the combat team, so it could be said that she had witnessed the growth of the combat team. Su Jing was wearing a checkered skirt today, her hair casually tied up, and light blue canvas shoes on her feet. She did not look like a teacher, but more like a young girl in her 20s. When she saw Li Changsheng, she took the initiative to smile and greet Li Changsheng. Her attitude was completely different from when she first met Li Changsheng. Although Li Changsheng did not come to supervise Wang Dongsheng and the others training these days, and did not even show his face once, those training methods were indeed effective. Today, the school's leaders will be reviewing. You must perform well. There's not much time left until the fighting competition. When the time comes, I hope each of you can bring back a golden belt. Wang Dongsheng, Jin Wenwen, and Wei Yi, who just happened to represent the lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight weight classes. It's the coach. I will definitely succeed. The three of them said in unison. All right, you guys get ready first. I'll go out and see if the school leaders are here. Li Changsheng walked out of the room and saw that several directors of the school had already arrived. Principal Chen Ligua would also be here today. With less than 20 minutes to go, Li Changsheng leaned against a pillar in the stadium and lit a cigarette. Today, not only the various training teams, but many students who heard the news also came to watch the fun. A man in sportswear walked in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng raised his head and saw Wang Jian. When he first came to school, Wang Jian was the one who tested him. In the end, he broke a sandbag and Wang Jian was almost disfigured. The fighting team will shine in your hands. Wang Jian said sincerely. He had already fought with Wang Dongsheng before and was surprised by Wang Dongsheng's improvement. I heard that a beauty threw herself at you in the finance class this morning. Wang Jian and Li Changsheng leaned against the pillar side by side and also took out a cigarette and lit it. Wu Xiaowan is the dream goddess of many boys in the school. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Hee. Li Changsheng's mouth twitched. He didn't discuss this topic further with Wang Jian. Do you know the identity of the bald man? Wang Jian pointed at a middle-aged man in a row in the classroom and asked. Li Changsheng shook his head. His eyes were filled with doubt. He is Jilin's father. He is also a special professor of the school. Li Changsheng thought of the few figures who left the class in the morning and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you to be so bad. Wang Jian laughed heartily. Coincidentally, there was one of his students who knew Li Changsheng. He told him about how Li Changsheng pretended to be a teacher and chased Jilin out of the class in the morning, which made him burst out laughing. Not far away, Jilin, who had come to look for his father, happened to see Li Changsheng, who was leaning against the wall and smoking. He had already learned the truth of the matter, and the moment he saw Li Changsheng, his anger surged. He originally thought that he would be able to strut around in class and steal the limelight. Who would have thought that he would be played like a monkey, like a clown? This was a great humiliation. Thus, Jilin called out to his friends who were standing not too far away and walked up to Li Changsheng in an aggressive manner. The chatter in the stadium gradually died down. As long as one wasn't stupid, one could tell that something was about to happen. Jilin was a famous figure amongst the freshmen of the school, and his friends were usually very happy to dance around. As for Li Changsheng, most of the people in the stadium were no stranger to him. Li Changsheng stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the trash can next to him. The PE teacher, Wang Jian, who was standing next to him, smiled. He looked like he was watching a show and didn't intend to intervene. Jilin's group of 5 were all over 1.8 meters tall. They stood there like a wall of meat, looking very imposing. The people around them held their breaths, waiting to see a good show. They all knew how terrifying Li Changsheng's battle prowess was. They thought to themselves, Jilin wants to make trouble for Li Changsheng. He's quite bold. Of course, Jilin interpreted these gazes as pity for Li Changsheng. He had been played in the morning, so of course he wanted to get back at Li Changsheng. Kid, it's time to settle the score from this morning's class. Jilin clenched his fists. His tall height, long hair, and handsome face were enough to defeat Li Changsheng. Some of the girls nearby couldn't bear to look at him. Such a handsome face, it would be a pity if Coach Li punched him twice. Jilin and the others thought that they were very handsome and in the limelight, but they didn't know that in the eyes of the people around them, they were dancing on the edge of a knife. Because Li Changsheng standing in front of him was not a cat or dog that could be easily defeated. He was a fierce tiger that would choose people to eat. Li Changsheng didn't speak. Jilin's confidence swelled. He reached out his hand and grabbed Li Changsheng's collar. He sneered, "Today my dad is here, so I won't beat you. If you are a man, tomorrow morning on the sports field, we will settle our grudges in a man's way." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with his head held high, feeling very good about himself. The surrounding people exclaimed, which greatly satisfied Jilin's vanity. Wang Jian shook his head and thought to himself, I don't know where the youngsters these days get their confidence from. Li Changsheng is such a monster that even I, a retired Special Forces soldier, don't dare to fight him. He's just a student, yet he thinks too highly of himself. The surrounding members of the various sports teams were discussing in low voices, thinking, where did this hero come from? How dare he provoke our demon instructor? Li Changsheng's deeds had been known by all the sports team members. The demon coach was the nickname that they gave him. At this time, the bald old man sitting in the classroom, Jilin's dad, came over and said to Li Changsheng, I'm sorry, my son has been spoiled since he was young. You don't have to go to the sports field tomorrow. I will teach him a lesson so that he won't bully honest students. He had never met Li Changsheng, so he only treated Li Changsheng as an honest kid. Li Changsheng smiled. No, I like to be bullied. What do you mean? Jilin's dad was stunned, but he saw that Li Changsheng had already walked to the teachers' seats. Wang Jian chuckled and said, Professor Ji, he is the young coach of the martial arts team. What? Jilin's boss almost fell to the ground. He asked with a bit of shock in his eyes, he is the coach who defeated the boxing champion not long ago? Chapter 186. Coach Li, that Jilin dared to offend you. How do you plan to deal with him tomorrow? A teacher from the sports team asked with a smile. Li Changsheng was not only the coach of the combat team, he was also a freshman. This was no longer a secret. Most of the people training in the gymnasium knew of his other identity. Coach Li, you have to go easy on him. That Jilin may be tall, but with your skills, you can beat him to a pulp with one punch. These PE teachers in the gymnasium worshipped Li Changsheng very much. Not far away, Jilin's father, the specially hired professor of the school, quietly pricked up his ears to listen. His forehead was already covered in sweat. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but it seemed that he had really kicked an iron plate this time. Just now, he had secretly asked a few teachers about Li Changsheng. The more he learned about Li Changsheng's deeds, the more frightened he became. And this guy seemed to have an unusual relationship with Principal Chen Ligua. What should I do? He only had one precious son. If he was crippled, then he could only cry. Following the arrival of Principal Chen Ligua, the combat team's assessment officially began. First, it was a strength test. Then, the combat coaches from the school would fight with Wang Dongsheng and the others. In the end, these usually arrogant coaches were beaten to a pulp by Wang Dongsheng and the other two students. By the time the whole process was completed, It was already past 7 o'clock. When Li Changsheng came out of the gymnasium, he was blocked by a group of people. He raised his head and saw Jilin and his gang of bad friends. "Didn't you say we would meet at the field tomorrow? Why can't you wait to fight now?" Li Changsheng's lips curled into a playful smile. Kicking them out of the classroom in the morning was just an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment. He couldn't stand their arrogance and despotism. However, he didn't hate them so much. He just saw them as a little fun in life. However, if they continued to pester him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson to teach them a lesson. "I'm afraid that you won't dare to come to the field tomorrow." As he spoke, Jilin extended his hand towards Li Changsheng. "Give me your student ID. Come to the field tomorrow to collect it." "I didn't bring my student ID. Is my coach ID okay?" Li Changsheng smiled and took out a document from his pocket. "What coach certificate?" Jilin and the others did not react in time, but when they took the ID from Li Changsheng and saw the words combat team coach, their hands trembled and they almost dropped the ID. "You must have made a fake certificate to deceive us." Jilin let out a cold laugh. "What a joke, isn't this guy just a freshman? How could he be the coach of a combat team? Whether I'm lying to you or not, you'll know if you ask around." Li Changsheng snatched the document from Jilin's hands, then walked forward. None of the people behind Jilin dared to stop him. They could only watch as Li Changsheng walked away. At this moment, Jilin's father had just walked out of the stadium. He was talking to a colleague. When he saw his son standing in the middle of the road with some people, he hurriedly said a few words to his colleague, then hurriedly walked over. "Dad." Jilin was just about to say something when his father reached out and slapped him across the face. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Many people who were walking over stopped in their tracks and looked over in confusion. Jilin was even more dumbfounded. "Why did you hit me?" Jilin's face was filled with disbelief. His father had always doted on him. This was the first time in his life that he had hit him. "Why did I hit you? Don't you know what you've done? With your skills, do you want to end our Ji family's bloodline?" Ji Haiyang hurled a torrent of abuse at Jilin. Seeing that Jilin was still in a daze, he couldn't help but sigh. "I'm afraid you don't even know who you've offended. That Li Changsheng isn't a good person. He's the coach of the fighting team. Some time ago, Vice Principal Shen Donghai found a boxing champion, but even that champion wasn't his match. His arm was broken by Li Changsheng. My Ji family only has you as a seedling. If something were to happen to you, what would I do?" As Ji Haiyang's voice fell, Jilin was stunned on the spot. At the same time, a chill rose in his heart. To break a boxing champion's arm, this guy's fighting strength was actually so terrifying. Moreover, his backer was Principal Chen Ligua. No matter how he compared himself, he was no match for him. "Now you know. Find him and apologize. You can't afford to offend this young man." Before returning to the dormitory, he received a call from Jiang Dao and the others, asking Li Changsheng to go to the internet cafe to find them. They said that they would go out for dinner tonight. Li Changsheng hung up the phone and went to the second floor of the internet cafe near the school. In a large private room, he saw Jiang Dao and the others playing LOL. Jiang Dao's girlfriend, Xu Ying, was also there. When she saw Li Changsheng, she greeted him with a smile. Zhong Xiaofeng was telling the story of Li Changsheng in class. Therefore, when Li Changsheng sat down, Xu Ying's first words were, "I didn't know that you were such a bad person." Changsheng is a classic example of a quiet but passionate person. Jiang Dao laughed and said, "He was in a good mood after winning the game." After a while, footsteps sounded again. Chen Wan, who was wearing heavy makeup, walked into the room. Chen Wan, who was originally full of smiles, had an ugly expression the moment she saw Li Changsheng. She always disliked Li Changsheng, but this time, she didn't say anything bad. Last time in the Chuju city, she had suffered a lot because of Li Changsheng. Behind Chen Wan, Zhong Mengmeng and her boyfriend, Shong Jianping, were holding hands. Zhong Mengmeng looked at Li Changsheng with a complicated expression. Shong Jianping, on the other hand, was smiling coldly. Li Changsheng had won a lot of money from him last time, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. Don't act like we are enemies. We are friends, and I invited you here to resolve the grudge between us. Xu Ying said to ease the tension. Because of the trip to the Chuju city, Jiang Dao's enthusiasm for her had plummeted. Xu Ying learned from the painful experience and knew that the root of the problem was Li Changsheng. Therefore, she wanted to use Li Changsheng to change Jiang Dao's mind. After hearing that Xu Ying wanted to resolve the grudge between Li Changsheng, Chen Wan, and Zhong Mengmeng, Jiang Dao's attitude improved a lot. This gave Xu Ying hope. Is it your idea to resolve the grudge? Chen Wan looked at Li Changsheng. Tonight, you have to treat me. Hearing Chen Wan's words, Li Changsheng nodded and said, sure, you can pick the place. Barbecue or hot pot is fine. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Chen Wan curled her lips. The last time Shang Jianping treated them to dinner, it was at the Haoxiong Hotel. This Li Changsheng actually wanted to use a few $100s for a meal to send them away. Sure enough, a poor boy was a poor boy. Zhong Mengmeng choosing Shang Jianping seemed like a wise decision. Let me treat you. Shang Jianping said lightly. The barbecue outside is not clean. Chapter 187. It doesn't matter who is paying. It's just a meal. Shang Jianping will pay. He can afford to lose 400,000, so he doesn't care about this meal. Jiang Dao pretended to be casual. He didn't like Shang Jianping either. He brought up the incident where Shang Jianping lost a bet to Li Changsheng in Chuju City. Sure enough, Shang Jianping's face darkened. The banquet hall was luxurious with a large number of glass mirrors and a huge crystal chandelier hanging above their heads. Shang Jianping seemed to have the intention to show off his wealth. He booked a private room in the Haoxiong Hotel. Even Jiang Dao, a second-generation rich kid, was amazed. The cost of such a hotel was definitely not cheap. Li Changsheng sat near the door. Shang Jianping and Zhong Mengmeng sat next to each other. Xu Ying and Jiang Dao were a couple. Shang Shuqin and Zhong Xiaofeng were a couple. Only Yang Fan, Li Changsheng, and Chen Wan were single. Everyone thought that Chen Wan would sit with either Li Changsheng or Yang Fan, but instead, she sat next to Zhong Mengmeng and Shang Jianping. She was willing to be the third wheel between the two of them. She didn't want to sit with Li Changsheng or Yang Fan. Chen Wan had already made her stand clear. The room was semi-enclosed, so people could see the situation outside. Bring out your signature dishes and a bottle of flying marrow Thai. Don't be too expensive, just around 10,000 a bottle will do. Shang Jianping ordered the dishes casually, especially when he was ordering the wine. He glanced at Li Changsheng's seat. He knew what happened between Zhong Mengmeng and Li Changsheng. Although they didn't become a couple, it was still a thorn in his heart. Last time, Li Changsheng stole his limelight in Chuju City. This time, he wanted to show Li Changsheng the difference between them. Zhong Mengmeng lowered her head and remained silent. Only Chen Wan had a cold smile on her face. The reason why Zhong Mengmeng chose Shang Jianping over Li Changsheng was because she and Hao Ting played a big role in adding fuel to the fire. Only if Shang Jianping was better than Li Changsheng in all aspects and was more outstanding than Li Changsheng could they prove that their lobbying was correct. I heard that Qingju University is holding a fellowship party, and it's also in this hotel. The people invited are all influential people in the school. They're either top students or people with powerful families. A few of my friends are also studying at Qingju University. They should also be in this hotel today. After the wine was served, Shang Jianping filled everyone's cup, even Li Changsheng's. Although he hated Li Changsheng so much that his teeth itched, he could still show some poise. After all, he was trained to be the successor of the family, so he still had some shrewdness. I heard about it too. It was organized by a few people from the student council. Jiang Dao smiled. But I'm not familiar with the people from the student council, so no one invited me. Jiang Dao was a rich second generation. On the first day, he drove a BMW to school, which also caused a sensation. He could be considered as an influential person. However, he was a freshman and didn't have time to develop his connections. It was normal for such a gathering to not invite him. It was just that Song Jianping brought it up at this time to show his connections, and also to suppress Jiang Dao. After all, Song Jianping knew that Jiang Dao's relationship with Li Changsheng was much stronger than his. I heard that the fellowship party is held in the Emperor Hall of this hotel. The lowest cost in the Emperor Hall is 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan for me is already 3 months of living expenses. Song Jianping pretended to sigh casually. 100,000 yuan was the income of an ordinary family for 2 years, but for a rich family like him, it was just pocket money. Zhong Mengmeng glanced at Li Changsheng, who was sitting there. His cheap clothes probably didn't even add up to 500 yuan. Thinking about how Li Changsheng worked at the KTV bar, and then looking at Song Jianping, the difference between the two was obvious. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan for the Emperor Hall? Since everyone is so curious about the fellowship party, why don't we move to the hall next to them and eat? Hearing Li Changsheng's suggestion, Zhong Xiaofeng said, "It's good to eat at the Emperor Hall, but I heard that the Emperor Hall here has to be booked in advance. I'm afraid that it's not possible for us to change to the Emperor Hall." That's right. Even if the manager gives us the Emperor Hall, don't forget that the lowest cost is 100,000 yuan. Saying that, Chen Wan rolled her eyes at Li Changsheng. Some people think that other people's money grows on trees. Don't they feel guilty for being so extravagant and wasteful? Chen Wan thought that Li Changsheng wanted Song Jianping to pay for the room. She couldn't help but look at him with disdain. Song Jianping didn't say anything. Last time, he lost 400,000 yuan to Li Changsheng in Chuzhou City. Recently, he was a bit short on funds. Today, he borrowed some money from a good friend. Although his family was rich, it wasn't to the point where he could squander money as he pleased. "It's okay, wait a second." Li Changsheng stood up with a smile. He walked out and waved at the lobby manager. "Hello, how can I help you?" The lobby manager said with a professional smile. "Can you help us change to the Emperor Hall?" The lobby manager's face showed that he was in a difficult position. "Our Emperor Hall has to be booked in advance. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we can't change it for you. I'm a friend of your boss. Can you give your second master a call?" House Yong Hotel was the property of the Chu family. The second master of the Chu family, Chu Xing, was in charge of the Chu family. Li Changsheng knew that Chu Xing's name would be useful. Sure enough, after hearing Li Changsheng's words, the lobby manager didn't dare to delay. He immediately made a call. After hanging up the phone, the lobby manager's attitude was completely different. If it was a professional smile just now, then it was completely sincere respect now. The second master's reaction after hearing Li Changsheng's name just now made him attach more importance to Li Changsheng than ever before. "I'll change the room for you right away." The lobby manager nodded and bowed as he said. "How much?" "I'll pay by card." Li Changsheng asked. No. The lobby manager hurriedly waved his hand. The second master said that it's his honor to eat in our hotel. "No matter how much you spend today, our hotel will be free of charge." The lobby manager knew that the second master was usually quite stingy. Although the lowest consumption in the Emperor Hall was 100,000 yuan, the real consumption was probably more than 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Chu Xing could spend so much money to curry favor with one person. One could imagine how important he was. Li Changsheng nodded. He didn't insist on paying. If one were to trace the origin of the Chu family, it would be because of Chu Yaotian that the Chu family was what it was today. Back in the room, seeing Li Changsheng come in, Chen Wan curled her lips and said, "How was it? Did you hit a snag? Were you shocked by the high price of the Emperor Hall?" Li Changsheng didn't bother to answer her. Instead, he said to Jiang Dao and Zhong Xiaofeng, "Let's eat somewhere else. The Emperor Hall is ready." "What?" Everyone in the room was stunned. "How did you get the Emperor Hall? Didn't you say that you have to book the Emperor Hall in advance? Also, you have to pay a deposit of at least 100,000 yuan. Where did you get the money?" Chen Wan asked in disbelief. "The Emperor Hall happened to be empty, so I booked it. As for the money, didn't I win 400,000 yuan in Chuzhou City?" When these words came out, Song Jianping almost spat out a mouthful of tea. His heart was bleeding. Li Changsheng actually used his money to reserve an imperial hall and treat everyone to a meal. This made him feel sullen. Chapter 188. A few waiters came up and moved the drinks on the table to the Emperor Hall on the 3rd floor. From the beginning to the end, Shang Jianping's face was dark. On the other hand, Jiang Dao's face was full of joy. If it weren't for the presence of Shang Jianping and the others, he couldn't help but give Li Changsheng a thumbs up. This turnaround battle was beautiful. Using Shang Jianping's money to treat everyone to a meal, but everyone still had to accept Li Changsheng's favor. On the same 3rd floor, in another Emperor Hall, a group of influential people of Qingju University were talking and laughing. Their banquet had just begun, and those who could join were the elites of Qingju University. Of course, this elite referred to personal ability and family background. Looking at a person's strength, it would always be his comprehensive ability. Smart people wouldn't separate a person's talent from his family background. The organizer of this banquet was a young man in his 3rd year. His name was Zheng Long. Although his name was tacky, his identity was not simple. He was the president of Qingju University's student union. It could be said that he had real power in his hands. Only with his position and power could he gather so many influential people of Qingju University. I heard that someone has booked the Emperor Hall next to us, and it's a few students of Qingju University. Zheng Long frowned and asked the person next to him. I just found out. It's said that it's a few freshmen. One of them is called Jiang Dao, a rich 2nd generation. He drove a BMW to school on the first day of school. However, it's said that the one who spent the money was not him, but a young man. I haven't heard of this person. The one who spoke was a gentle man wearing glasses. His name was Liu Yu, Zheng Long's assistant in the student union. He was responsible for organizing this party. What do you mean? Hearing that our student union is holding a party here, he also booked the Emperor Hall and ate next to us. Does this mean that he wants to compete with us? Sichu Nan interrupted. As one of the 4 young masters of the school, such a party naturally couldn't miss him. Not to mention, he was also one of the directors of the student union. How about this? I'll tell them to change to a place further away from our room. These freshmen also want to show off, but they don't know the rules. Zheng Long thought about it and finally waved his hand. Forget it. If I ask them to move, it will seem like our student union is overbearing and it won't be good for our reputation. Anyway, they don't have much influence on our sorority. Li Changsheng did not know that because the Emperor Hall they had changed to was right next to the fellowship party, it had almost caused a conflict. At this moment, he felt very comfortable sitting in the main hall of the Imperial Hall. The Imperial Hall was very big and could easily accommodate 40 to 50 people. Li Changsheng and the others sat down and seemed a little empty. However, spending money to eat at a high-end place was a form of grandeur and also a kind of mood. Seeing Shang Jianping's dark face and his bad mood, Li Changsheng immediately felt much better. Li Changsheng took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He turned on his phone and saw several unread messages. There was a message from Yu Yuwei, saying that because the 3rd year of high school was getting more and more difficult, time was getting more and more tight. She was afraid that she would not have time to find Li Changsheng and hoped that Li Changsheng would take care of his body. After reading the message, Li Changsheng smiled. Yu Yuwei, a woman who was as gentle as water, could always arouse his desire to protect her. There was also a message from Wu Xiaowan. The general meaning was that Li Changsheng had taken advantage of her and he had not thought about how to take responsibility for her. Li Changsheng felt a headache coming on. There was also a message from Chu Meng, which was less than a minute old. I heard that you're eating at my family's hotel and changed to the Emperor Hall. This lady is rushing to the Emperor Hall. Come out and welcome me. Li Changsheng did not expect Chu Meng to come. He said goodbye to Jiang Dao and the others. Just as he arrived at the elevator, he saw the elevator door open and Chu Meng walked out. There were 2 other women with Chu Meng, but Chu Meng stood there and took away all the attention from them. She was wearing a short skirt and had light makeup on her face. Especially her hair, which was spread out, was pure and charming. She was tall and beautiful. A few Qingju University students who walked out of the banquet hall were surprised when they saw Chu Meng. Chu Meng was the prettiest girl in Qingju University. Even if they hadn't seen her in person, they'd seen her photos. Especially since she was the young miss of the Chu family, she was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Li Changsheng, I sent you a message for a full 5 minutes, and you still haven't come downstairs. This is making this lady very unhappy. Chu Meng pretended to be angry, but everyone could tell that she was joking. She said to the 2 women beside her, "You 2 go in first." Then, she stood together with Li Changsheng. It could be seen that Chu Meng did not come to the hotel to look for Li Changsheng. Thinking about the student union party that Ma Yi and the others were talking about, Li Changsheng suddenly understood. With Chu Mengmeng's status in Qingju University, she was definitely an influential person among influential people. Moreover, with Chu Yaotian and Chen Ligua's relationship, it would be very easy for Chu Mengmeng to enter the student council. A few Qingju University students who also came to participate in the party couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng a few more times. They were thinking in their hearts. The relationship between Li Changsheng and Chu Meng was just ordinary friends, or the very intimate kind. Of course, the words boyfriend and girlfriend didn't appear in their minds at all. Li Changsheng stood there, and there was still a big gap between Li Changsheng and Chu Meng. Whether it was appearance or temperament, Li Changsheng was inferior by more than a level. Feeling the disdain of the few male companions beside him, Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel that it was funny. It seemed that this young miss of the Chu family had a lot of secret admirers. I just happened to be with second uncle at that time. I heard that you changed to Emperor Hall. Are you also going to have a party? Indeed, Emperor Hall was so big. Other than those kinds of parties with many people, normal people wouldn't choose to eat in Emperor Hall. I just came out with a few friends to sit around. Is that so? It's my honor to be your friend, Mr. Li. I must go take a look. I'm sure there will be beauties. Chu Meng glanced at the Emperor Hall where Li Changsheng and the others were at. Because of the angle, she couldn't see clearly who was inside. At this time, people came up the elevator one after another. After seeing Chu Meng and Li Changsheng, they couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng a few more times. A few friends are waiting for me. I'll go in first. Chu Meng said. Li Changsheng nodded. Just as Chu Meng was about to turn around, the elevator doors opened and a woman walked out. Li Changsheng was stunned. This was because the person who had appeared was none other than Wang Lu, Liu Duoduo's friend. Last time at the bar, Li Changsheng had made a bet with Bai Qianxue. He didn't expect to meet her here. When Wang Lu saw Li Changsheng, she was also stunned. However, she didn't say anything. She only turned her head to the side and strode into the banquet hall. Clearly, she still hadn't let go of the grudge between her and Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng returned to his room, while Chu Meng and Wang Lu entered the banquet hall one after the other. During this time, Chu Meng was sizing up Wang Lu. Although Wang Lu and Li Changsheng hadn't spoken, her sharp intuition told her that the 2 weren't as simple as they seemed. Could it be that Li Changsheng and this student council president's girlfriend have some kind of story? Chapter 189. When Li Changsheng returned to the private room, the dishes had been served one after another. Originally, Xu Ying was the one who led the meal to let Li Changsheng and Shong Jianping resolve their grudges. However, it seemed that the effect did not meet the expectations, and instead, the hostility between the 2 grew. However, for Xu Ying, at least her boyfriend Jiang Dao's attitude towards her was much better. Ever since Chen Wan entered the Imperial Hall, she no longer mocked and ridiculed Li Changsheng. After all, today's meal was Li Changsheng's treat. Whether it was Li Changsheng's own money or the money he won from Shong Jianping, it was all taken out from Li Changsheng's pocket. As the saying goes, those who receive benefits have a soft mouth. Jiang Dao probably felt proud and elated. During the meal, he drank a glass of white wine in one gulp. However, because he drank it too fiercely, he choked his nose and made tears flow. However, because of this, the originally oppressive atmosphere was somewhat relieved. There is a friend at the sorority next door. I'll go over and say hello. Li Changsheng thought that Chu Meng and Ma Yi were there. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, He planned to go over and say hello before leaving. Boyfriend or girlfriend? Jiang Dao asked with a smile. Everyone present had a deep understanding of Li Changsheng's ability to pick up girls. Shong Jianping said that he has a friend at the sorority, and you also said that you have a friend there. You wouldn't deliberately make it up to suppress Shong Jianping, right? Chen Wan couldn't help but speak sarcastically. She really didn't believe that Li Changsheng could make friends with any influential people. Chen Wan, how can you say that? Jiang Dao was a little unhappy. It's true. Chen Wan muttered. Shong Jianping smiled slightly. It just so happens that I also plan to say hello to a friend. Do you want to go together? As soon as his voice fell, he heard a voice from the door. Yo, isn't this Changsheng? Turning his head, he saw Ma Yi just passing by and saw Li Changsheng. He walked in with a face full of surprise. No wonder you rejected my invitation to the sorority of the student union. It turns out that you are here to see beauties. Ma Yi's gaze swept across the faces of the girls present without leaving a trace. Whether it was Zhong Mengmeng, Chen Wan, or Xu Ying, they were all beautiful. Ma Yi's words made Chen Wan's expression turn ugly. She had just said that Li Changsheng's friend in the student union was a lie. She was slapped in the face so quickly. Shong Jianping's smile was also a little stiff. Just now, when he said that he would bring Li Changsheng to the fellowship party with him, he wanted to expose Li Changsheng in person. Jiang Dao was more perceptive. He immediately picked up a wine cup and smiled. My name is Jiang Dao. I'm Changsheng's brother. You're the guy who drove a BMW to school on the first day of school, right? I've heard a lot about you. Ma Yi laughed out loud. He noticed that when Jiang Dao introduced him, he said Li Changsheng's brother instead of roommate. With Ma Yi's intelligence, how could he not understand the meaning behind this? I remember now. Weren't you the one who fought in the canteen yesterday? Zhong Xiaofeng's girlfriend, Shong Shuqin, suddenly said. A lot of people are talking about you. You're one of the most influential people among us freshmen. With Shong Shuqin's words, everyone present had a rough understanding of Ma Yi. That Ji Lin relied on his bad friends to jump around all day. I've long disliked him. If it weren't for the fact that there were more of them that day, I would have definitely taught him a lesson. Speaking of the fight in the canteen that day, Ma Yi did not avoid it. Instead, he felt that it was a glorious deed. However, Changsheng helped me get revenge. Did you know that it was Li Changsheng who made Ji Lin get out of the classroom obediently? What exactly happened? Ma Yi's words aroused everyone's interest. Although Jiang Dao had already heard Zhong Xiaofeng's story once, he still laughed out loud. Zhong Xiaofeng and Shong Shuqin were also eyewitnesses. They added oil and vinegar to the story. For a moment, even the way Chen Wan looked at Li Changsheng changed. However, no one noticed the sneer on Shong Jianping's mouth. What they didn't know was that the idiot Ji Lin mentioned by Ma Yi was one of Shong Jianping's friends at Qingju University. After chatting with Li Changsheng for a while, Ma Yi got up and said goodbye. At this time, Shong Jianping also stood up and said to Zhong Mengmeng, let's go. Accompany me to the party to meet some friends. Zhong Mengmeng nodded obediently. When leaving the room, Shong Jianping glanced at Li Changsheng, causing Li Changsheng to frown. There was clearly a bit of coldness in that gaze. I'm also going to meet some friends. Li Changsheng got up. You have friends? I didn't expect Changsheng to know so many people. Jiang Dao was a bit surprised. I just happened to meet them outside. Li Changsheng smiled. Why don't we all go and meet the influential people of Qingju University? It just so happens that I have a few friends who are also here to participate in the party. Shong Jianping and Zhong Mengmeng had already gone. After Li Changsheng left, there weren't many people left in the room. Jiang Dao suggested. Okay. Chen Wan was the first to agree. She was very curious about what kind of friends Li Changsheng could have. As a result, everyone in the room rushed to the banquet hall next door. Next door was also the Emperor Hall, but it was more than 10 times bigger than the hall where Li Changsheng and the others were eating. Li Changsheng's hall was specially used for small gatherings, while the hall where the student union's party was located was specially used for large gatherings. The entrance of Li Changsheng and the others didn't attract much attention. There were many people who came to participate in this party. They came and went, and they didn't know each other. At this time, Shang Jianping, who went in first, quickly found Ji Lin sitting in the corner with Zhong Mengmeng, talking and laughing with a few friends. Ji Lin was also an influential person in Qingju University, so he was naturally invited to this party. However, what annoyed him was that Ma Yi, his sworn enemy, was also there. The two of them didn't like each other, but because they both worked in the student union and had many common friends, they tacitly arranged for Ma Yi to be on the west side of the room while he was on the east side of the room. They didn't interfere with each other's business. "Why are you hiding here? You made me look for you." Shang Jianping and Zhong Mengmeng sat down next to Ji Lin. After seeing Shang Jianping, Ji Lin called out Brother Shang. Shang Jianping was older than him, and the two of them had known each other for a long time. "It's great that you're here. Come and have a drink with me. I met a sworn enemy at the party today, and it made me feel bad." Ji Lin poured a glass of wine for Shang Jianping, but Shang Jianping waved his hand and refused. "Don't be in a hurry to drink. I know why you're troubled. How about this? Do you want to vent the evil fire in your heart?" "What do you mean?" Ji Lin was puzzled. "There's a guy who offended you, and he happened to come to this party today. Don't you want to vent your anger?" "Offended me?" Ji Lin rubbed his head. Because he usually liked to dance, he had a lot of enemies. He didn't think of Li Changsheng for a while. "Let's go. I'll bring you over and you'll know." Shang Jianping pulled Ji Lin and walked to the door. After learning about the grudge between Li Changsheng and Ji Lin, Shang Jianping had a plan in his mind. Chapter 190. What do you want to do? Zhong Mengmeng whispered to Shang Jianping. "Teach that kid a lesson. Let's see if he can still be so cocky." Shang Jianping said coldly. "You should know about Li Changsheng's fighting strength. Your friend is just sending him to his death." Zhong Mengmeng and the others had seen Li Changsheng's strength. Although she also wanted to teach Li Changsheng a lesson, she knew that it was unrealistic to rely on strength to suppress Li Changsheng. Among the young people, she had never seen anyone stronger than Li Changsheng. Of course, we can't expect Ji Lin to use his fists to deal with him. Ji Lin's father is a special professor of Qingju University, and Li Changsheng is a student of Qingju University. As long as he provokes Ji Lin, he will definitely suffer. Moreover, I have a few friends in today's fellowship party. They are all influential figures in Qingju University and have a lot of power. Let them deal with Li Changsheng together. We don't need to do anything. We just need to embarrass him." Shang Jianping took out his phone and sent a few WeChat messages. Then, he pulled Ji Lin to search for Li Changsheng's position in the crowd. After Jiang Dao and Li Changsheng came in together, they quickly found a few of his friends. They were all rich second-generation heirs. Jiang Dao introduced Li Changsheng and the others to his rich second-generation heirs. They just smiled perfunctorily and shook hands with Li Changsheng and Zhong Xiaofeng. Then, they started to talk about other topics with Jiang Dao. However, they paid more attention to the beauty Chen Wan. It was obvious that Li Changsheng and Zhong Xiaofeng's status was not enough to attract their attention. Jiang Dao seemed to have known that it would be like this. He gave an apologetic smile to Li Changsheng and Zhong Xiaofeng. Zhong Xiaofeng did not speak. He obviously felt inferior in this kind of fellowship party. As for Li Changsheng, he just smiled and did not care. At this time, a few tall men suddenly walked over. Jiang Dao was still puzzled as he didn't know these people. The other party had already approached, but he pushed Zhong Xiaofeng, who was blocking the way, aside and looked down at Li Changsheng. "Kid, your name is Li Changsheng, right? Who let you in? This is a fellowship party organized by our student union, so it's best if you leave as soon as possible." The other party purposely spoke in a loud voice. All of a sudden, many gazes were drawn over. "I'm here to say hello to a friend. I'll leave after that." Li Changsheng didn't want to be a busybody and explained. "Friends? Which one is your friend? Look at you, you're dressed so shabbily. Are you here to freeload off me?" As soon as these words came out, Jiang Dao couldn't take it anymore and said loudly, "How can you speak nonsense? The other party coldly glanced at Jiang Dao and disdainfully said, "And who are you?" "I'm the one in charge of the statistics for the sorority this time. I don't remember your name being on the list of people invited by the student union." "You," Jiang Dao choked on his words and couldn't say anything. Indeed, although he was an influential figure in his freshman year and had many friends in this field, he wasn't invited. "Unrelated people, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call security." The other party sneered. Originally, there was no rule that said you couldn't come in without an invitation, but they were from the student union, which was equivalent to making the rules. "What do you mean?" "Jiang Dao is my friend. He came to find us." Originally, those rich second generations didn't care about driving Li Changxing out, but Jiang Dao was their friend. Since the other party wanted to drive Jiang Dao out, someone suddenly stood up. "They weren't invited by our student union, but they had to shamelessly come in. What's wrong with me driving them out?" Although he was much more polite to those rich second generations, he didn't change his decision. In the distance, several leaders of the student union also saw the situation here. Assistant Liu Yu came over. "What's going on? Why is there such a ruckus at a good fellowship party?" Liu Yu was considered a small leader in the student union, especially when he was Zheng Long's assistant. It was equivalent to being close to the emperor, so his words still carried a lot of weight. "These people came to the party without our invitation. I just asked them to leave," a tall man explained. Zhong Xiaofeng, who was next to him, explained, "We just happened to be eating in the Imperial Hall next door. We knew that there were friends attending the party, so we came to take a look. We're from the same school. Even if your student union didn't invite us to the party, we shouldn't be driven out, right?" Zhong Xiaofeng said it with grievance, but Liu Yu's face didn't look good. "So you're the students who booked the hall next door." He had already preconceived that Li Changxing and the others booked the Imperial Hall next door to show off. At that moment, he didn't have a good impression of Li Changxing and the others. He sneered and said, "You weren't invited, so this party isn't a place you should come to. Hurry up and leave. If you get kicked out by the security, it won't look good." He originally thought that Liu Yu was a reasonable person, but he didn't expect him to say such words. Even if he didn't call for security, leaving with his tail between his legs would still be embarrassing. The tall men on the other side were already looking smug. Not far away, Shang Jianping also had a smile on his face. He said to Ji Lin beside him, "How about it? Kicking them out can be considered to have won back some face for you, right? I believe the news will spread tomorrow. He made you leave with your tail between your legs in class, and you made him leave the banquet hall with his tail between his legs. Your brother Shang is very kind to you, right?" Unexpectedly, Ji Lin didn't seem to listen to Shang Jianping at all. Instead, he stared at Li Changxing's position. When he saw that Li Changxing and the others were about to be kicked out of the hall, he suddenly strode towards Li Changxing. "Hey, Ji Lin, where are you going?" Shang Jianping called out to Ji Lin, but the other party didn't seem to hear him. "Don't tell me he wants to fight with Li Changxing." Zhong Mengmeng was a little anxious. Shang Jianping smiled. "It's fine. It's best if he fights. If Li Changxing dares to beat him up, then he won't be able to stay in the university anymore." Seeing Shang Jianping's sinister expression, Zhong Mengmeng suddenly felt a chill in her heart. It seemed that this was his true face. Sinister, scheming, and shrewd. At this moment, Ji Lin had already strode over. When the tall men saw Ji Lin, their faces were also stunned. They hurriedly went up to stop Ji Lin and said in a low voice, "Ji Lin, don't be rash. We've already heard from Shang Jianping that you have a grudge against him. However, this is a student union party. You mustn't fight. Otherwise, you'll offend a lot of people." Who would have thought that Ji Lin would push him aside and take large strides towards Li Changxing? "Ji Lin, what are you doing?" Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin had also noticed the situation here. Seeing Ji Lin aggressively walking towards Li Changxing, they hurriedly walked over. The conflict here had also attracted Zheng Long's attention. When Zheng Long heard that Li Changxing had pretended to be a teacher in class and kicked Ji Lin out of the classroom, he shook his head with a smile and said, "It seems that today's conflict is unavoidable. With this brat Jilin's temper, this guy named Li Changxing is going to be in for a bad time. Don't block him. Let him come over. Li Changxing said to Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin, who were standing in front of him. Because Zhao Chenggan had a problem with Li Changxing, he didn't step forward at all. He rather hoped that Jilin would be able to take care of Li Changxing. When Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin heard Li Changxing's words, they were somewhat hesitant. However, Jilin had already walked past the two of them and stood in front of Li Changxing. Just when everyone thought that a conflict was about to erupt, Jilin loudly said, "Li Changxing is my friend. I won't allow you to kick him out." As his voice fell, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 191. Li Changxing is my friend. Whoever dares to kick him out. Jilin's words stunned everyone present, especially Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin. They were even more confused. This, Liu Yu's face was a little troubled. Jilin's identity was very unusual. His father was a specially appointed professor at Qingju University. He had a lot of connections in the school and was someone Liu Yu definitely didn't dare to offend. The few tall guys who had heard Shang Jianping's words and wanted to help Jilin vent his anger were now a little confused by Jilin's behavior. "Jilin, don't you have a grudge against him?" The tall guy who had tried to stop Jilin just now asked doubtfully. "Who said that?" "I was just joking with Li Changxing. It's all a misunderstanding." Hearing Jilin's words, the people who originally wanted to help him fell silent. Even the main character had said so. If they continued to cause trouble for Li Changxing, then that would be like a dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. How could this be? On the other side, Shang Jianping frowned. It was originally a meticulous plan, but now there was a suspicion of kissing ass and hitting the horse's hoof. This, Liu Yu was still hesitating. If he had known that the other party was Jilin's friend, he definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for Li Changxing and the others. But now that he had said it, if he took it back now, it would be a little embarrassing. According to the rules of the student union, they can't come to the banquet without an invitation. Liu Yu wanted to test Jilin's attitude again. If Jilin was still determined to let Li Changxing stay, then he would go with the flow. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jilin. "Surnamed Liu, when did the student union have this **T rule? How come I didn't know? He's my friend. If you chase him away, then you're going against me, Jilin." When these words came out, his attitude was very firm. Liu Yu's face was a little awkward, but he still laughed and said, "I was just joking. How could the student union have this kind of rule? We're all from the same school. Of course we welcome you guys to the fellowship party." Liu Yu's words made everyone's eyes pop out. Wasn't the change in tone a little too fast? "Alright, everyone, go do what you need to do. Don't crowd around here." Liu Yu waved his hand and then walked towards Zheng Long in a sorry state. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the others also left one after another. "Brother Li, it's my friends. They were too reckless." Jilin smiled apologetically at Li Changxing. He knew that these tall men were standing up for him, but he didn't dare to offend Li Changxing. "It's fine. It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is resolved." Li Changxing smiled. He knew in his heart that Jilin's father must have told Jilin about his identity. Otherwise, how could this arrogant rich second generation be so kind as to speak up for him? The fight on the sports field is also a farce. Let's not take it seriously. Hearing Li Changxing's words, Jilin let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This sentence showed that Li Changxing was no longer willing to argue with him, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Shang Jianping's face was full of doubts, but he couldn't show his face. Otherwise, his identity as the mastermind behind the scenes would be exposed. What's going on with this Jilin? Shang Jianping angrily downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp. He felt like he was suffocating in his heart. He had fought with Li Changxing several times, and it seemed like he had never won a single time. "Brother Li, you stay here and chat. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Jilin smiled at Li Changxing, then turned around and walked towards the banquet's entrance. The presence of his archenemy Ma Yi was enough for him to worry. Now that Li Changsheng had appeared, he felt even more depressed, so he found an excuse to leave early. After Jilin left, those rich second-generation friends of Jiang Dao had to re-evaluate Li Changsheng. Changsheng, so you know Jilin. You're really not simple. What kind of business does your family do? Even if these people were stupid, they could see that Jilin was respectful to Li Changsheng. In an instant, Li Changsheng's image in their hearts soared. Although they were also rich second generation, their status in the university circle was not as high as Li Changsheng's. Especially Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin, who were also on Li Changsheng's side. They were all influential figures in Qingju University. Li Changsheng actually knew them, which in itself made them think highly of him. My parents are both dead. I'm not in business. Li Changsheng lightly replied. He didn't have a good impression of these rich second generation. Let's go and sit over there. Ma Yi took the initiative to invite Li Changsheng, but his heart was also full of doubts. Chen Wn stood there, lost in thought. Today's scene made her ponder. Was Li Changsheng really as ordinary as he appeared to be? If that was the case, how did he get to know so many friends with such extraordinary identities? Jiang Dao and several rich second-generation friends also walked to the sofa and sat down. Soon, a waiter came up and served drinks. Because of what happened just now, everyone had to reconsider Li Changsheng's identity. Even Chen Wan, who had been keen on mocking Li Changsheng, obediently shut her mouth. Jiang Dao, so you're here. I heard that there was some unpleasantness just now. I happened to be over there and didn't know. That Liu Yu was a bit too much. A voice came. Everyone looked up and saw a tall boy in a suit. He had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine. After seeing the boy, Jiang Dao, including the rich second generation next to him, all stood up. Ma Yi and the others also immediately stood up. Brother Meng, you're so busy every day. How could I dare to disturb you? Jiang Dao chuckled. Seeing Ma Yi, Jiang Dao and the others all stood up. Zhong Xiaofeng and the others also didn't want to sit down. This made Li Changsheng stand out. He was the only one who was still sitting there. Dao, with our relationship, there's no need to be polite. These are your friends, right? Sit down. This is my friend Meng Zikuan, young Master Meng. Jiang Dao introduced the young man to everyone. Hearing the 3 words Meng Zikuan, even Zhong Xiaofeng's face was a little moved. Hello, young Master Meng. I've heard a lot about you. Ma Yi took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Meng Zikuan. By the way, this is Li Changsheng. He's my roommate and brother. Jiang Dao took the initiative to introduce. Li Changsheng had to stand up. Hello, my name is Meng Zikuan. We're in the same school. If you encounter anything in the future, just mention my name. Meng Zikuan smiled slightly and was very amiable. However, Li Changsheng saw a trace of arrogance in his eyes. For such a person, his amiability was shown on the outside, but he was a very conceited person in his bones. After introducing Li Changsheng, Jiang Dao just gave a general introduction of other people's names. Meng Zikuan couldn't help but pay more attention to Li Changsheng. Only then did everyone sit down. Meng Zikuan sat next to Jiang Dao and talked cheerfully. The others could only listen in silence. He was young, but he had a very strong aura. Chapter 192. Dao, when we were young, we lived in the same courtyard and played together. Now that we've grown up, why are you so distant from me? I heard that someone almost kicked you out just now. You knew that I was here, so why didn't you call me? Meng Zikuan said with some reproach. A rich second generation next to him interjected, Jiang Dao, I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with young Master Meng. Why didn't you introduce him to us? Jiang Dao smiled slightly and seemed a little reserved in front of Meng Zikuan. In fact, his relationship with Meng Zikuan was not really that good. It was just that when they were young, Meng Zikuan was 1 year older than him and had always been the king of the children in their courtyard. At best, he was just a slug following behind Meng Zikuan. Well, Dao, I still have a few friends to entertain. You guys talk first. With that, Meng Zikuan patted Jiang Dao's shoulder and turned to walk over there. When Meng Zikuan left, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Meng Zikuan's aura was too strong. Jiang Dao, you actually know Meng Zikuan. You're really not simple. Yeah, if Meng Zikuan had come forward, how could Liu Yu dare to kick you out? Several rich second generations spoke one after another. Jiang Dao just remained silent. Because of Meng Zikuan's appearance, Ma Yi and the others could not help but look at Jiang Dao in a higher light. I didn't expect Jiang Dao to know Meng Zikuan. He's one of the 4 young masters of Qingju University. Shang Shuqin and Zhong Xiaofeng were sitting not far from Li Changsheng. When the exclamation fell into Li Changsheng's ears, Li Changsheng suddenly understood. No wonder everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly after seeing Meng Zikuan. It turns out that he's one of the 4 young masters of the university. After a while, Meng Zikuan waved his hand. After Jiang Dao saw him, he stood up and walked over. Dao, let me introduce you to a few friends. They're all influential people of Qingju University. Jiang Dao shook hands with them one by one. At this time, the rich second generation who was sitting next to Jiang Dao took the initiative to sit next to Li Changsheng and said, I heard that there's a beautiful teacher called Wu Xiaowan in your finance department. Do you want her contact information? Last time, I happened to meet her at a banquet, so I mustered up the courage to ask for her WeChat number. Unfortunately, my friend request has not been accepted. Li Changsheng was stunned. The other party continued, you're from the finance department, so you can be considered her student. If you add her on WeChat, she might agree. With Wu Xiaowan's taste and arrogance, the chances of getting her are close to 0. But it's okay. Looking at the goddess's circle of friends is also a happy thing. Li Changsheng nodded perfunctorily. He didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. However, the man seemed to be unsatisfied. He took the initiative to put his hand on Li Changsheng's shoulder and whispered, that Wu Xiaowan is really good. If I can get her, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Tell me the truth, do you think of her as a fantasy object? After saying that, he winked at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was not used to talking about this topic with strangers. Especially the other party's disgusting eyes, coupled with his previous behavior, made him feel a little disgusted. So, without leaving a trace, he removed the hand on his shoulder and moved to the side. The smile on the rich second generation's face suddenly became stiff, and he was a little embarrassed. He pulled the corner of his mouth, stood up embarrassedly, and walked back to where he was sitting. After sitting down, he muttered, "Why are you pretending to be serious?" His voice wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. It just happened that several people present heard it. Ma Yi looked at Li Changsheng in confusion, not knowing what happened. Zhong Xiaofeng frowned. Not far away, Meng Zikuan just happened to witness this scene. Although on the surface, he didn't treat Li Changsheng differently, since Jiang Dao finished the introduction, he secretly looked at Li Changsheng. In his view, Li Changsheng was a man of few words. He should be the kind of person with an ordinary family background, but his heart was more arrogant, which made him very disdainful. In Meng Zikuan's view, arrogance needed capital, and Li Changsheng's clothes made him unable to see any capital. Coupled with Li Changsheng's performance to the rich second generation, he added another comment to his already bad impression of Li Changsheng: "You don't understand the ways of the world. Brother Meng, we haven't sat together for a long time. Let's go out and sit together some other day." Jiang Dao was innately afraid of Meng Zikuan. When he was a child, he was often bullied by Meng Zikuan. Although more than 10 years had passed, it seemed to have left a shadow. In front of Meng Zikuan, he always felt that he couldn't straighten his back. "Daozi, your family background is good, but you are too kind. I'm not saying that kindness is bad, but this kind of character will make many people look down on you. Also, you have to be selective when making friends. Not to mention how much they can help your future career, at least they can't make you lose your value." In addition, Meng Zikuan glanced at Li Changsheng's direction. "I don't like your roommate's character very much." Jiang Dao also glanced at Li Changsheng, who was sitting there, and shook his head. "That's because you don't know him. If you know his deeds, maybe you will change your mind." "No need." Meng Zikuan shook his head. "Daozi, Sometimes you are too emotional and lack the most rational judgment. Based on Li Changsheng's behavior just now, I can tell you that he is not worth making friends with. After that, he patted Jiang Dao's shoulder. Well, think about it yourself. Then, he picked up the wine glass and walked toward Zheng Long. Although Zheng Long wasn't one of the 4 young masters of the school, as the president of the student council, he definitely had a pivotal position in the entire Qingju University. After Li Changsheng came in, he didn't see Chu Meng's figure. He looked at his watch and saw that it was getting late, so he planned to go to the bathroom first. When he came back, he still couldn't find Chu Meng, so he left. He didn't know anyone here, so it was a bit boring. However, just as he left the sofa and walked a few steps, he saw an enchanting figure. It was Wang Lu. Obviously, Wang Lu also saw Li Changsheng. Both of their expressions were a bit strange. Wang Lu was Liu Duoduo's friend. Last time in the bar, she lost a bet to Li Changsheng. As a result, she was forced to pole dance and shouted, "I'm a snob, I have eyes but can't see." It could be said that she lost all face. After that, she was almost reduced to a laughingstock in the circle. Every time she saw her friends, she felt ridiculed and hated Li Changsheng more and more. At this time, seeing Li Changsheng, especially thinking that this was a party held by her boyfriend, she couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 193. After seeing the sneer on Wang Lu's face, Li Changsheng knew that something was about to happen. Sure enough, he saw Wang Lu pick up 2 wine glasses filled with wine from the side and then take the initiative to walk in front of Li Changsheng. She smiled and said, "You are Liu Duoduo's friend, and I am also Liu Duoduo's friend. Regarding the incident at the bar last time, I think we should have a toast to let bygones be bygones. So, I propose a toast to you." With that, she handed the wine glass to Li Changsheng with her right hand. Wang Lu was Zheng Long's girlfriend. Seeing that she was going to toast with a strange man, many people cast doubtful gazes. Including Ma Yi and the others, they were also puzzled. They thought, could it be that Li Changsheng knows the girlfriend of the student union president? Okay. Li Changsheng reached out to take the wine glass. However, the moment his hand was about to touch the wine glass, Wang Lu suddenly raised her other hand and splashed the blood-red wine at Li Changsheng's face. There was an uproar in the crowd. No one expected Wang Lu to suddenly make such a move. From the moment Wang Lu came over to propose a toast to him, Li Changsheng knew that this woman was up to no good. The moment the red wine in the glass spilled out, he moved his feet slightly to the side and dodged a millimeter. He dodged the red wine with a distance of 0.1 millimeter, and the red wine spilled on the ground without leaving a single drop. Wang Lu was a little stunned. She did not expect Li Changsheng to dodge it. Then, she raised the glass in her other hand and aimed it at Li Changsheng again. This time, Li Changsheng was 1 step ahead of her. He took off his coat and flung it forward. Immediately, the wine splashed over was blocked by the coat and bounced back, splashing all over Wang Lu's face. Her white dress was instantly soaked by the cold wine, and the black lace inside could be faintly seen. Wang Lu didn't expect Li Changsheng's reaction to be so fast. Especially when she felt the cold feeling of the wet shirt sticking to her skin, she couldn't help but shiver. She wiped the alcohol off her face and took a step forward. She reached out her hand to slap Li Changsheng's face, but she didn't notice that the floor was slippery with alcohol. She twisted her ankle and cried out in surprise. With a bang, her body fell back onto the floor. Ma Yi, Zhong Xiaofeng, and the others all widened their eyes. Gasps of surprise were heard all around. Even those who didn't notice the situation turned their gazes over. For a moment, the entire hall became noisy. Li Changsheng stood in place and coldly looked at the battered and exhausted Wang Lu on the ground. The commotion quickly attracted many people over, including Wang Lu's boyfriend, Zheng Long. What happened? Zheng Long walked over and helped Wang Lu up. With a gloomy face, he wiped the water off Wang Lu's face with a tissue and looked at Li Changsheng with a cold gaze. "It's your girlfriend who accidentally fell down. It's not my fault." Li Changsheng spread out his hands and said, "Nonsense." Zheng Long snorted coldly. "How could my girlfriend fall down for no reason? It's obvious that you pushed her down." As he spoke, he looked at his assistant, Liu Yu, next to him. Is he also a member of our student union? What kind of quality is he? Our student union must be stricter in recruiting members in the future. Liu Yu shook his head and whispered a few words in Zheng Long's ear. Zheng Long looked Li Changxing up and down, then pointed to the door outside and said coldly, "Our sorority doesn't welcome people like you. Now, please get out." Wait a minute. At this time, Jiang Dao came over. Just now, it was obvious that your girlfriend wanted to splash water on Changxing, but Changxing dodged. Many people saw it. Even if you are the president of the student union, you have to be reasonable. Behind Jiang Dao, Meng Zikuan frowned and pulled Jiang Dao's arm. "Dao, don't mess around. Zheng Long will handle it." Is his way of dealing with it indiscriminately and asking my friend to go out? Jiang Dao turned his head and said loudly. Meng Zikuan was a little stunned. Is this still the slug who was bullied by me since childhood and followed me behind? When did he dare to talk to me so loudly? Meng Zikuan was a little angry because of Jiang Dao's tone. He said in a deep voice, "Dao, if you still regard me as your brother, shut up and don't talk anymore." Unexpectedly, Jiang Dao shook his head firmly and then stood directly beside Li Changxing, showing his attitude with his actions. "Changxing is my brother. If anyone treats him in an unfair way, I will be the first to disagree." Meng Zikuan was stunned and his face was a little ugly. In front of so many people, he was a little embarrassed. "Dao, you don't even listen to me for such a friend you just met." Meng Zikuan shook his head in disappointment. On the other side, Zheng Long said, "Young Master Meng, I'll definitely kick this Li Changxing out. As for your friend," Meng Zikuan was one of the 4 young masters of the school. Even Zheng Long had to give him some face. He still didn't know the relationship between Meng Zikuan and Jiang Dao, so he was a little hesitant. Since he's willing to call this kid brother and doesn't listen to me, then kick them out together. After Meng Zikuan's words, Jiang Dao's eyes were full of disbelief. His big brother, whom he had always respected, actually said such words. In that case, Zheng Long was preparing to get people to kick Li Changxing and Li Changxing out. As for the grudge of Li Changxing splashing his girlfriend and causing her to fall to the ground, he would slowly settle it after returning to school. Anyway, with his power in Qingju University, it was very easy to deal with an ordinary student without any background. At this moment, Sichu Nan, who had heard the news, saw Li Changxing standing there and his face changed. He walked to Zheng Long's side and whispered, "This man is not simple. You'd better not offend him." Sichu Nan knew Li Changxing's true identity, but because Li Changxing didn't let him say it in advance, he didn't dare to say it. It was just that he had a good relationship with Zheng Long, so he kindly reminded him. Unexpectedly, Zheng Long asked, "What's wrong? Young Master Sichu, is he your friend?" Sichu Nan shook his head. Zheng Long immediately sneered and said, "In that case, you'd better not care. He splashed my girlfriend with water in my place. If I don't teach such a person a lesson, people will think that I, Zheng Long, am easy to bully." With that, without waiting for Sichu Nan to say anything, Zheng Long had already ordered several members of the student union, kick him out. As soon as his voice fell, many people cast mocking gazes and thought, he dared to offend Zheng Long at the fellowship party held by the student union. What's the point of kicking him out? I'm afraid his future days won't be easy. Wait a minute. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chu Meng walked out of the crowd, and behind her were several well-dressed rich ladies. They all had a stunned expression on their faces. They didn't understand why Chu Meng, who usually didn't like to meddle in other people's business, would intervene in this kind of thing. Chapter 194. So it's little sister Chu Meng. Seeing Chu Meng walk out, Zheng Long was slightly surprised, but he quickly greeted her with a smile. It was clear that their relationship wasn't ordinary. "Brother Long, Li Changxing is my friend. I heard them say that sister-in-law was in the wrong first. I think we should just let it go." Hearing Chu Meng's words, Zheng Long was stunned. He didn't expect Li Changxing to know Chu Meng. However, when he thought about how he would lose face if he let Li Changxing off in front of so many people, he shook his head and said, "Sister Chu Meng, today's fellowship party was organized by me. They came to the fellowship party without my student council's invitation. It's already wrong, and now they've caused such a big commotion. I'm just asking them to leave. That's not too much, right? The girls behind Chu Meng couldn't help but speak up. Yeah, Chu Meng, Brother Long will take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. He didn't even receive an invitation. It's normal for him to leave now. Brother Long is the student council president. His girlfriend was bullied. Of course he has to do something. Your friend is also in the wrong. He's a man, yet he's so ungentlemanly. The girls chattered. It was clear that they were all on Zheng Long's side. Seeing so many people on his side, Zheng Long smiled and said, "How about it, little sister Chu Meng? I'm just kicking him out of the party. It won't cause any harm to him. In front of so many people, you won't go against your brother Long's face, right?" Zheng Long had known Chu Meng for a long time. His family had a lot of business dealings with the Chu family, so he felt that he had a lot of weight in front of Chu Meng. He knew that Chu Meng had a sense of propriety. She wouldn't go against him in this kind of situation. Therefore, without waiting for Chu Meng to reply, he gave the people next to him a look. I said, "Li Changxing is my friend, and he didn't do anything wrong. Don't you understand?" Chu Meng's voice was cold as she stared straight at Zheng Long. "Although you're the organizer of today's party, don't forget whose business Haoxiong Hotel is. No one can kick Li Changxing out." These words were like a resounding slap to Zheng Long's face. Many people who knew about the relationship between Chu Meng and Zheng Long couldn't believe it. Even Meng Zikuan's eyes were wide open. He wondered what kind of magic this seemingly ordinary kid had. First, Jiang Dao, who had always been obedient and respectful to him, treated him like that. Then, he made Chu Meng and Zheng Long, who had a good relationship with him, fall out with each other. Zheng Long was dumbfounded. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was calling her a girl and acting like a big brother in front of Chu Meng. He knew in his heart that Chu Meng was several levels higher than him in the circle of rich second generation in Qingju. If the Chu family did not cooperate with the Zheng family, they would still be the largest business group in Qingju. However, if the Zheng family left the Chu family, their assets would immediately shrink by more than half. There were too many powers attached to the Chu clan. The Zheng clan was just one of the bigger ones, so Zheng Long didn't dare and couldn't offend Chu Meng. His expression changed for a while. He knew that if he offended Chu Meng because of this matter, it would affect his family's business. Then, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he squeezed out a seemingly sincere smile. He said, "Girl, look, you're falling out with your brother Long over such a small matter. Brother Long is really scared of you. Fine, since he's your friend, then let him stay. Whatever you say." As he spoke, he patted his girlfriend Wang Lu's shoulder and reproached, "You too. It's easy to make enemies, but not easy to make enemies. What kind of grudges could there be? Later, let's toast to little brother Li Changxing. In the future, we'll be friends." Although Wang Lu was very unwilling, under Zheng Long's urging, she reluctantly smiled at Li Changxing and didn't say anything to apologize. "Little brother, a woman's heart is as small as a needle's eye. Asking her to apologize to you is a bit embarrassing. How about this? Brother Long will accompany you for a drink later." In fact, when Chu Meng stood out, Li Changxing already knew that this would be the result. After all, in Qingju, there wasn't any power that could go against the Chu family. Although young people were impulsive, Zheng Long was able to become the president of the student council not only because of his family, but also because of his own methods. This kind of person couldn't be compared to ordinary students. He had already learned to weigh the pros and cons and was shrewd. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of others, they couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The dignified eldest miss of the Chu family, Chu Meng, actually fell out with Zheng Long because of Li Changxing. This meant that Li Changxing was far more important than Zheng Long in Chu Meng's heart. It seemed that Chu Meng's word friend was very valuable. Meng Zikuan, who had originally told Jiang Dao to ignore Li Changxing, felt a bit of regret. If he had known that Li Changxing had an unusual relationship with the eldest miss of the Chu family, he probably would have stood out to support Li Changxing, even if it meant going against Zheng Long. After all, if he had a good relationship with Zheng Long, he would have obtained some benefits in the school and made some connections. However, how could those connections compare to his relationship with the eldest miss of the Chu family? What do you think? Chu Meng looked at Li Changsheng, wanting to know what he meant. However, Li Changsheng shook his head slightly. I don't like drinking with strangers. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Zheng Long had chosen to compromise, but Li Changsheng's words didn't give Zheng Long any face at all. It was no different from slapping his face in front of everyone. Zheng Long's eyes were filled with anger. Just as Li Changsheng was about to step out of the hall, he finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop. You with the surname Li, don't be so shameless. Do you really think that I, Zheng Long, am easy to bully?" As soon as he said this, a few of Zheng Long's close friends rushed to the door. It seemed that a physical fight was about to break out. Meng Zikuan shook his head. His judgment of Li Changsheng was correct. This was a guy who didn't understand the ways of the world. Even if he wasn't close with Chu Meng, if he provoked Zheng Long in this kind of situation, he would inevitably suffer some physical pain. At this time, Chu Meng rushed over and kicked away a guy who was about to cause trouble for Li Changsheng. Then, she coldly looked at Zheng Long and said in an icy voice, "This is my Chu family's hotel. Do you believe that I won't make you suffer?" Suddenly, the entire hall fell into silence. After a moment of shock, Zheng Long's face turned into a bitter smile. He knew that he had completely lost today. At this time, Li Changsheng had already walked out of the hall without looking back. From beginning to end, his footsteps hadn't paused in the slightest. Perhaps many years later, people would forget what Li Changsheng looked like. However, that confident and carefree figure would forever be imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Chapter 195. What happened at the fellowship party quickly spread among the circle of influential people in Qingju University. Everyone knew that Zheng Long, the president of the student council, had lost a lot of face this time. The Chu family's young miss, Chu Meng, had fallen out with Zheng Long over a boy. People were trying to find out who that boy was and what his name was. They were all curious as to who could make Chu Meng make such a decision. Conflicts between the younger generation usually wouldn't affect the business cooperation between two large families. However, the relationship between the Zheng family and the Chu family wasn't as simple as a business partner. If one were to look deeper, the Zheng family was just a subordinate of the Chu family, or a lackey of the Chu family. Especially when the Chu family had just taken the #1 position in Qingju and was like the sun at noon, the conflict between the two juniors was easily interpreted as a problem in the cooperation between the two families. Even the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a hurricane, not to mention Chu Meng, the daughter of a rich family. Perhaps the Chu family wouldn't be affected much, but to the Zheng family, a few of their business partners suddenly went back on their word, and the stock price plummeted. This made the Zheng family realize that they were in danger. At this moment, in the Zheng family's villa, the sound of a table being slammed shut the housekeeper in charge of cleaning. "Zheng Long, what's going on? You can offend the young miss of the Chu family just because of a party. What happened to all the education I taught you over the years?" Sitting in the study was Zheng Long's father, a middle-aged man with white hair. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. "I didn't expect that young man to be related to Chu Meng." "A young man? Who is he?" Zheng Jun asked with a gloomy face. "I asked around. He's just an ordinary student. I don't know how he got to know Chu Meng." "Are you sure he has no background? Chu Meng fell out with you because she's friends with that young man?" The gloominess on Zheng Jun's face dissipated a little. "I'm sure." Zheng Long nodded. "Okay, if he's just an ordinary friend, then it doesn't matter. I'll call the second master of the Chu family and have the Chu family express their stance. As long as we let the people in the circle know that there's no crack in our relationship with the Chu family, those who refuse to cooperate with us will come crying back to us." After speaking, Zheng Jun made a call. "Hello. Second master, right, there's some unpleasantness between the children. I think that young man is called Li Changsheng." "Hello." Soon, Zheng Jun hung up the phone, and a smile appeared on Zheng Long's face. As long as his father stepped in, the matter would definitely be resolved perfectly. Seeing his father hang up the phone, Zheng Long couldn't wait to ask, "What did Second Master Chu say?" "There's no way the Chu clan would fall out with me over a poor brat." "What's the relationship between our Zheng clan and the Chu clan?" "That brat caused our Zheng clan to lose so much money. When I return to school, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Hearing that his own son still wanted to find trouble with Li Changxing, Zheng Jun could not help but fly into a rage. He slammed the table again and roared, "Zheng Long, how can I have such a trash son like you? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused by offending such a powerful enemy before even figuring out the identity of the other party? Just now, Second Master said that from today onwards, he will terminate the cooperation between the Chu clan and our Zheng clan. Without the support of the Chu clan, our Zheng clan will immediately fall from a first-rate enterprise to a third-rate one. If those fellows on the board of directors find out that it's because of you, then I don't need to be the chairman anymore. And all of this is because you offended that young man called Li Changxing. Because of the incident at the fellowship party, the Zheng clan's business plummeted." At this time, Li Changxing's life had already returned to normal. In the past few days, a few medicinal herb merchants had finally called him and collected some medicinal herbs. It had to be said that these medicinal herb merchants were still very powerful. If Li Changxing were to collect these medicinal herbs himself, it would probably take a lot of effort. However, a lot of medicinal herbs had arrived, and he had spent a lot of money. It seemed that he was a little stretched. After all, even if these medicinal herb merchants wanted to curry favor with Li Changxing, he could not refuse to give them money. Fortunately, the Luo River diagram sent someone to deliver a card with 100 billion yuan inside. It was said that it was a credit card that could be used in overdraft. It could be considered as solving Li Changxing's current financial problems. However, 100 billion yuan was not enough to just rely on the Luo River diagram. If he wanted to quickly recover his strength, he would need too many medicinal herbs. If converted into yuan, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Chu Yaotian, Xu Xiaolin, and the others were all groomed by Li Changxing. Each of them had a lot of assets, but Li Changxing was still a little hesitant to ask his subordinates for money. "If there's no other way, I'll run a company of my own." Li Changxing suddenly had an idea. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land were indispensable. The word wealth ranked first. Since ancient times, the birth of every immortal cultivator had cost a lot of money and resources. Many large immortal cultivator sects also operated large forces in the secular world. At the entrance of Greenvine High School, Yu Yuwei walked out of the school. She was wearing jeans, a plain-colored shirt, and white flats. After dinner, she was supposed to attend 3 periods of self-study. She was in her 3rd year of high school, so studying was very stressful. However, because Li Changxing asked her to go shopping, Yu Yuwei chose to skip class for the first time in her life. She crossed the road in front of the school and walked in front of Li Changxing. She was a little shy as she held Li Changxing's hand. After all, they were in front of the school. If the students and teachers inside saw them, they would probably be on the front page of Greenvine High School the next day. However, she had not seen Li Changxing for a long time. She missed him even more. The moment he saw Li Changxing, his emotions gushed out, unable to be suppressed. Li Changxing held Yu Yuwei's hand and stopped a taxi by the side of the road. Then, they went straight to the biggest department store nearby. First, they went to a famous food street to eat. Then, he brought Yu Yuwei to the entrance of the department store. However, Yu Yuwei stopped in her tracks. She did not want to go in. Indeed, the clothes in the department store were expensive. Any one of them was probably worth half a year of Yu Yuwei's living expenses, or even a year. At school, she was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. She was the school's most beautiful girl in the eyes of her classmates. However, this did not change the fact that she came from a poor family. Standing in front of the luxurious department store, she could not help but feel a little timid. Li Changxing could not help but think of the 4th time he met the red-clothed figure. She was a direct disciple of a large sect. Many people thought that she was an immortal. However, because it was her first time going down the mountain, She did not know that she needed to spend money to buy things. In the end, because of a steamed bun, she was accused of being a thief. She was pointed at her nose and scolded. However, she did not dare to talk back. She just stood there crying. At that time, she was very similar to the Yue standing in front of the department store. Chapter 196. Why don't you dare to go in? What are you afraid of? You even conquered such an excellent man like me. Why are you afraid of shopping? Li Changsheng put his arm around Yu Yue's shoulder. Yu Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Changsheng and muttered, "You're so thick-skinned." However, after being hugged by Li Changsheng, other than feeling a little shy in public, her originally nervous state of mind instantly calmed down, as if she really had suddenly gained strength. "Okay, let's go in together." Yu Yue took a deep breath, like a soldier who had made up her mind to go to war. The two walked in, and even though it was daytime, there were still bright lights everywhere. Yu Yue looked even more beautiful under the lights, and from time to time, men passing by would cast metaphorical or bold glances at her. Even a few women couldn't help but look at her a few more times, lamenting that they weren't born as beautiful and refined. When they walked past a lingerie shop, Yu Yue lowered her head with a red face. If Li Changsheng wasn't next to her, she might have the courage to look carefully, but now that Li Changsheng was holding her hand, she felt a little uncomfortable. Just as Yu Yue was about to quickly walk past the shop, Li Changsheng suddenly stopped, pointed at a white lace and said, "I think you'll look good in this." Yu Yue blushed to her ears, grabbed Li Changsheng's hand and quickly left the shop. The shop next door sold jewelry. Although Li Changsheng and Yu Yue's clothes didn't seem like they could afford the things inside, their service was still very polite. First, it was because of their professionalism, and second, Yu Yue's beauty and simplicity, which easily aroused a good impression. Of course, Li Changsheng, who stayed next to Yu Yue, seemed a little too ordinary, without any special characteristics. The woman in charge of receiving Li Changsheng probably thought that they were a simple couple from the countryside. She sighed that it was rare to see a girl as beautiful as Yu Yue. On the other side, he was sighing with emotion. Li Changsheng, who did not have any special characteristics, was able to obtain the favor of such a beautiful girl. At the same time, he was thinking that the girl would not be lost in the city's bright lights. Li Changsheng pointed to a necklace on the counter. The price was as high as 100,000 yuan. The diamond on the pendant was very dazzling. Li Changsheng took out the necklace and personally put it around Yu Yue's neck. Yu Yue was a little nervous and her palms were sweaty. However, Li Changsheng was very calm. He observed the effect on Yu Yue from different angles. In the end, he shook his head and said, "This one won't work. Change to another one." Thus, he changed 4 or 5 necklaces in succession. Yu Yue's forehead began to sweat. She was a little nervous and did not know what to do. In the end, Li Changsheng still shook his head. The waiter seemed to have expected such a result. He was not very disappointed. When he put away the necklace, he pointed to a necklace with a lower price on the counter next to him and said, "I think this one is very beautiful. It suits your girlfriend very well." Li Changsheng directly shook his head. He felt that it was not suitable for Yu Yue. The attendant was also very patient. He continued to introduce a few more necklaces, but they were all rejected by Li Changsheng. Thus, the attendant stood to the side in silence. He felt that this man's temperament was extremely ordinary. To be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend, he was indeed a toad that ate swan meat. Even if he was short on money, since he brought his girlfriend in, he should at least buy one. However, it seemed that he was not going to buy a single one. He was a little stingy. He felt that it was unfair for Yu Yue. However, at this moment, another attendant who had finished serving the previous group of customers came over and led Li Changsheng and Yu Yue to a counter inside with a smile. These necklaces are all designed by world-class masters, and several of them are limited edition. "Sir, you can take a look." "Okay." Li Changsheng nodded. Yu Yue was a little nervous. Walking into such a shopping mall, she was already nervous. In addition, Li Changsheng had chosen so many necklaces, but he did not buy them. The surrounding stalls glanced at her from time to time, which made her even more nervous. I'll take this one, Li Changsheng directly said after comparing Yu Youwei's snow-white neck. This one was specially custom-made. A customer placed it here. If you like it, we can make one for you, but I'm afraid it will take a week. Okay. Li Changsheng nodded. Sir, please leave your contact information. I will call you when the necklace is ready. Okay. Li Changsheng picked up a pen and wrote a series of numbers. Then, he took Yu Youwei's hand and walked to a nearby shop. After Li Changsheng left, the female attendant carefully put away the note with Li Changsheng's phone number. The attendant who had served Yu Youwei at the beginning was puzzled. Sister Na, are you really going to customize that necklace for him? You know, except for our regular customers, everyone needs to pay a deposit. You didn't even ask him for a deposit. What if he doesn't want the necklace after it is customized? He looked at so many necklaces and didn't buy one. He obviously thinks it is expensive. This necklace is relatively slim because it doesn't have a price tag. Maybe he thinks it is a cheap necklace that only costs a few hundred yuan. Hearing her colleague's words, the woman called Sister Na smiled slightly. No, he is not someone who can't afford it. I don't know if you noticed the bank card in his hand that he is going to pay for. That is a black credit card called Ultima issued by Citibank. It is called the King of Cards by the industry. The people who have this black card are the top customers of the bank. That young man looks ordinary, but his net worth is at least 10 million yuan. This is the real low-key. So powerful. The waiter was already at a loss for words. I thought he was poor and couldn't afford an expensive necklace. It turns out that he is hiding his strength. In another store, a bag was priced at 18,000 yuan. Yu Youwei was reluctant to let Li Changsheng spend so much money to buy something for her, but seeing Li Changsheng's determined eyes, she finally compromised. The waiter marveled at Li Changsheng's plain clothes, yet he was willing to spend so much money for his girlfriend. He thought, sure enough, there is a reason why a toad can eat swan meat. After all, there are very few people who know the black card like Sister Na. So when the woman swiped the card from the POS machine and accidentally pressed the inquiry button, she was completely stunned when she saw a series of Arabic numbers. Even the pen that was handed to Li Changsheng to sign his name was trembling from excitement. After leaving the store, Yu Youwei asked curiously, "Why do I feel that after swiping the card, the way the attendant looked at you changed? She should have seen the balance in my card." Li Changsheng said casually, "Do you have a lot of balance in your card?" "Not much, just more than 10 zeros." "More than 10 zeros?" Yu Youwei froze for a moment, then her face showed shock. "Isn't that tens of billions?" Chapter 197. Li Changsheng put the bag he bought for Yu Youwei into her old school bag. Because the bag wasn't too big, it was bulging with books every day, so it wasn't that conspicuous after it was put in. Because Yu Youwei's parents didn't know that Yu Youwei and Li Changsheng were dating, if they saw this bag, it was inevitable that they would overthink. "Go up, remember to text me." Li Changsheng hugged Yu Youwei and kissed her gently on the forehead. He watched Yu Youwei go up the stairs before turning back to the villa. These days, he had to cultivate in the villa every day and didn't return to the dormitory. However, Jiang Dao and the others thought that he was working part-time outside, so they didn't suspect anything. A week had passed since the incident at the fraternity party. Although the impact was still fermenting, it had almost nothing to do with Li Changsheng, the initiator. Because the autumn sports meeting was about to be held, Ma Yi once again gathered the students in the class together for a class meeting. Li Changsheng received a notification from Ma Yi, but this time it wasn't a text message, but a direct call. His tone was much more polite. After all, his performance at the fraternity party proved Li Changsheng's ability. Even Ma Yi, the class monitor, had to put away his sense of superiority in front of Li Changsheng, not to mention that Ma Yi was a smooth and slick person. In the class, Wei Qingqing was holding a makeup mirror and touching up her makeup. When the female classmate next to her saw the class monitor, Ma Yi and Zhong Wenbin, she couldn't help but say, "Hey, Qingqing, I don't know if you've heard, but Ma Yi and Jilin have reconciled." At that time, I saw Ma Yi and Jilin smiling and greeting each other when they met downstairs. This is unbelievable. You know, Their hatred can be traced back to high school. They have always been enemies. Wei Qingqing closed the makeup mirror and revealed a stunned expression. They can reconcile. This is as surprising as a cat and a mouse becoming friends. It's good that they reconciled. Jilin is so handsome, and many girls in our class liked him. In the past, because of Ma Yi, the two of them always fought, and we didn't know who to support. Now, it's good, we can openly support Jilin. A girl said with a hand on her cheek. Wei Qingqing glanced at the girl. In terms of appearance and figure, she couldn't compare to her. She actually wanted to compete with her for Jilin. She really overestimated herself. However, when she thought of Jilin's identity, his father was a specially appointed professor of the academy, and his mother was said to be a senior executive of some company. He was a typical rich second generation. Although she was very confident in her appearance, at this moment, she really felt that she wasn't worthy of him. I heard that at a social gathering a few days ago, the student council president, Zheng Long, had a conflict with our school's #1 goddess, Chu Meng. In the end, Zheng Long was expelled from school because of it. It seems that the Zheng family is in a pretty bad situation right now. A girl's brother was in the student union and knew some rumors. Aren't the Zheng family and the Chu family business partners? Why did Zheng Long fall out with Chu Meng? Wei Qingqing's interest was piqued. I heard it's because of a man, I think his name is Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng? Wei Qingqing frowned. Suddenly, a figure jumped into her mind. Isn't that the guy who kicked Jilin out of the classroom that day? She clenched her fists subconsciously. Kicking the person she liked out of the classroom was simply unforgivable. What exactly happened? The people around her were intrigued. The girl repeated the news she'd received from her brother. Li Changsheng barged into the party without a ticket and got into a conflict with Zheng Long's girlfriend. Later, Chu Meng stood out to support Li Changsheng, causing a conflict with Zheng Long. The people around her were skeptical. Why would Chu Meng fall out with Zheng Long over a Li Changsheng? They probably had some conflicts before, and she's just using this as an excuse. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was probably the case. However, Li Changsheng actually knew Chu Meng. It seemed that things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. When Li Changsheng entered the classroom, he saw that many people were looking at him. He didn't care and sat down in a corner. Wei Qingqing, on the other hand, was quite hostile towards Li Changsheng. The theme of this class meeting was the autumn sports meet. Ma Yi was speaking on the podium. He hadn't even said 2 sentences when the classroom door was pushed open and Jilin appeared at the door. In an instant, the class fell into silence. Most of the people in the class saw with their own eyes how Jilin was kicked out of the classroom by Li Changsheng that day, so they instinctively thought that Jilin was here to cause trouble for Li Changsheng. Thus, many people looked at him with pity. The young man sitting next to Li Changsheng subconsciously moved his chair to the side to increase the distance between him and Li Changsheng, afraid that he would be implicated. Among the freshmen, Jilin was definitely a troublemaker. Everyone had more or less heard of some of his insolent deeds, especially since Jilin liked Wu Xiaoan and would often come to her class. Everyone in the class was no stranger to him. This Jilin relies on his father's connections in the school to do whatever he wants. He only knows how to bully honest people. Offending him won't end well for you. Didn't Jilin and Ma Yi make up? Why is he still causing trouble at this time? He made up with Ma Yi, but that doesn't mean he made up with Li Changsheng. That's true. There isn't any deep hatred between Jilin and Ma Yi. But it's different with Li Changsheng. That day in class, Ma Yi was played miserably. Following Jilin's appearance, Ma Yi was just about to say something when he saw Jilin directly walk towards Li Changsheng. Thus, the sounds of discussion gradually died down. Many people held their breaths, feeling that there was definitely going to be a fight today. Countless gazes focused on Li Changsheng. Behind him, a classmate pulled on Li Changsheng's clothes and said in a low voice, "Brother, if you really can't do it, just apologize to him. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. This Jilin isn't someone ordinary students like us can afford to offend." Li Changsheng smiled, thanking him for his kind reminder, but he didn't do anything. Scram to the side. Jilin walked over and pointed at the man sitting next to Li Changsheng, coldly saying, "That man didn't dare to say anything." He hurriedly got up and gave up his seat. Then, Jilin pulled out a chair and sat next to Li Changsheng. He put a leather bag in his hand on the table. Opening the bag, one could see a few stacks of red notes inside. "Brother Li, I heard that you're very good at fighting. I've had a dream since I was young, and that is to be invincible. Here's 50,000. I won't hide it. I want to learn martial arts from you." Li Changsheng looked at the money in the bag and Jilin's self-righteous face. He raised his eyebrows and spat out 2 words, "Scram." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,